All right, good morning. Welcome to the Cranston City Council special session. Today is Saturday, April 12th. The clerk could please take the roll. Thank you.
Councilman Campopiano.
Present.
Councilman Bonanno. Councilwoman Graziano.
Present.
Councilwoman Horion. Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Present.
Council Vice President Wall.
Here.
Council President Marino.
Present. We have one agenda item. We have the introduction of new business of ordinance 4-25-01, amending the municipal budget for the Director of Public Works, sponsored by Mayor Hopkins, to be referred to Special Finance Committee on April 17th. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
To move to the committee? Yep, that's it.
Motion to move to the appropriate committee. Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. And we will begin the Finance Committee meeting at 8:30. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the special Finance Committee budget hearing. Today's date being April 12th, 2025. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Present.
Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Haroyan.
Present.
Council Vice President Wall.
Here.
Council President Marino.
Present.
All right, we have quite a full agenda today, but before we start, I'm going to talk about a little bit of a program note. Those of you who are looking at your agenda, you'll see we have a number of departments to have hearings for today. You may look way down the bottom at the asterisks. They're not quite right. So let me just clarify. The departments will be taken out of order. I want to make sure, and the reason for that is I want to respect people's time, but I also want to make sure this meeting keeps moving quickly. All right, because we do have a very full agenda. We will be taking at some point in the middle of the day, a lunch break, but it won't have anything to do with the municipal court, as the asterisks would indicate. Okay, so that programming note, I did put a sign out sheet out there this morning, and there is another one out there. Please, just so I know you're here, when you get here, put your name and the department you represent. That way I can kind of rotate through people very quickly. Just for the record, the first one this morning, would be, I know I'm used to the evening. Yeah, right. Freudian slip. Senior services would be first. And I'm going to ask you, yes, Director Zelos, maybe give us a little introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the advice of a conversation with your auditor, I'm going to make an overarching statement relative to the municipal departments that will be before you today. Relative to all of their operational budgets, if there is a position that was funded in the current year's budget, that position was carried over into the FY26 proposed budget from the mayor. Even if, we recently got a vacancy, because we are at such low levels in terms of municipal staffing in our operational budget, we made the assumption, we need that position. Ongoing on that front, the 5,100 accounts that you have in every single department, whether it be salaries and all the ancillary categories, such as, let's say, pension contribution, hospitalization. Those categories are all union contractual obligations. So whether it be contributions to the pension, legal service fund, which is, a contractual obligation, it's almost an indemnification for departments. That basic theme runs through all the departments before you this morning and early afternoon when the good chairman gets us out of here early. So with that, first on the agenda today is Mr. Steve Craddock, the director of the Senior Center. And without further ado, unless he wants to make a statement, we'll just.
All right, let me just start off. We're going to do similar to the fashion we did the other evening. We'll start with revenues for the senior services, then we'll go once around. This second round of questions, we'll go around again. Then we'll move on to expenditures, and we'll do that with each department. All right. So, and I'll do it in an orderly fashion because I'll forget where I am, clockwise, counterclockwise. You understand? All right. So the first part would be senior services, and we're looking at revenues. Okay. And I'm gonna go. Mr. Trafficante, you're in front all the time. I'm gonna take you, and I'm gonna go counterclockwise.
Does it make any difference what division we're talking about? In general, we're talking about revenues and senior services.
Yeah, we have 7 different departments within senior services, which gets a little confusing, but.
Can I talk about nutrition and revenue? All right.
Can I just ask if you're going to refer to something in the budget for the benefit of the clerk? Can you please just state the page number that you're looking at? That would be very helpful for me. Thank you.
So, and that would only be clear if you're using the small binder.
What are you using? Okay, perfect. Page 8.
Page 8.
It's on page 8, yeah. So page 8 are revenues, all the senior revenues are on that page. And in the big binder, there's no pages. All right, so she knows now, so you're right, yep.
In the nutrition area. And that, by the way, I want to go back to 1986 when we started this program with Coventry, Fistville, and Forster. But I'm going to start with 220 then. In 220, we generated $882,000 in the nutrition department. We're down to $112,000. I want to know why you did away with the programs that you generated almost $700,000 more than your present revenue.
Well, we did the analysis of this about a year and a half ago we got rid of it last January when we ran out of our contract with Blackstone. Essentially, because we were actually supporting all the other communities in the state of Rhode Island, we were delivering to 16 different communities. Their senior centers, we were making about 5,000 meals a week out of my kitchen, and we were delivering them all. When I did the analysis, it worked out to be that every single meal that we made and every single meal that we delivered, we lost more money for Cranston. So Cranston was funding all of these extra dollars because we weren't getting paid enough from the caterer as a caterer from the federal meal program because there's limitations there. So we were making meals and actually losing money on all of those meals. So we decided at that point to do rid of all of our catering business and just focus purely on our own center. So we are a caterer of one. We cater our own meals for ADS, our adult services, and for our senior center because we were losing significantly more money every single month because of the catering job.
I don't quite understand. If you can generate $882,000, how are you losing money?
The cost of the food, the cost of we had 5 trucks, we had part-time employees, we had 5 full-time people as opposed to 2. All of those expenses were all part of that as making those meals. We were making revenue, but the expenses against those revenues was not enough to cover those total costs. We were losing money. We were making that money, but we were losing it on the expense side.
Good, Mr. Chairman. If I can embellish Steve's answer. Yeah, couple of things. Those numbers where we were losing money also did not take into account potential liability for the people, for IODs, traveling on the road, going to the East Bay. If there was certainly an accident, you don't know what can happen given any peril, potential peril that might be incurred as a result of that program. Also, those, Steve, if I'm correct, those meals go out to bid, and it can only, with market demands, is what you could charge. So yes, so it's what the market could bear in terms of revenue. And when you have the cost of delivering, meaning all encompassing, delivering cost of the meals, cost of the overhead, et cetera, there was a loss excluding potential liability. If there's any questions about not answering to his satisfaction, we would like to answer to the councilman's satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Go right ahead, Mr. Zeller.
and if with your indulgence, sir, you need to look at 2 pages in the small budget binder, if I could. Mr. Chairman or Mayor Traficante, the revenue was 861 is the actual page 8 for 2020. If you turn to page 21, the little one, sir. Yeah, so the revenues were 800,000. If you go to the actual expenses for that program, it was $1,101,000. So for that program, the difference between the revenue and expenses for that program, we lost 300,000. That's just putting into numbers what Mr. Craddock was trying to articulate.
Can I jump a Trans Van?
Yeah,
Okay.
you still have the floor. You're first.
In Trans Van, in 224, you generated 64,000. And 225, it dropped down to 39,000. Why the drop in revenue there?
Yeah, as part of that, one of those, what we do is most of our revenues from the senior center to the senior center comes from grants and it comes from fees that we charge. That particular year, we constantly figure out where the grant money should go. We actually had somebody that was, we had some of the grant dollars that went into the Trans Van to support that operation. We've actually just moved that money around. So the net is essentially the same. We've been making about that sum of money on the Trans Van every year. That was a year we actually put some extra dollars in there for the grant as we're trying to reallocate where the grant money goes. So that wasn't really generated from revenues. That was additional dollars we added for a grant.
Just, and I'm not going to jump the line, just to clarify. So that item in the current budget, it says that 35,787. Am I looking at the proper line?
You are.
If I look across, I notice, I mean, there is no consistent pattern with that. So are you telling me, Mr. Craddock, that those numbers are just because the grants over those years changed? Is that basically what you're saying?
We didn't change the amount of dollars. We changed the allocation of where they went to which departments.
I mean, it is quite a fluctuation. That's why I asked.
Well, in 2023, we were 39,000, and last year's, budget, we were 35,000, we're 35,000 this year. That's about the right number for charging for our services. We charge $25 a month for unlimited rides. We charge $5 for a single ride, and then we charge an additional small amount for trips. So that's kind of the fee revenue that's coming into the Trans Van.
Thank you. Daughter DeMayo is going to add something to this.
Director Craddock, maybe it'd be a little easier to let the council members know what amount of your budget is actually done with grants versus what you collect in fees.
We have a $90,000 grant we get from OHA, Office of Healthy Aging, called the designated grant. That's about 90,000. We have about $24,000 that we get from a Title III-D, which is an evidence-based program. We run a couple of exercise programs that we have to get grants for. And then we have another $75,000 that comes in from the federal government that supports our RSVP. So those dollars are kind of spread across different departments to support different positions. But that's basically our revenue outside of our fees that we charge for exercise classes, transportation, trips, those types of things.
Thank you. All right, moving along, right along. Councilwoman Harai.
Hello, I just had one question. It looks like on page 21, under part-time help, it's going from 15,000 to 10,000.
Correct.
Councilwoman, no, she's on, I believe you're on expenditures. So when we go
Still
around
doing
again,
revenues.
we'll do that question. Just the
Okay.
revenues, which are on page 8 for this one.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, going right around, Councilwoman Graziano.
With regards to the federal grant, do you see that going away at any time?
I do not. We just basically started, we had 3 years of the grant. We actually had to change the grant based on the changes that happened in the administration. We actually had to kind of rewrite the grant to remove some of the DEI components, which we were forced to add last year. So I don't believe that there's any danger of that grant at this time. But we did have to rewrite the grant to go through the process.
Thank you. Looking down the aisle, Councilman Bonanno, you have your hand up or no?
Nope,
Yeah.
I'm all
No,
set. Thank
okay,
you.
I see your hand. No, and Councilman Campiano.
Thank you for what you do for the seniors. Do you have someone in your department that writes the grants or investigates for grants, or how do you go after them?
We do work with Lisa on some of the grants, but for grants for us, I write most of them myself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you. Good morning, Director Craddock. I had a question in terms of programming. Since that is a substantial part of the revenues for your department, do you foresee any changes in this next fiscal year relative to programming that's going to, change that revenue in a significant way, whether it's a significant increase because there's some different programming that you're initiating or because of a reduction in programming in the opposite way?
We will not see a reduction in program. We might see a small increase. We're trying to keep our costs for all of our different programs to a reasonable level so the seniors can support it. So we've been trying to work with different partnerships to figure out what else we can do. But I'll see an increase in programs, but I don't see a huge increase in the revenues from those programs.
And then in terms of well, no, we're going to go to expenditures later. Zip, moving on. Thank you, Vice President Wall.
Well, let me look very quickly. Are there any other questions from the council on revenues for the senior center? My eyes are not so good, but I see none. So now we're going to move on to expenditures, which I believe, if I'm not incorrect, is on page 21 and 21 in the binder.
It starts on page 20.
My bad.
20 and 21. I got a lot.
20 and 21. Very good. And I'm going to go in the opposite direction and start with Councilman Campiano on this one. So expenditures, and I'm going to go around the opposite direction. Councilman Indahan.
Thank you for everything you do for us over there at the senior centers. I'm new to this and I just don't understand. I bumped into a lot of people from Warwick, Johnston, Providence that go to the Cranston Senior Center and eat. They attend yoga classes. So is this like an open program and you can't deny anybody?
We actually have, anybody can come into the senior center from anywhere in the state. We don't withhold that. We charge a minimal $10 fee for membership for a Cranston resident and $15 fee for out-of-state residents. But we are a federal meal program, so we can't deny anybody that comes in for the meals. And we've seen good increases over last year in our number of meals. We are probably one of the larger and more busy senior centers in the state of Rhode Island.
Yeah, the secret's out that, the
Yeah.
food's better.
Yeah,
over
I
there.
hope it is, because the more people, the better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Looking down, Councilman Bernardo.
I'm all set. Thank
You're
you.
all set. Councilman Graziano.
Yeah, I want to echo the other council people's sentiment. Thank you for all that you do, and we really appreciate all the hard work, and I know what goes into this, so thank you.
Councilman Haroyan.
I'd like to say thank you also. When I was out campaigning, knocking on doors, I heard nothing but great reports.
Thank you. You work for a good staff, really good staff.
You really do. I have no questions on this part.
Councilman Trafficant, you're all set. Going to the council president.
Do you foresee any outstanding expenditures that are going to carry over into the next fiscal year, or all current debts, expenses within your department paid to date?
Everything is paid to date. We won't have any, we shouldn't have any carryovers. The only thing we'd have carryover would be any nutrition bills that we get from the vendors that would show up at the end of the fiscal year, and then we just basically account for that into the next year. But there shouldn't be any large carryovers. We don't have any large expenses outside of our food expense.
And you don't foresee any new substantial expenses with the programming?
No, we don't. The only time we ever actually buy anything for the senior center is when we get a grant.
All right, thank you. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to look around before, and the truth be told, most of my council members in the council have already asked the questions I have. So, Councilman DeMayo, do you have anything to add to this?
All set. Thank you.
Okay, no other council members have questions on expenditures for the senior centers? I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you very
also,
much. And
I
do
echo my
invite
colleagues.
Anybody who has
Thank you
not
for all
come to
you
the
do.
senior center to please come visit. Love to show you around, and we're very proud of what we have there. Thank you.
Next is going to be coming when you're ready. The library is going to come up next.
Mr. Chairman, relative to the library, and Mr. Gasha, the revenues are on page 8 and the expenses will be on page 19. So unless Mr. Gasha would like to make an opening statement,
The floor is yours, Mr. Garza.
Chairman, well, I would like to make just a quick opening remarks if that's okay.
Perfectly fine.
I'd like to say good morning to Chairman Wall, Council President Marino, members of the City Council. I'd also like to begin by thanking you all for your continued support of our libraries. We've had another very successful year at the Cranston Public Library, and we've outlined the accomplishments of our amazing work of our library team in the annual report, which you have all received probably about a month ago. I'd also like to thank the mayor for the increase to our budget and for including the library in the capital budget this year. However, even though the proposed FY26 budget has a net increase for the library that covers our contractual obligations, this budget still presents some challenges for us. The Library Board of Trustees budget request to the mayor was definitely higher than what's proposed in this budget. The continued rise of costs without additional funding will likely result in some tough decisions by the trustees and potential reductions in services to the public. In short, we could always use more funding. We recognize that the current economic uncertainty is bringing rising costs to everyone, and coupled with the potential loss of federal funds to our state makes this a very difficult budget year. I'd like to take a quick moment just to give you a few examples of recent actions that have happened that impact our budget that have happened since we actually submitted our budget request. An executive order was signed on March 14th to eliminate the Institute of Museum and Federal Services. This is the primary federal agency that provides funding to libraries and an agency that was created by legislation written by our own Senator Jack Reed. Although Cranston Public Library does not receive direct funding from the IMOS, our state library agency, OLIS, receives 45% of their budget from IMOS. And if these cuts are fully enacted, it will be devastating for Rhode Island libraries and the public we serve. Services like our interlibrary loan and delivery system, which allows us to move materials and get materials from libraries across the state for our patrons in a matter of days, will be severely cut. Summer reading program, which OLIS supports, would also be cut. We've already had our $2,600 summer reading program grant from OLIS suspended pending further review, depending on the outcome of these cuts. Also, the Talking Books Plus program for visually impaired residents will be lost. This program serves 1,000 Rhode Islanders and 56 Cranston residents. I think some of you are aware that we've been holding citizenship classes at the William Hall Library for over 20 years in partnership with the Rhode Island Family Literacy Initiative. Recently, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service cut the grant that paid for half of the cost of this program. So we are not sure we're going to be able to continue the funding, be able to fund that program either. In addition, rising costs and unbudgeted expenses are continuing to stress the library budget. Just recently, Microsoft has recently decided that libraries are no longer eligible for discounts as educational institutions. For the first time, the library will have to pay directly for our licenses to Microsoft Office. This will cost the library close to $20,000 over the next 4 years. So these are all things that have happened since we've put our budget requests in. As we always have, the library will continue to seek additional funding to supplement our budget through programmatic grants and fundraising. And the trustees have authorized me to use some of our reserve funds to cover shortfalls in this budget. In other words, although this is a difficult budget, we'll make it work as we always have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garza. Once again, we're going to go in the same pattern. We're going to start with revenues. I'm going to start with Councilman Trafficante, revenues in the libraries.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any question on revenue. I just have a general question about libraries in general. Okay?
Please proceed.
With the advent of computerization and technology, have you seen a decrease in the use of the libraries? Because many people are using their computers and the technology to get most of their information in, and also reading materials.
So I would say no, we have not. There was a push for several years where people were using, digital ebooks, e-readers, et cetera. But we've seen that trend kind of plateau. The Cranston Public Library remains the busiest public library in the state of Rhode Island. Our print circulation of print materials our print circulation has not gone down. It has actually increased since the pandemic, and we remain the busiest public library in the state. Libraries have always provided public computers and Wi-Fi access and internet access for people. And actually, there's a lot of members of our community that have the digital divide that do not have access to computers and broadband internet at home, and they come and use our public computers in the library and our public Wi-Fi, and that remains very strong. Part of the reason why I brought up the Microsoft Office licenses, because we actually teach classes for people that to learn how to use Microsoft Office, use Word, use Excel, do spreadsheets, that kind of thing for job training. So no, the advent of digital materials has not decreased the use of the library in any way.
Thank you. Councilman Horan.
Mine's so much not a question. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Garcia. You do an amazing job. I'm somebody that loves to go to Auburn Library. I wish it was opened more hours. Could you please email me everything you just read to us? I would appreciate that.
I definitely would do that. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Before I go to Councilwoman Graziano, the Auditor de Mayo has something he'd like to add?
Yeah, just from the perspective for the council, new council members, the library is almost treated like the schools. So it's maintenance of effort. So they have to at least be equally funded year over year. And any additional funding that's left over goes to a reserve fund. So one of the questions I always ask Director Gasha every year is, can you tell the council how much is currently in your reserve fund? And if you did use up the major grant that you received, I think it's 2 or maybe 3 years ago, that was not included in the budget.
Yeah, so currently our reserve is at $124,000. We had been holding some money back because we were, there was that ordinance that allowed for 10-year to implement the fire alarm upgrades. So we had been planning on doing that, and we had money that we've been kind of allocating for that from the reserve. But thankfully, and again, thanks to the mayor, they've included the libraries in the capital budget this year for the alarm buildings for the city. So that money won't be needed for that purpose. So, that there's definitely an opportunity that the trustees want to use some of the reserve this year to offset some of the increased costs that I just mentioned, which is not sustainable in the long run, but something that, we are prepared to do this year, knowing that it's a tough budget year.
And lastly, I think 3 years ago, you received a grant for $250,000.
So that grant actually didn't go directly to the library. It went to the Cranston Public Library Association, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that raises money for the library. They don't have any authority over the operations of the library and are a separate entity. And so they provide funds to the library over and above our operating budget. They don't provide any operating costs. So all of the programs that we run at the library, if you've come and seen, our book clubs, our children's programs, summer reading programs, etc., none of that comes from our operating budget from the city. That's all money that we raise outside of that from fundraising and programmatic grants. So that's where those funds lie, and we've been spending those down every year.
So you anticipate receiving some funding from outside to fund those programs?
Yes, every year all the programs we run at the library, none of that money comes from our operating budget in the city. It's all money we raise through fundraising with the Association of the Friends of the Library. They donate that money to the library to fund those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. So you anticipate an increase in $30,000 of revenue, and that's comfortable?
So yeah, so that's actually state aid. So the state aid was increased this year by almost $28,000. The way that formula works is the state law says that up to 25% of what municipalities spend on their libraries, and then the formula looks at spending for 2 years previous. So in this budget year, the governor has level funded state aid, which brings it in about 24.7%. But since we had a higher increase in spending in our budget 2 years prior than other communities, we actually saw an increase in our state aid, even though that was level funded at the state level. We are, as we always have done, we're advocating at the State House for full funding. We have 2 bills that I helped introduce in both chambers to do that. If full funding occurs this year, that we should see an additional $17,000 in revenue. But we won't know that until July because the state doesn't actually pass their budget until later in the year. So we're not counting on that revenue because we don't know if it's going to happen. That's happened every few years where we see the level funding and the General Assembly puts more money in, and then we see revenues at the end, and then next year we don't. So that's kind of hard to count up because we don't know. But that's where that increase in revenue is coming from.
Thank you.
Just before I go on, so just so I understand, I'm looking at the budget and the revenue shows state aid. I don't know, it looks like you're gonna increase, according to this budget, from $775,300 to $829, 266, approximately what, $55,000? Are we not going to see that? Is that what you're telling me?
Nope. So the reason that it's different in the budget is when we passed this budget last year, you may remember that we were losing $22,000 in state aid. And thank you to this body for passing a resolution to ask for full funding. So we actually, the trustees decided to use $22,000 of the reserve to increase our regular revenue to cover that shortfall. The state aid was actually funded at the full level, so we actually did not spend the 22,000 in the reserve. That money was added to state aid, but we couldn't reflect that here just because that had already been passed. So the increase year over year for state aid is 27, a little over 27,000.
Oh, if I'm clear, I'm correct. So that figure of 829,000 would be overstating, similar to the discussion. No, am I wrong? Please help me with this.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the actual, or the budget 775 is understated because subsequent to the passage of the FY25 budget, additional state aid was appropriated in. So in terms of that, that number is understated. The 829 is what's in the governor's budget right now. So what Mr. Gasha was saying, the 65, which is the amount that was anticipated coming from the library sources, will not be required in 25 because the state aid, the actual state aid coming in went up.
And that's clearly the 829,000 is what's stated in the governor's budget, and that's the best we can do as a date. I get you.
Thank you
Perfect.
for explaining that better than I did, Tom.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going right around. I'm looking, Councilman Bernardo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a frequent visitor of the libraries with my two daughters, so I do want to say thank you to you and your staff. We go there probably once a week, and I'm an avid reader, so, you know, thanks. You saved me a lot of money, so I appreciate that. With that being said, I only have a question, and it might sound like a stupid question, but, you know, and I don't think it's a big part of the revenue, but because I use the library so much, and because I have an extremely busy life, occasionally I return some library books late. But I don't get the mean looks from the librarians and the demand for the quarter when I drop them back off. So my question is, how much revenue do the fines actually bring in when they were in place? And does it make a difference in your budget? Or would it make a difference in your budget?
Thanks for the question, Councilman, and for bringing your family in the library. And I've seen you in the library frequently. So we actually, if you look back at the revenue in 2020, you'll see that it was about 65,000. And that was around the time, the years between 2018 and 2020, we actually decided to go fine free, which is to say eliminate fines. We did this during the Fung administration. And the reason for this is we actually took a look at families that weren't using their cards, kids that hadn't used their cards, and they all had fines. And the reason then they stopped using the library because they could not afford the fines. And it seemed like a barrier for us for underserved families in the community to not be able to use the library because they had fines that they couldn't pay. And, you know, nowhere in the mission of the library was it to say that we needed to teach kids, you know, responsibility for bringing their books back, because chances are it's the parents that were trying to bring them here, et cetera. So we thought that eliminating those funds then from revenue was a good offset to have a lot of families. In this case, it was close to 5,000, if I remember, 5,000 kids that had blocked cards that couldn't use their cards in the city. At that time, we actually, to do that, we asked for additional money put into our budget up from the city side, and Mayor Fung had agreed to do that. So I don't think we would want to reinstitute fines. We still have revenue, and if you lose a book, we still charge you for that. But the small loss in revenue for the fines is more than made up for allowing more children and families in the city to be able to use the library.
That's a good answer. Thanks. I don't think kids especially, that, like you said, it's the parents, and I'm guilty of it. You know what I mean? Oh, shoot, we got to return the library book. So yeah, all right, that makes sense. Do you know how much of a difference it was? Just, obviously, it's a tough question to go back a few years, but was it the full, 20,000, almost 15,000, or was it, significantly less, significantly?
When we originally did this, and I want to say it was back in 2018, might have been 17, we had asked for $20,000 of increased, revenue from the city to cover the cost of fines. So it was pretty close to that. That's what we had extrapolated from looking at what we had,
All right.
what was owed in our system, because we have that all in our system. And when we did that, actually, we led the charge on this around the state. And to date, now there's only about a small handful of libraries in the state that actually charge fines on books. This is something that we felt really strongly about, to allow families and kids to
Yeah, I
use
mean,
the
I-
library without barrier.
I agree that the children and, even some parents that you don't want to create a barrier. My question would be asked for the people that do have, the means, I don't know that I'm in support of fines in general, but, just thinking about it, I wouldn't want to put fines on people that would stop using the library because of them. Sort of be like a free or reduced lunch sort of situation where if people qualify, but there are some people that have means that might be able to raise a little bit more money through that. But that's up to you guys. That was my only question on it. Like I said, I'm a big supporter and proponent of libraries. We use them frequently. My final question would be, as far as the use of certain libraries throughout the city. Just for everybody's sort of knowledge, we have the public library, the main public library on Saconaset. Then we have, was it the Knightsville branch, the Arlington Reading Room, William Hall, and Auburn, and Oak Lawn.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
6 branch locations.
Yeah, it's the Arlington Reading Room. Yep. Did I forget any?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. I would have forgotten Oak Lawn. What's the usage on those? I mean, are they busy during the day? The branches especially is what I'm kind of thinking of.
Yeah, so the central library is clearly the busiest of the buildings and the busiest public library in the state. The William Hall Library is also very busy. The smaller branches, the usage of them throughout the day has not bounced back as strongly as we would like since the pandemic. The Auburn Library is really busy in the afternoon because it's right near school. So the teens come from east and kind of take over that building in the afternoons. Oak Lawn is very busy in the mornings because we have story time there. But the usage of some of those smaller buildings has not increased back to the levels we've seen since the pandemic, but which isn't to say they're not busy. They're just not as busy as they were in the past. But the Central Library and William Hall Library and Auburn Library, the 3 that are the most used.
And I've never walked into, I use those too because they're closest geographically to where I am. They're never not busy, which is good. So, all right, thank you. That exhausts my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Richard?
Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Campiano.
I just want to ask a question, piggyback on what Councilman Bonanno says. Now that you got rid of the fines, are you losing books and costing the library money because there's no repercussions?
No, if you, we only let you keep a book out for a certain amount of time overdue, and then we will charge you a loss fee for it. So then your card gets blocked. So I don't think we've seen an increase in lost books over the normal increase, the normal numbers we've always had. There's always some number of books that are lost and not returned and not paid for when we put that charge. We don't really have a mechanism to go after people other than sending them a couple of bills saying it was lost. But no, I don't think we're losing any more books than we've always kind of had. That there's always a small percentage of like a lost leader at a retail store of things that we're going to lose at the library. But I have not seen an increase in that due to the elimination of fines.
Okay, and to piggyback on what he said again,
when you track the hours and of the libraries and, you know, the low points and high points, is there an opportunity to adjust the hours to save some money in different areas?
So what, yes and no. So we have to follow, there's state regulations, the minimum standards for public libraries, and those have an amount of unique hours that we need to be open for our population size. And by unique hours, it means if the central library, if all the libraries are open, 9 to 5, for example, that's not unique hours. They're all open at the same hours. So it's a little difficult for me to adjust in that way for hours because you may see a building open till 6 and the other buildings are closing at 5, or that's due to trying to find the unique hours we need to be open for the minimum standards. But what we do is we look at and track the times of our highest and lowest points of circulation, so the amount of people coming in to borrow books at certain times, and we try to adjust our scheduling accordingly. So I don't have circulation staff, more circulation staff than I need in a certain building if there's not usually a time where that time is busy with people coming in. So that's how we try to do that to save money, just by scheduling, looking at the statistics versus changing the hours, because I don't have as much leeway as I would like over the unique hours just because of the state regulations.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you. I also want to thank Auditor DeMayo for making sure that he reminded, especially with being a new council, that the libraries have the maintenance of effort, and the Board of Trustees basically assisting in that regard with your funding. The other thing I wanted to ask was, I appreciate you laying out at the outset the concern for the funding cuts coming from executive to the state level down. And my family over the years has used a lot of the services that you mentioned. Actually, I believe all of them, including I had an extended family member from Italy who used your citizenship program, as a matter of fact, some years back too. My question was, because that's so concerning to me, you had mentioned it was the interlibrary services, summer reading program suspended. There was a program that I missed after that. Then you mentioned the citizenship program and the Microsoft funding being reduced. Do you remember what that program was in between?
Yeah, those the Talking Books Plus programs. This is a federal program that provides a device and then audiobooks for visually impaired individuals. It's the device itself is run from the Library of Congress, but our state library agency gets their funding to run that program from the IMLS, which is the federal fund, the agency that I mentioned being eliminated. So there's about 1,000 Rhode Islanders that use that program, 56 residents here in Cranston that use that program, and that would be cut if those cuts happen to the state library. Okay. Again, there's no direct funding to Cranston Public Library from the IMLS, other than certain years we get different programmatic grants. But I just wanted to paint the picture of services that are going to be severely caught that we're going to have to either try to figure out how to do, or just have less available to the public if those happen. That's just kind of a backdrop of what we're looking at from the library.
There have been a lot of cuts, and so I'm glad that it's impossible to keep track of them all. So I'm glad that you mentioned that today, because these services are vital, and it's really disappointing to hear.
I will say that, and I thank our Attorney General Nerona. He has co-led a suit of 22 states that have filed suit here in Rhode Island to stop the cuts and the elimination of IMLS. So we'll see how that plays out in the courts. But right now, the state agency is definitely making contingency plans to not have the funds, which is why they suspended our summer reading grant that I mentioned earlier.
And I do want to extend a sincere amount of appreciation for the work that you do as the head of that department. Julie, I believe it's your assistant as well. Both you and Julie, I believe, have received various awards on various levels, state, national levels, and other employees within your department have received awards, and all of those accolades are warranted. And we really do appreciate, at least I do, really appreciate everything that you and your department does, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. We really appreciate that. And, you know, it's always heartening when we get in, when myself or Julie get an individual award or my staff. It's even more fulfilling when the library is recognized as a whole. We have won several national awards, but to be honest with you, I mean, I work really hard, but my team shines. You know, they're the ones that do the amazing work for the public and, you know, make me look good.
Councilman Trafficant, you had another question regarding
As a
revenue.
follow-up to Councilman Bonanno's question, are you still servicing the library at the Cranston Senior Center?
Yes, so we have the Arlington Library. Actually, it was renamed several years ago, the Edward Costa Memorial Library, after a resident of that neighborhood who was a huge library supporter and had tried for years to get more funding to open an actual, you know, larger Arlington library. You know, that library gets used by the seniors. We have all new, you know, we buy tons of new books for it. It has computers for the public, and the neighborhood can use it as well. But the one downside to that library is that it doesn't have any program space for us to do the kind of programs we do for children and adults in other parts of the city. And that neighborhood could definitely use it, but it definitely is still there and serves the seniors.
Yeah, my second question is this. We have 21 school libraries. Do you do any interfacing with the libraries in the school department?
Yes, actually, we work really closely with the school libraries. In fact, I would put our program with the school libraries against any in the country. Our youth services librarians are in the Cranston schools multiple times a year. We work really closely on a weekly basis with the school librarians. We do library card drives at the beginning of the year. And we had a goal a few years ago to try to get as many cards in the hands of students as possible. I think we came really close. We had about 8,000 or 9,000 at one point, so we came really close. We collaborate with the school librarians on the summer reading program. We do a really large kickoff event the last few years at the Sprague Mansion that we've done in cooperation with the Cranston Historical Society, the school libraries, the fire department, the HES, and you know we get some funding from various sources to give out free books. We give out free books to families and kids at that event. So yeah, we work really closely with our school librarians. I meet once a year with our youth services director with the coordinator for school libraries. And I do talk to the superintendent, usually once a year about a plan for school libraries. So I think that we work really closely with the schools. And again, I'd put that partnership against any that I've seen in the country.
Before we move on to expenditures, I'm going to take Director Moretti. I see him at the podium.
Yeah, just quickly, because I heard Mr. Gosha referring to the Arlington Library to say, it's limited due to spatial limitations in terms of programming. May we offer coordination with the senior center? It's a large facility, and for events, if you need space, the administration would be highly supportive of working with the libraries and utilizing the space there if you want to increase programming in that facility.
Thank you, Director. So if there are no other questions regarding revenues, I think at this time we can move on to expenditures for the library. Those are on page, if I'm not mistaken, 19, did we say? And I'm going to go in reverse order. I'm going to start with Councilman Campiano and move around.
The capital repair replacement, it went up, down, up, down. Is that just to like maintain books or something?
No, so we use that to obviously a very small amount of money, $3,000. That's just there if we need to replace a larger item. This year, we've used a little bit of that money to cover. We had to upgrade some alarm system equipment. In the past, it might have been a large, laser printer or something like that. So it's usually a larger piece of equipment that we use that for. That's outside of the library equipment budget.
Yep.
Councilman Bonanno?
Just one question. And again, this might seem like a stupid question, but it's my first time here, so sorry. Obviously, you don't have a library without books, and that's a significant expense. And I assume that there are some steps that the library takes to save money off what we would pay at a bookstore or online. So I just wanted to kind of know what those steps were.
Just
So-
from my own curiosity.
Yeah, so the majority, I would say 95% of our books are bought through a distributor. This, in our case, it's a distributor called Ingram Library Services. There's really two major book distributors, the library, the other is Baker and Taylor. And so we purchase our books through that. We actually do get a discount. Depending on the book, it's usually around 25% off as a standard. Some books are more, some other books, if it's, say it's like a, you know, a book by an academic press or something, may not have a discount at all, or 10%. And the rates that they charge are based on a state contract. And so there's a few other small publishers we buy from as well, very, very minimal, but those always get some type of a discount, usually that 20 to 25% range.
All right, good. So I mean, I assume you're buying a lot of them, so, you know, it would make sense that there be some bulk discount and everything. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Going around the other side. Yes, Councilman Graziano.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for your hard work. I would like to ask a question about part-time help. There's a decrease there. What's happening?
So that decrease, you know, was put in the mayor's budget, and, you know, I think it offsets some of our contractual obligations. This will be a tough one for us, but what we're gonna do is review all of our department scheduling, because we have the largest, you know, part-time budget in the city, and, you know, to run an efficient library, you have a lot of part-timers, you know, in our staff. We have 32 full-time employees, but almost 100 employees in total with our part-time staff. We have about 45 FTE positions. You know, so there's always room to refine scheduling. So we're going to do that and see if we can come in that number. And also, when I mentioned earlier that some of that the trustees have authorized me to use some of our reserve funded backfill shortfalls, that was one of the lines that we were looking at. So we will try to make that work and come as close as possible. But if we can't do that through prudent scheduling, we'll move back.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to selfishly ask a question about William Hall Library and why it's closed on Fridays.
So that's been that way for a long time. So remember, I was mentioning the minimum hours. So back before I was the director, I've been the director here for 13 years, but before that, in the 2000, if you remember the 2006 through 2008, there was a huge economic downturn. At that point, there was funding cut from the library because there was funding cut across the city. Because if I recall, there was this is when the state, we still got state aid for the, you know, funds from the state for the city, and the budget was cut mid-year. So to absorb those cuts, we actually started, you know, we closed libraries certain days, and I've actually been able to bring back more hours, you know, through the help of various administrations. You know, Hall still is closed that one day. All of the branches used to be closed 2 days a week when I started, and so we actually have added hours at William Hall. When I started, William Hall was open at noon. Those days we're now open in the mornings on several new days. So we have some vibrant children's programs. We've added hours at the Auburn Library, the Arlington Library, and then again opened all the branches of that additional. So it's still closed on Friday. I don't have the money to open it for Friday. I would love to do that. But you know, we have seen significant increases back in our hours over the last 13 years.
Yeah, it's the only day I can go, so I'm disappointed.
And the reason it was Friday versus Thursday when our other branches are all still closed on Thursday is just for those unique hours. That just was how that we worked that out.
Thank you. And then there's a increase in, utilities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, it's not reflected really in our actuals here, but you know, we have actually been over budget in utilities for the last several years. So you know, when I was doing our budget meeting with the finance director, we agreed that needed a little bit more. You know, we're trying to save money as where we can with utilities. The city has added us to solar credits. So we're getting solar credits for that building in William Hall. And we just replaced every light at the central library with LEDs in hopes to save money. That actually cost us $0 to do that. So hopefully that'll have an impact on our utilities, but we have been over budget, trending that way this year too.
I mentioned at the last budget hearing that I'm a proponent of making sure that we have the correct line items. I don't want to see us going over, so I appreciate that. And I just want to go ahead and voice my disappointment and that I'm mortified that we are going to lose grants for visual aid for people with disabilities. It's mind-blowing to me, and I just want to get that in the record that we're going to lose services due to the loss of federal grants. And I can't say how devastating that's going to be to the city of Cranston, and I'm thoroughly disappointed that people with disabilities are being targeted.
Thank you. Councilman Harani.
I know that there's a shortage in staff, but do you believe that only one library open on Sunday is sufficient?
So yeah, yes, I do. You know, the Sunday hours is something that, long before I was here, the city council specifically put money in to have Sunday hours at the central library. So we're open, you know, usually from right after Columbus Day through to the middle of May. And they're very busy. But I'm not sure how many people would venture into the branches on a Sunday, and it'd be really difficult to manage that budget, to be honest with you, because we have to pay people time and a half to be there on Sundays. So even this year, you know, it's a struggle once in a while to stay within the budget that we have. I mean, pragmatically, we always have to close 1 or 2 Sundays because of snow every year, so that always saves us a little bit of money. But you would probably need to at least double that line to open first Sundays at other buildings, and I'm not sure the return would be worth that investment. The money could probably be used better.
Thank you.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes, a couple of questions. I'm looking at the sheet. It says operation of libraries, and the explanation next to it is Ocean State Library dues, 198,000. Could you clarify that?
So the 198,000 is actually, that's just the budget line for the operation of libraries budget. So it's not the dues that we paid. So Ocean State Libraries is our state consortium that all libraries are mandated to be part of. If you've ever looked at our library catalog online, that's a service that Ocean State Libraries provides. So all the libraries are part of it, which is why we were able to request materials from all of our neighboring communities very easily. That's called an integrated library system. And if we had to pay for it ourselves, we wouldn't be able to. It'd be really expensive and problematic because it takes actual staff that are kind of software specialists to run that. So we don't have that. Ocean State Libraries also covers the cost of all of our internet access. There's a government program called E-rate, which you know, schools and libraries can apply to. If you ever wonder why there's all those universal service fees on your phone bills, it's paying for the internet at schools and libraries. And it's actually really problematic to try to apply for those on your own. So we're grateful that Ocean State Libraries does that for us. And we also get technology help and other things from Ocean State Libraries. So the dues for Ocean State Libraries did increase this year by $3,000, but the actual number is closer to $130,000 that we pay in dues to Ocean State Libraries. The 198 figure that was listed there is just our overall operation of libraries budget line.
Another line item is $140,000 for library material, I'm sorry, for purchase of books. You spent?
Yes, we do. You know, that's a question I don't have the answer to. I have to look to see the exact number, but you know, there's a lot of books that come out and we're buying them for 6 buildings. So it is not a small number. There's actually libraries in the state that are in municipalities smaller than ours that actually spend more money in books than we do. So that is not a number out of whack. One of the things that actually comes out of that line as well, besides just the books, is that there's also things we have to do to get the books ready to go on the shelf. So there's barcodes, there's the book covers, those kind of things. That also comes out of that line. It's a very minimal part of it, but that comes out of that lineup as well. But yeah, I actually do not have any idea how many books we buy a year. I'd have to go look for that, but it's substantial. But again, this number is not out of line with you know, libraries around the state.
Okay, any other questions for? I'm gonna go, I heard, sorry, hand first, I'm gonna get you, all right? Councilwoman Graziano. and then
Sorry, I got so mad about the lack of funding that I forgot to ask the question I wanted to ask. Just so the So just so we have an idea, have you evaluated the losses of these federal funds and quantified them to a number?
So the answer to that's going to be no, because again, those aren't direct funds to the library. They're funds to our state agency that just impact our services. This literally has just happened. So the executive order happened on March 14th. So I've been involved with a lot of conversations with our state library, chief of state library services, as well as nationally with Senator Reed's office, people at the American Library Association, et cetera. I was just in DC last week meeting with our federal delegation about this issues. They're taking it really seriously, especially Senator Reed. But we don't have a quantified number, again, since it's not money that I get directly. It's just services that will be impacted. So I know that the state's chief of library services is looking at that and making contingency plans. And I think she's preparing to lay off half her staff if these cuts go through. And again, so I don't have a quantified number, but I do know that the state gets about $1.4 million from the IMLS to the state agency for libraries. So that's what we're talking about that would get cut overall. How that would affect each individual service that I mentioned, I don't have that information, but it would be in total $1.4 million that would be lost.
Thank you. And would you anticipate that if there was a loss, let's say, that you would be asking for additional funding next year?
For
Any services cut?
So we typically ask for additional funds every year, and usually it's just because of rising costs. So I'll put a small, not every line item, but there'll be small increase asks, between 1% and 3% every year in some line items. Sometimes we get that money, sometimes in tough budget years like this year we're not. The loss of funding that I'm talking about that would go to the state would be impossible for us to replicate those services on our own. So I would not be asking for additional funds to cover those costs. It just would impact other things in the budget. Other things, but there's no way that those services that would be cut from the state, any individual library services, it's not possible.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. This may be out of left field, but how is the physical conditions of our library? Is there anything that stands out, that roofs, heat, that I hear a lot of conditions about the
I'll have to say, I
buildings?
think our library buildings are in actually really good shape. We had a bond, $1.5 million bond back in 2013 that we spent not all of, but most of the money over the last 10 years. And we've done a lot of capital projects. So we just did a new roof in the Central Library a few years ago, a new roof in the Knightsville Library a few years ago. So I'm going to say our buildings are in really good shape. In the capital budget this year, we asked for some money that was already in our bond account for the Auburn Library bathrooms, which need some renovation because they were all original from when the building opened in 1990. We just got a Champlin Foundation grant of $141,000 to replace the boiler at the William Hall Library because that needed to be replaced. That was almost 100 years old. But as far as the vast majority of the structural issues in the building and major capital projects, we're actually in good shape. I don't anticipate us asking for any major building issues for the next few years.
Finally, some good news. Thank you.
Councilman. Any other questions for regarding the library expenditures? I look around. So at this point, it looks like we're just about done with you, Director Garcia. Not to belabor the point, I appreciate all that you do, and certainly our public libraries are an asset to the city. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next grouping will be Parks and Rec. Right, Director, whenever you are ready, please proceed, and then Auditor the Mayor does have something. What pages are these on, just for the councilman, just so I?
Mr. Chairman, Department 1400 Parks and Recreation, the revenues are on page 8, and the expenditures are on page 19, and let me turn it over to Steve Piscobello, and he has the
You have the floor, Mr. Talon.
Thank you so much, Council President, who's not here right now, but and members of the council, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to be in front of you today. We're doing some exciting things in Parks and Recreation, and we look forward to this fiscal year doing the same thing across the network of parks, and hopefully we can make a difference. So with that being said, I'm ready to go.
Director Zedalis, you want to say anything before we start? The auditor would like to speak a little bit, just on something first.
Again, just for knowledge for the new council people, the revenues in this department are not month over month. I believe the parks, clinics, or I should say summer camps, they'll start registering probably around now, and then you'll see money in May and June. So it's actually running light, but it's the reason because of timing.
Right, so we'll begin with revenues for Parks and Recs. If it's okay, Councilman Traffic Kenny, I'll begin with you if you're ready.
First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased to see you in that position. I'm very familiar with your background and your community involvement over the years, so I'm very pleased to see you there. You've taken on a department that certainly needs your kind of experience.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. The revenue for 224 was 288, and the adopted budget was 450. Explain the increase.
The increase in revenue is generated by, Mr. DeMayo said, we have the summer camps that the families pay a fee for. And additionally, the revenue that we have with field permits. We permit out the stadium to various groups, Rhode Island Interscholastic League, and the same thing with Cranston West, along with all the secondary fields across the city. So that revenue increase will be because of the fees we realize through the rentals of our facilities, and including the past story building as well. You're welcome.
Okay, Councilman Graziano, no hand for this one? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And but you anticipate a decrease for this?
As I said at the session over at the Cranston East Gym, every year we look revenue to revenue, and the FY 25 revenue estimate with what we thought was going to happen, mostly on the rental of fields going up to 450 didn't look like it was materializing. Thus, the reason we backed the revenue estimate down from 450 down to 400,000. So the difference between the two is just a revised revenue estimate between the 2 years.
Mr. Jameo, you said that, can you project an anticipated budget?
As far as the summer camps, it's based on enrollment. And with some of the changes in previous years, we had increases. When we came out of COVID, there was increases because the kids wanted to do more. I can't anticipate the enrollment. That would be something that he would have to. The only question I would ask is, are you finding that the rental of the two facilities, east and west, is going down, or is it increasing?
It's definitely on the increase. We've actually, because obviously, school athletics will take precedent over any rental. We've actually had to turn to our partners in other municipalities to try to graciously accommodate some of the groups. So I would say, if anything, it's actually going up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looking right around. Councilman Bernard, you.
I just also want to echo what Councilman Trafficani said. I'm very pleased that you're in the position. It's the first time I've seen you face to face, but I've heard quite a bit about your reputation, and we're looking for big things from Parks and Rec in the next few years. So congratulations. I don't have any specific questions about revenue. I might have a couple when it comes to the expenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Underhill.
Director, thank you for coming to Cranston. Do you see an uptick on adult leagues wanting to come to Cranston? And do we have fields to provide to them, softball,
I
tennis?
think every municipality, as far as adults programs, will see an increase every year. And what happens with most municipalities, it's always the children come first. So it kind of takes away from the flexibility of renting out fields, because obviously we're definitely engaging towards the kids. Yes, the answer is yes. We see more and more adult leagues come and ask about field space. The only problem with adult leagues, and to be very honest with you, it's kind of like a trickle-down effect, where you're playing in an adult league and you don't like the way it's run, so you start your own league. So now there's two leagues, and then you play for the third league and you don't like the way it's run either, so you start a fourth league. So they basically they multiply big time, but the overall answer is yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank you for taking on this role. I know firsthand your dedication to the children of the city and your hard work that you do. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed the idea that you're going to be heading this program in this department. Thank you, Director. I see that the line item is always zero every year for grants. Is there any opportunity to get grants for this? It seems like there would be.
There is, and we're exploring opportunities through different funding sources. There's one that's geared toward youth sports. It's called the ACT Foundation. We're going to be putting out a grant for that. We've also, maybe not grant-wise, but we've also are realizing some donations from various people that have a impact on some of the parks. One being the Dew Temple basketball court is about to be redone, and there's a family that raised money on the individual in that area that paid upwards of $20,000 to help fortify that project. And in addition, we have the basketball court up at the Hope Chafee Complex. We have another. The Jackson Foundation is donating $25,000 toward that project for the redoing of the basketball court. So not grants per se, but we will realize some money in that particular line.
So there's quite a few sponsorship programs that help out also there.
Correct, correct.
Well, that's good news. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council President?
Thank you. Welcome, Director Piscapella. Nice to see you. I hope things are going well with your newly ordained role. And as we said, when we had advice and consent, we're glad to see you here. I just have a few questions for you. The pool, is the pool, because it was projected to be open this summer, included in the projected revenues when this budget was done, or was the pool not included in that revenue projection?
Through the chair to the council president, in the course of developing the budget, we originally had pool revenue in there and we had pool expenses. When it was determined that the pool would not be open for July 1st, we reduced both the revenue and the expense side. And quite honestly, that was one of the 11th hour changes that were made to this budget.
Thank you. And you had mentioned, I believe you see the rental of the really the fields. And we also rent out the basketball courts, but does that revenue go to the schools?
No, that goes directly into the general fund.
Okay,
And one of the things that is very important to understand, the replacement of turf, synthetic fields, the life expectancy of a turf field is between 10 and 12 years. And with the high rate of what we use both fields, to replace a turf field probably starts around 500,000 and will probably escalate. So a lot of the revenue that we generate will probably go to those complexes, probably first, prioritizing because they're attached to a school and the high schools use them a lot. So just so you know that most of that revenue that we do generate probably will have a purpose down the road.
yeah. The turf really started with West, if I'm not mistaken, and that's only a few years old at this
Yes.
point. Yeah.
And there is a maintenance piece to this that people don't understand. Every
Yeah.
year, you're supposed to have a general maintenance to the turf fields. It hasn't happened in the last couple of years, but it will be scheduled after July, where the company comes in and does a full cleaning and provides a restoration of the turf. Turf is not as maintenance free as people think, and it does need some guidance, and there's a lot of different things that can get stuck in the turf. So meaning just like a vacuum cleaner goes through on a regular basis.
I'm not a proponent for turf. I'm just asking about the revenues for what we have for fields in general, but I'm not just as a side note, I'm not a
Sure,
proponent
sure.
for turf, but whatever, debate for a different day. But the other question I had is, and I know to keep it in perspective, but I've heard, oh, they're renting out the fields and, my kid is supposed to have practice or a game and is being booted from the field because they're renting it out to an organization. So you're saying kids first, so can you give some truth to
I can-
correct that, or?
I can elaborate on that because
Yeah.
it happened just last week. We had an issue at Princeton West with boys lacrosse and a soccer group. And what we did was we asked one of our neighboring municipalities to take on the soccer group because we couldn't really work with the overlap that was happening. And obviously, like I said, kids come first, and the town of Johnston is now taking on that particular group. And there is not a conflict. So when we see a conflict, we're going to act accordingly. We didn't anticipate that being a conflict, but once we knew it was, we took immediate action.
Yeah. Is that going to be on a go-forward basis, or was that an isolated event in and of itself?
I think it was more isolated only because of the practice schedule. Most teams practice pretty much after school, in a little bit into the early evening. But that particular team, and understandably, has has a challenge with the coach working out of state, and he needs to practice later. And because of those reasons, we will be accommodating when we have to. So,
Okay. And I say that, like I said, because it's been reported back to me and I wanted to know, fact versus fiction. And there is a cost then because the city, through the school department, has to then provide busing for those dates. And so if it's a one-off, it's one thing, but so we really gotta look at the whole picture. And if it's a regular pattern, then I'd like to do a deeper dive into the revenue versus the expense and who's bearing
Sure.
which. Okay. The other thing, I'm sure I'm not alone in this, I'm anxious, not just me, probably council members and the public, the upgrades overall, and maybe, I don't know if you want to talk about that more in the expenditure part of it when we get there, but just how that is going and what you anticipate that on both sides with the upgrades and how they're tracking to those playground. It's really playgrounds, so it's not so much the fields, correct?
playgrounds, basketball courts, tennis courts, I think that's gonna be a big push. We have RFPs going out next week for a few projects. We're gonna be aggressive in that aspect. We also, VOCAP just recently approved us to mulch 21 playgrounds. We've currently mulched 2 of them, and we're gonna go around the city. By the end of the summer, we're hoping to have all of them remulched. We've also used some of our bond money to get replacement apparatuses and parts for our playground equipment. And we spent upwards of $20,000 specifically on the parts. We have 2 individuals that we're going to earmark in our department to install them. We feel very strongly that these 2 people have the knowledge and experience to do that. So I think you're going to see a big change. We're also working, I'm a big proponent of perceptions reality and signage and cleanliness, and we're going to work on all of that across the city. So I really believe you're going to see a major difference.
I believe you when you say that, I do. I really do. And we definitely need to do better. That's why I know many of us, myself included, were glad to see you come on board. So thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President Wall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the overall revenue, is it what, 400,000? Now, do you see that as a pretty accurate assumption, or do we see potential perhaps for that number to be greater? Just listening to some of the stuff you talk about rental and field use.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think we're going to realize just about 400 or a little bit more. I think last year we were at 370. And, we didn't realize some of the rentals that were outstanding. And we just recently made good on the rentals that had to pay up, so to speak. So I think it's a real number, but I also think it's going to go up. Like I said, Cranston Fields compared to around the state, we have some nice complexes. People, especially turf fields in soccer and lacrosse, we have a lot to offer.
And as you, along those lines with your turf fields, and maybe this is more of an expenditure question or a statement, the stadium, it's much older turf field, and you spoke about the fields haven't been maybe maintained as properly as they should. That one is probably our oldest turf field. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's probably 7 or 8 years old. It's on the downside of the slope. If you were to take a ride by both of them, you'll see a little bit different texture to the turf. One looks a little matted, one looks pretty fresh. Once we do that PM, preventive maintenance, I'm sure we can restore it a little bit, but obviously the wear and tear over 7-8 years does take its toll.
Councilman Anderson, I saw your hand.
The NFL is moving more towards grass fields. Do you see Cranston moving that way, or do you think that's something 20 years from now, where people go from turf to grass?
I'm going to give you a perspective of both ways, as a director and as a individual. I'm a traditionalist. I like grass. Um, Grass is harder to maintain. You need a specified crew to do that every day. In a municipality with so many fields and complexes to do, I don't think we just don't have the capacity to do that on a daily basis. I mean, you look at a professional field, take a Fenway Park, for instance, they got a grounds crew that works 24/7 on that field, and it looks pristine. If we were to have that, it would make a difference, but unfortunately, we don't have the resources to do that. So municipality-wise, turf makes sense. It cuts down on rainouts for high school, and it gives them a place to practice. And really, that's important when you're talking about schools and activities and sports.
All right, is there any other questions in Park? Okay. Councilman, you as well. Councilwoman Haroyan, and you need one.
This isn't so much a question. I want to say thank you to you for the update on Dew Temple Basketball Court. I am the councilwoman for Ward 2 and have been asking for updates as things get done and have not received any. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. That's going out to bid next week. And,
Would you please keep me in the loop?
sure.
I often go there once a month on a Saturday and clean
Sure.
there and also at Doric Field.
Yeah, we've been pretty aggressive with our cleanups there a few times. So we're on top of that. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Council President Omo?
Thank you. Yep. I'm going to make a suggestion, Director Piscopello, I'm assuming you'll be on board with it, is Bridget is chair, Councilwoman Graziano is chair of Public Works. It would be prudent for everybody if we had at that meeting, whether it's, next month, whatever time you need, a listing of the upgrades like, for each of those parks, particularly the ones that received ARPA funding, where it stands in its phase. So that way we're all kept abreast. And particularly when I'm hearing Councilwoman Haroyan has made requests, and I know it's not you, but this will solve that issue. So if you want to coordinate that with Councilwoman Graziano as to when works at a later time, okay?
Sure.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Graziano has been my friend. to
We're
say
all your
very-
friends.
Well,
But she's a special.
She's been a special, a daily friend.
That being said, that's about right. Okay, we're gonna move on to expenditures at that. Very good. So we're gonna go in the reverse order this time. So Traff, do you have one more on revenue before we start? Revenue?
It's all right, yes.
Okay, just before we get, okay, Mr. Trafficant,
Wait, where I'm,
you were the last question on revenue.
well, I'm looking at, you just clarify this, I'm looking at recreational expenses, and next to it, at $180,000, says expenses related to recreation programs. Then above that, it has playground attendant wages, 200,000, and part-time help for summer programs, 40,000. We're talking about $400,000 there. Clarify those numbers in the programs.
Sure. Yeah, we have 4 very highly attended summer camps. We try to keep it at a 1-to-6, 1-to-5 ratio of camper to part-time person. We also have a camp director at each site. We also have a camp overall camp supervisor. So when you take that into consideration over a 7-week period at a decent hourly rate of at least $15 an hour, and then obviously you take into consideration we pay the director of that a little bit higher, it adds up. It adds up for the summer. And additionally, we have staff that we have at Pastoria on a regular basis as well.
The money that you take in, you charge each individual for the playground program, I understand that. Does that revenue cover your expenses at all?
It covers our expenses. It just goes to it goes directly to the general fund.
My next question is kind of a general question. I'm very familiar with the number of sites and playgrounds and tennis courts that you are responsible for. I'm also very close, as you all know, to the athletic director of the Cranston School Department, who's been scratching his head prior to you coming and being appointed as to the condition of some of these sites. I know your boss is sitting there, and maybe you may not want to answer this question, but do you have enough skilled workers and operators to do a proper job to cover all these sites?
I'll answer that when everyone is available and we don't have issues with injury, sick leave, what have you. I would say yes. When we have some medical leaves and people that are on disability or TDI, whatever you want to call it, the answer is no. When we're at full capacity, we're making strides to have the proper crews make sure that these fields are up to snuff. However, part of my part-time budget, I'm looking to hire some part-time college level kids that will help with that, overseeing that, meaning they follow up a crew that's cutting grass and do some trimming and blowing to beautify the areas. So that's the way I'm going to use some of that part-time expense as well.
That part-time help is basically summer help.
Summer
you're
help,
referring to.
correct.
So you think your 21 employees that you have in your department can cover all these sites and do a proper job?
I think if we have all 21 available, I think yes. The answer is yes. If we're missing 3 or 4, the answer is no.
Thank you for being upfront.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so we're now definitely on expenditures, just so you know. All right. Councilman Campion?
Thank you. My area of expertise is in automation. And I hear about the upkeep of the field. Is there an opportunity to invest in robots to mow some of these fields? I mean, I went to Italy and they're all over the place. I mean, they have, it's a one-time expense that lasts 10, 15 years. Is there an opportunity to do this and take some of the burden off of our staff and maybe they can use their resources somewhere else?
There is the technology that does that, and I'm going to take off my cap and put my other cap on as president of Cranston West Little League, and we're investing in a robot to cut one of our fields as a test and to see how effective is the technology to try to alleviate some of the pressures of our staff. And we'll see how it goes. Well, we're in the process of getting a delivery of it. It hasn't been set up yet. So I can't answer the question, but I did a lot of research on that. There is a lot of technology that's out there. However, you have to understand there's union issues with that as well. We've got to make sure that we balance it a little bit. But I believe anything that can help our crew on a daily basis to hit everything that we need to hit, it might be an option down the road, for sure.
I'm very interested in those results. We probably even get sponsorships, and all kinds of stuff to just do that. I understand the union issues, but if we don't have the resources to get this work done, then we have to do something for our children. So please keep me abreast of how that goes. I would like to be more involved with that.
Well, I know you're close by, so if you see that little thing going across the grass, you can see how it's doing, for sure.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I thought I saw something the other day. I
You
didn't
did.
know if it was a test or what it was, but
It was there as a test.
I caught you.
You caught me, sorry, but we're gonna see how it works out just on one field. They are pricey, but let's see how the test goes.
Okay, just keep me informed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Anda.
So I see the electricity's high. Are you gonna light up any other fields coming soon?
We don't have lighting projects at any fields. per se. I know there's a couple of areas where the, lights make sense. But there's nothing in our scope of, funding, for lighting.
And then the next question is, you have your part-timers. Do you plan on extending any of those part-times for the fall season?
I think it works just like it does in summer help. Most of those, if we get college age kids or high school age kids, by the end of August, they're ready to go back to school or itching to, have a little bit of time for themselves. I don't anticipate that, but if there are people that are interested in hanging on for a couple of more weeks, I might entertain that based on my budget.
Councilman Bonanno?
Thank you. I just, I took offense at something you said. When you address this side of the council, it's not Fenway Park, it's Yankee Stadium. Okay? Everybody on this side, Yankee fans, just so you know.
Okay.
So that's true. So,
Well, they really hate me because I'm a Houston Astro fan.
well, they have turf. So when we're talking about that, all right? So that's true, right? You were the only question. That's right. So this side of the council, Democrat, Republican, all Yankee fans, just so you're aware. In all seriousness, I said this side of the council. Well, I don't care what he say. You can say Red Sox to you guys. I don't. But when he's looking at my side, so did I. That's right. What's that? Yeah, that's right. That's why we're not special friends, unfortunately. Okay. So now that I've woken everybody up, I do just want to say, before you leave, I'd like to speak to you privately about an issue that I don't want to bring up on the floor. And it's no big deal, but something I would reach out to you. What's that? Yeah, she probably brought it up already, but who knows? In all seriousness, I have a question for the auditor who left.
One of your Yankee fans left.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's right.
He just assumed you were gonna have a question.
Yeah, so when he comes back, if I could have the floor black when he comes back. All right. Yes, I have one more question for the director. I think it may be prudent, as Council President, said, some things may be prudent. I think that if it hasn't already been done, and if it has, forgive me for bringing it up, but because of some of the complaints that we probably have all received over certain parts of your operation, and I realize you're brand new, so it's not anything to do with your performance. But I think that it might behoove the city and it might behoove the Parks and Recreation Department to come up with like a 5 to 7 to 10-year plan for what you and your professional opinion, which we all respect and know it will be correct and very accurate, what should be done over the next few years. I know that you're tackling a big project coming up and improving things, but I don't think anybody expects it all to be done in 1 year. It's impossible, not only financially, but manpower, and you can only do so much at a time. So I would just ask, sort of as not a favor, but I would say, hey, can we all work together, the administration, the council, and the Parks and Rec Department, and come up with a plan for at least the next 5 years? In your professional opinion, what's the most important and what needs to be done?
Councilman, you're 100% correct. And one of the things that I prioritized when I was appointed is with our capital budget, I made it a point to put a substantial amount of money into playground upgrades. I think that is that should be the priority over the next 5 years, is to do as much at the playgrounds as possible with the infrastructure. I also think that we have to we got to update our equipment to make sure that we can actually do the work that's necessary. And I think, like I said, if you look at our capital budget, you'll see that my priority is going to be the infrastructure of playgrounds and of upgrading our equipment. So, we've already discussed that internally. Again, I always say this, I think I've said this to a lot of people. Rome wasn't built in a day. And, I think, we're gonna take, steps, toward that direction. And I think every year you're gonna see an improvement.
And to echo what President Marino said, I believe you when you tell us that. I honestly do. So, through the administration or, through the proper channels, we would like to see what that is, just based on the fact that some of our constituents are reaching out to us and giving us specific issues. And I know in the wards, it's even more than the citywide representatives because they're closer, in proximity. So, it's a concern right now for me. It's not like the alarm bells aren't ringing, but for me, I don't want to get to the point where the alarm bells do ring. So, and I think that's your goal as well. So we would appreciate that.
I have the same concerns you do. I just have to prioritize, in regards to what I have as far as a budget and the capital, improvement budget.
Yeah. And like you said, Rome wasn't built in a day. I don't think anybody expects it to be. So.
I'll try though.
Yeah, thank you. Auditor DeMayo's back. I just have a question. Councilman Andujar brought up the electricity. And that seems like it's fluctuated quite a bit over the actual numbers that we have in our packet. What are we on track for this year?
It's currently running over budget annualized. So right now, actual is 56,742. And if we annualize it, it's 85,000 and we had budgeted 70.
Okay. It's crazy that it's fluctuates so much and just, as everybody in their homes realizes electricity is out of control. But anyhow, okay, thank you.
Looking right around. Can I get you, Warren? All right, but I listen, I won't let it go, all right? All right, Councilman Graziano, I'm gonna start right around this way. Boy, it's early for that kind of talk. All right, you go right ahead. Yes, Councilman Horion.
Thank you. I just have one question. Under pool preventative maintenance, pool supplies, 0. What if the pool were to open? If,
Through the chair to the counselor, the likelihood right now with the condition, once we dug up the wishing well, the likelihood of that being open for the season, I think is slim to none. Is, in my estimation, in this budget presupposes that the pool will not open this year.
budget goes July to July, you don't think it'll be open?
My understanding is the pool opened July 1st, so next year would be an FY '27 budget expense.
Thank you for the info. Seems how I got no notification or update on that, being in my ward again. Very sad communication.
Councilman.
Director, at Speckfield, do you have any infrastructure going up? Because when it rains, it floods over there. So I just want to, I guess I took your thunder. But anyways, I just want to know if you're preparing that for maybe next year, or if you want to just analyze it this year. It is an issue over there, so I'm pretty sure you're aware of it, but if you could just elaborate on it a little bit for us.
We're well aware of it. I actually walked the whole complex a couple of times with the Cranston East Little League and with my general foreman. You're correct. We've done some work there already. We have a plan as far as where some of the puddles are happening. we are looking, it's a crazy situation. One of the fields has a storm drain right at third base, which makes no sense whatsoever. So we can't use that field until we figure out how to drop that drain down. But that is on my priority list to try to get that field up and running again. And obviously, that'll go a long way to beautifying that particular place. Unfortunately, you're in a ditch, it's kind of low. And, you know, over the years, there's been some settlement, especially the concrete on the left-hand side. And we're gonna try to address that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now Director Moretti, I'm gonna take you now.
Yes, thank you. To add to that, just so the public and every council person knows what the administration knows. There's no update, particularly as it relates to the budget, that the budget runs July 1 to, as we all know, to June 30th. The season for the pool will fall in, for say the next year's pool will fall in the subsequent year budget. It wouldn't be in this year's budget. So this year's budget being the one we're addressing, the 25-26, would include costs with the projections of opening this year. Given the facts that the recent events that we're all aware and we're consistent in indicating we do not believe the pool, it's gonna be an outside chance for the pool to open this year. Based on that, the administration is presenting a budget that's most likely a budget. A budget is a budget, things do change. But it would probably be irresponsible of the administration to put forward funding this year when greater chances that the pool will not open, in which case it'd be irresponsible of us if we wanted to include funding this year. But there are no developments that I think I very much articulated and communicated with everyone that they're up to speed. So every council person knows exactly what the mayor knows and myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Council President.
Just quickly with expenses, my question is, there was talk of putting a splash pad in because the Bud Long Pool wouldn't be open. So when it comes to the expenditures, have those anticipated expenses of water and electricity and development of that splash pad, wherever it may be, has that been included in these expenditures?
Through the chair to the council president, the splash pad is anticipated through the ARPA funds to be installed. The budget as it exists for the cost of the splash pad, the electricity, has not been adjusted, but I don't think it's a lot of money, and I'd have to defer to the director. The to run a splash pad, it isn't a material amount of money, but I'd have to defer to the.
Is water and electricity, and with rising costs of utilities, what may have been a fraction then, I have no idea what that would be now. So if you want to just take a look at that.
So the
and
direct answer I can say
update
with no
us.
uncertain terms, it was not adjusted because with the changeover in the addition of the splash pad, it was not adjusted, but yes, we can look at it pretty quickly.
If you can let us know what that is before, in the coming days, so we can keep that in mind when we're looking at the budget as a whole. Thanks.
Just a general comment. A splash pad takes about 10 amp service. It's a very efficient proposition. And also as far as water is concerned, it's just like your sprinkler system. You can put it on a percentage and it's pretty water efficient. So I don't think those will be.
Yeah, and we have one from last year, so you can do comparables with the rates. It should be easy to come up with.
Sure.
Councilman Graziano, I think we're ready for you now.
Thank you. I do want to say thank you to Steve. He's been great. I've had a number of questions. I am now appointed to Parks and Rec, and I am grateful for his responses and his actions lately. Councilman Andujar mentioned Spec Field, and we are working on that. We've already done some improvements. Like Steve mentioned, we did a walkthrough. We're trying to get that one up to grade and hopefully get a second field in, but that's no promises. So Just a quick update on that. Okay, so I'm gonna go through my list. So, you could feel free to be quick, like just two, one sentence answers. I'm totally fine with that. So there was mention of maintenance of turf fields, and one that was not receiving regular, maintenance. Is it gonna be more costly because of that to Parks and Rec? Like, is it gonna cost more for this first maintenance to get it up to par?
No. It's about, the whole thing, soup to nuts, for each complex is about $5,000 each complex.
Okay, great. You mentioned you were gonna mulch 21 playgrounds, 21 because the other ones have PIP?
We're starting with 21. We're gonna assess where we are with our opera funds, and then we're gonna go out for the rest of them. I want to make sure that we have enough money, with the opera to make sure that we have the rest of the money. With so many, things going on, and we're going out for PIP at Garden City. We're doing, do Temple Over, which is a separate, amount of money. And then the ordering of parts for all these, complexes and installation. And then we're gonna be going out again for Doric Avenue, basketball court. And there's just a lot of moving parts right now. And I just want to make sure that I don't overextend ourselves early so I can finish hard late.
So Councilman Bonanno brought this up, which I appreciate because I have the same sentiment about having a 5 to 10 year maintenance plan on playgrounds. So I want to make sure that the appropriate playgrounds are mulched according to the regulations for playgrounds. So basically now I'm a playground expert after Edgewood Highland, but basically there's a standard to which the mulch has to be applied in order for a kid to fall and not be hurt. So I want to make sure that that is a priority on those playgrounds because Rhodes was randomly mulched in November 2024, but it may require not a full remulch, but a little bit.
The amounts that we have to put down is a lot more than what was put down to meet those standards. And we're using the regulation mulch that's certified. But yes, you need to have a cushion of mulch. So we're going to meet those standards. And obviously, it's going to be a little bit more money, but we're going to get there.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'll just say, I would like to see this list of playgrounds. I know some of the playgrounds are 30 or more years older, and I would like this entire council to go through their playgrounds and find out, what needs to be done, but that needs to be funded through Parks and Rec. I have requested, $8,000 to $10,000 for an inspectional services to see where our playgrounds reside to fall into that 5 to 7 year plan. And that is really important to me. And I do understand that you want to certify one of your staff, and I support that. But until that time, I personally, in this budget, wanted to see, and I don't think it's a ton of money, $8,000 to $10,000 to start working on inspecting these playgrounds so we know what the problems are. Because otherwise we can't funnel them into that 5 to 7 year plan to replace them. It's the biggest thing that I get complaints about from my constituents. And my ward is interesting because it extends all the way around Jew Temple over to the friendly community, and there's playgrounds that are degraded. So I just want to say, I would be a proponent of an additional funding for inspections of playgrounds until you can get somebody to inspect the playgrounds on your staff. I don't want to be behind on those because Edgewood Highland was severely impacted by not having those inspections. And I know that wasn't you. So I just wanted to voice that I actually want to allocate additional funding. Yeah, it was before you, Steve. So I want to be clear that it was a previous group of people.
I welcome the inspections. Again, we're looking to potentially have a couple of our staff get certified in that. We have people that are very anxious to take that on. So we'll, by hook or by crook, we'll have a mechanism to do that, whether it be outside group or in-house.
Okay, and sorry, so water, we're back to water. Now I'm even more concerned because of splash pad. Question, is the splash pad recirculating or you're just wasting water?
It's fresh water. I don't know if you're familiar with a recirculating system. It's very costly. It's more costly than a freshwater system, only because you have to keep on chlorinating the water on a regular basis based on the amount of people that go to the park. There's a filter that has to be cleaned on a regular basis, probably 2 or 3 times a day, based on how many people participate. There's some unfortunate accidents that happen at playground, at splash pads that make it even more of an issue that has to be chlorinated regularly. I'm not a big fan of circulatory recycling splash pads, but we have one and we'll maintain it. But I think a fresh water system makes more sense and it's more efficient than you think.
Thank you. And have you ever done like rain barrels and rain collecting for water to water some of the fields? Has that been assessed at all?
No.
I would love to do that. Okay, that would be something that's going to be on my list. And then you have fertilization program. I noticed you dropped 40,000 to 20,000. I'm not necessarily mad at that, but are you using no phosphorus, low nitrogen applications for the fields?
Everything that we use is environmentally friendly. We also are using a conditioner that is extremely environmentally friendly. We are in the process of going out for bid for a 3-year contract for fertilizing. It's also going out, I believe, next week to pick a vendor. We haven't had a contract for a vendor for that for some time. And so a 3-year contract would be something that would be, on a regular basis, and we wouldn't have to worry about going for bid waivers or going to BOCAP. So the answer is that we've done a lot of research on that. We took our time processing the RFP, and I think we have a solid package that we're sending out.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure you have enough money. So that's my concern, just to let you know.
Yeah, we know that's a little low. And it was based on the fact that last year they spent a certain amount of money, but there was an application that wasn't done. So it's going to be done pretty shortly for this fiscal year.
So that number should be higher, is what you're saying? Okay, so we will make a note of that. Maintenance on trees and shrubs, is that for replacement or just actual maintenance for insect disease and different types of diseases that trees get, like woolly adelgid?
Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, our budget is going to coincide with Public Works. They have a line item as well, and they've been very helpful. We've worked with them on a project for 4 or 5 different complexes, but he can elaborate on that, just so you know.
Through the chairman to the counselor, if you may recall, the opera allocation this council in the mayor worked through had a $220,000 increase allocation for care of trees. So being that both the Public Works Department through their engineering services with the forester works closely with the Parks Department, we are strategically taking the additional allocation that the council appropriated, the 2 collective budgets for police and fire, in going through and comprehensively addressing cutting down trees and care of trees with those three collective pockets of money. So it's maintenance and it's the cutting of trees.
Well, okay, great. Yeah,
So-
we're cutting
So your
trees.
answer is we are putting that program together using all three, pockets to include maintenance if there's, certain trees that, as you were addressing, need, additional care. It will be done with all three of those.
Just.
Is-
Mr. Domenico's
Just to
gonna
give you
say
a
something.
current assessment, that,
Thank you.
that line item currently right now is 28,360, which is a 13% over budget with 4 months remaining in the year.
Does that budget include replacement trees?
That's a separate line item in a separate contract with DPW.
Is there a tree inventory that Parks and Rec and Public Works does so they know how many trees they're cutting down versus how many they're replacing?
Through the chair to the counselor, that is what we're working on collectively. So the answer right now, no, but we are developing it.
I just want to make sure that you don't end up being Arlington with the cutting of the trees and not having any trees left. So I want to make sure that that's something I'm definitely interested in and would help with. So thank you on that. I think that's it, unless I can respond to the Budlong Pool thing. I just want to ask for the, we don't have to get into it, but for the whole Budlong Pool thing, I'd like to see the PE's recommendation on what's happening with the project moving forward. That doesn't have to come today, that should come to council, but I just want to put it out there that I want to see the PE's recommendation.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, if I can. So we've got the state of budget matters and not a
And this
discussion
would
of
have no
construction schedules
concerns.
related to the pool.
So we're gonna stifle that for now, and I'm gonna move on to Mr. Trafficani. I know he had his hand up.
Not to give you further headaches, but pickleball is becoming very popular. Are we dedicating any of the opera funds for pickleball courts?
Pickleball is definitely popular. We have 3 pickleball courts at Pastory. We have 4 up at Hope Islands, Hope Road. We are strategically going to put pickleball lines at some of the other parks where they will have to get their own nets, and people, believe it or not, travel with portable nets. The problem is this. And you have to strategically put pickleball courts because it does pose a lot of noise. So one of the complaints nationwide about pickleball is that when you put them in parks within residential neighborhoods, it does cause a nuisance to the neighbors. So for instance, if we put one in the middle of a neighborhood, let's say Florida Avenue, just to use that as an example, which is surrounded by houses. It's a significant amount of noise on a regular basis that you have to take into consideration. So you want to try to isolate a little, as much as you can, when you're looking to put pickleball lines down.
You brought up opera funds in your conversation with Councilman Graziano. How much opera funds are dedicated to recreation in the forthcoming year?
Right now, it's 441,000.
Can you break that money down for me? What's
Sure.
gonna be dedicated to?
Sure. There's a pour in place at Garden City that's gonna pour in place pad in the playground at Garden City. We're anticipating that being between 80 and 100,000. I'm looking to do at least send out an RFP for restoring some additional basketball courts. Whether we patch them and paint or we do a full restoration. Above and beyond due temple, which is separate money that we're using. That'll be a chunk of change, probably 180 to 200,000. We're gonna try to spend on that. We have the playgrounds where we're gonna mulch them and do some repairs to some of the apparatuses at the parks themselves. That's gonna take an additional, between $50,000 and $60,000. And then we're gonna do an assessment about the rest of it. If I can do an additional basketball court, I will. If I can do an additional playground, I will. I just want to start with that, see where we stand, because as we know, there's changes, and something might cost more than we anticipated, or might cost less, which would be great, than we anticipate, so we can do another project with the rest of the money. You're welcome. In addition, we bought the apparatuses necessary for a splash pad as well. That was another expense.
Okay.
I just want to say
Council
something, in order DeMayo can back me up on this. And I'm not suggesting you're saying otherwise, but you're new to this. We already appropriated the ARPA funds to specific projects which we're required to do by law. So it needs to be administered in that way and expended specific to those projects. It cannot be then used somewhere else that was not already delineated. That would be in violation.
If I just may, Chairman, one of the allocations was a general, I think it was 941,000 for parks improvements that didn't have a specific, yeah. So to your point, and I didn't want to interrupt the director, there were certain ones that were project specific that will be spent per the project.
Those particular playgrounds that were allocated money will be allocated that money based on upgrading the mulch to the proper levels. It wasn't, there's a lot of the playgrounds that weren't mulched to the proper levels. So I anticipate using the balances that I inherited to try to get that done with the money you're talking about.
Any other questions for Parks and Recs at this time? So I'm going to say thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next group is going to be executive.
No. We're one. We're the first department.
Mr. Chairman.
This is the executive branch.
Executive is Department 1101. There is not a revenue component of the department, but there is an expense on page 11.
Okay, whenever you would like to begin.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. As you can see from this department, it's quite simple. It's basically salaries and some spending. The biggest spending item is the dues for the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns. The rest is pretty insignificant. First, let's address everything I'll say but salaries, because there's really just one change in the salary position, which we'd like to talk about. But all else, basically, office supplies, printing duplication, Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns, orders of the mayor, and public observances, the budget is unchanged from this current year. So 0 increase, 0 decrease. And if you look from prior years, essentially those numbers are down from 24 and before that. So it's at its kind of lowest level that it's been at, it's been over the years. But again, flat to, proposed to be flat from the current fiscal year. The significant change is in the salary budget. And what that is restoring funding to a position that was eliminated last year through the council budget process. It was, as you recall, that position was the only position that was defunded, if you will, in the entire city, both in terms of the city side and school side. And I can tell you the city is suffering as a result of that. I think some of the employees are suffering as a result of that, that it's become unmanageable without that headcount being put back in the budget. The challenge came up last year to say, hey, we had lived with that reduction or an unfilled position for a while previous to that, and why couldn't we continue doing the same thing this current year? And my reply was, we did it for as long as we could a year ago, and we were busting at the seams, frankly, to properly manage the city, realizing basically the mayor's department has a steering wheel. And frankly, if we don't have the fundamentals in place, the whole city and every department will not perform at the level that we would like it to be. So I feel as if we could do a better job as a city with this position in there. So it's not just to assist in the mayor's office, it's to assist the city. So with this position, let me just say this too. Obviously, it's a very tight budget. The mayor did not fund every department. There's not one single department in the city that he funded according to what the requests were of the department heads. I think in the mayor's speech, he indicated that there's not a department head that's going to be happy. And that's the case. And however, so he really had to think very long and hard whether he wanted to put forth this position for funding, especially in light of the school concerns. And I think everyone's kind of unified at doing what we can to help out the schools. But we thought long and hard about it, whether that's a need or nice to have. And frankly, it came down to being a need of the city. And that's why we're coming forward. If it wasn't a need, I wouldn't be asking, the mayor and the administration would not be asking to restore the funding for this position. And to say, what is this position going to do? And here's the kind of the essence of it is different prongs. The mayor, I think, had mentioned in his speech, he doesn't have a confidential assistant. So in some ways, he's been limping along to a degree personally in his role, but someone to lend support to it. So it's not just a 100% position to support the mayor as a confidential assistant. So that's part of it. A big part of it that the city has extremely little impact with is staying current with the governmental affairs, both in other cities and towns and what they're doing, and particularly what's going on at the State House, whether it be from the administration or the General Assembly, staying up on bills. I think the city is missing out on opportunities to be more engaged or more informed at the very least in terms of communication, correspondence, and participation at that level. And even with cities and towns, even with, I'll say brother and sister cities and town municipalities, that we can learn a lot from them rather than reinvent the wheel on some circumstances. Where there's a unique circumstance faced, maybe we can spend more time getting into the heads, minds, and actions of those sister city governments. Something I think is a very two critical parts to this position. I see this position as very much using the person as a utility person. We're skeletally staffed in the city. I think you're going to agree. I don't think, for your assessment, but I think from the mayor's perspective, certainly our departments are not fat in terms of personnel. One position goes down. I think it's experienced in the city clerk's office is a perfect example. We have a staffing issue that's going to be more than a very short term. There's stage left or stage right. This person could fill in and be kind of utilized as a utility person for all departments. And it sounds like a generalist, but certainly we're going to have a situation coming up in the courts, the municipal court. The clerk of the court is on, will be out soon on maternity leave, and they're very short staffed there. So perhaps, this position, or if we had this position, could help be utilized, filling some of that role on a temporary basis. So I really see a lot of value from a utility perspective. The one thing I'll tell you, I'm very, very concerned every single day is we still don't have someone coordinating our grants. We're doing it kind of part-time. There's many grant opportunities, and then once you have the grants, taking advantage of those, working with the grant writer, and as Steve mentioned, even internally, is centralizing and being up to speed with them to not lose out on the financial opportunities. When you receive a grant, there's one heck of a lot of compliance that's necessary to actually secure the funding. That's unsaid. I think it's, boy, in this position, you learn about the red tape that's required to secure that funding. This person would be responsible for all those grants to make sure that everything is being executed with all the various departments. And as you know, and as you can see through this budget process, there's a lot of departments touched by grants. And we're getting overwhelmed actually in some of the drainage grant opportunities that we have in that department is at a pretty skeletal level. So someone goes out for any length of time, we're running great risk of losing opportunities. And the other thing, frankly, and I think we could do a better job, is hopefully focus on with more of the complex matters involving constituent affairs and working with council opportunities that could free up perhaps some of my time at my level that I could devote to some of these projects to drive things through for the city. That would be the fundamental justification for this. As we said, we believe this to be a need and not a nice to have. The city will go on, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to operate at the efficiency or I think the production that if we have this position funded.
Thank you, Director. Questions for Director Murray regarding the executive? I'm going to start with Councilman Campiano.
Thank you. Director, the salary is not that high. What is the skill set you're looking for this type of, is it clerical? Is it business? What do they need to bring to the table?
It wouldn't be, it's above the clerical level, I'll say. It's someone with strong analytics. It could be a business background. It could be someone in municipal government, but it is not from an accounting perspective, it's not a debits and credit person, or it's not someone just moving paper or just dotting I's and crossing T's. Some subjectivity and involvement would be needed, someone that could adapt well. The skill set would be adapting well in a changing environment, particularly when I talk about I think in terms of the grants, and more importantly, in terms of that position being utilized as a utility position. So it's not so much a clerical position, but not necessarily at the highest level of decision-making. Someone who can execute at the executive level, given executive guidance.
Sounds like they'll be wearing many hats. Do you think it's going to be difficult to fill that position?
It'll be a challenge, but I'm confident we could fill it. There's some smart people out there that want to be involved in city government. Yeah, it'll be a challenge. Certainly will be. In fact, that was part of it the last time. Frankly, is we were looking for someone like that, but we didn't have the funding in place. So someone in the 40s that we had funding for, but we needed a higher skill set than a cleric at the clerical level. And that's why I think we were unsuccessful in filling it during the previous prior budget cycles. This one, I believe that we've increased the salary a bit, proposing to, if you will, to be able to compensate for an extra, I think, $10,000 or so, give or take, in order to get that, I'll say, analytical skills.
Sounds like this person's gonna wear many hats, so I'm hoping you're able to fill it and you find the right person. Thank you.
Just before Councilman Andujar, I'm gonna get you next. Just before I call on Councilman Andujar. Now, if I recall, and, this position, I think you alluded to the fact that this position had been, for a number of years, wasn't filled. Is it the same position or you've changed what you're looking for
Yeah,
now?
great question. Thank you. I didn't articulate that before. The position previously was called confidential assistant to the mayor. Frankly, as I said, I think that would be a part-time position within the office, the part-time responsibilities in the office. Don't think it'd be a full-time person just sitting there. That's why to introduce these other governmental aspects. So with that, the position I believe we have proposed is a government affairs coordinator. And so the salary we have in there, Tom, it's 58.7 roughly, and I believe the position previously was funded a confidential assistant about $10,000 less. So we'd be paying for that extra skill set.
Thank you. I'm gonna call Councilman Andujar.
Director, I've been on the council for 4 months and I could just only praise your office. I mean, between Paul and yourself, anytime I had an issue in my ward, you guys always came to the attention of it. When I was in your shoes in Central Falls, I feel that they had more manpower or women power or personnel power, I should say. And I feel that a city at this magnitude, you do need more employees to help you out, especially on the state level and that position that you're talking about. But I also want you to know that this body, we also need somebody here. So hopefully in future budgets, there could be that you can put somebody to work for the council because we need people to do research for us and we also need help. We rely a lot on our clerk and she helps us out a great deal, but it would be nice to have, a person that we could go to at this level. But I just want to thank you and reiterate that your office is doing a great job helping us out.
Thank you, Councilman. May I just add to that is, I feel very good and optimistic, frankly, and truly about this council working forward. And here's where I think this position, that's kind of the theory of what I'm trying to do is if I could offload some things, some assignments to this individual, whether that individual or actually myself, perhaps take on more responsibility, more communication, more involvement with you folks, makes the city a better city. That's part of the theory behind this also. And that's very sincere when I mean that. Thank you.
Go. Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way around, I promise.
I don't have anything. Thank you very much.
Councilman Graziano. Gonna go all the way around.
Is there a job description that we can see for this position?
We don't have it drafted. A good idea, what I can do is, I will have that done. Basically what I kind of said in verbalized, I will send something across to you.
I echo Councilman Capapiano's sentiment. This is a lot for someone to handle, and I'm sure you have a different process for somebody on maternity leave that usually is filled by a temporary position, which is paid out of your reserve fund, but I wouldn't expect this person to run around filling in random positions. I also agree with you that the city needs additional people power. I personally feel like that's Public Works and Parks and Rec and some other departments who assist the public on a regular basis. So I guess I just need more information on what this person would be doing.
Very fair, and frankly, I should have had that prepared. Things have been moving along. Excellent suggestion, and I should have had something for you.
What's that, Councilman Graziano? Okay, Councilman Haroon,
Okay.
Councilwoman Haroon, pardon me.
Okay, I have some 58,000. So would they be more like a special assistant to the mayor's office, legislative assistant?
I wouldn't say just again, that's part of the responsibilities. I would, if I was kind of just describing layman's term, practical terms, is someone who has good judgment, with the skill set to be analytical, to be able to take assignments from the mayor, from key administrative personnel, and get it done without minute supervision, without that, not at the granular level, but someone who could take a concept and to say, hey, we have a problem over at a certain department. They're gonna need a short-term assistance to analyze what's required, working with the department head and actually, digging in. In terms of the government affairs, in terms of that role, it would be certainly assigning them the responsibilities, possibly establish a liaison with some of the General Assembly, key liaisons with other cities and towns to be up to speed, and certainly receive the communications from the General Assembly, and be able to convey that, to be able to take those thoughts and convey it effectively in an executive format, to the mayor.
Do we have somebody filling in this position now as a contract employee?
Yes, but we see that as the contract as a short-term thing. And it's more like a couple of special projects, but knowing it's not unless we have something permanent, I'm apprehensive of giving permanent responsibilities to train that person merely a month or two from now, when this cycle is over, to strip it away and retrain somebody. Frankly, it's going to take more effort administratively to do that. And again, that person is kind of trying to fill some gaps with the deficiency in terms of manpower, woman power that we have in the Public Works Department. That's adding it. So they're pitching and doing some other things analytically. But I'm reluctant to assign anything permanent, which I know is very temporary.
I can't imagine somebody with those responsibilities working for 58,000. Would they be paid out of another form also as a contract and as a salary of 58,000?
No, the intent would be not having that contracting position that we have, as I mentioned, temporary basis ending prior to the commencement of the new year. And that would be the sole compensation and direction for another person.
Okay. I don't just.
So, yeah, so
I can't imagine that person also going on loan to fill in for maternity leave. If the,
it would be, that's how short-staffed we are. I'm going to be I don't want to use the word short-staffed because like we're complaining. There's opportunities to do better. And this is an opportunity to do better, frankly. And the salary compensation, frankly, we have it at that point because the salaries are not very, for the administrative staff, and I mean that beyond across the hall. I mean that to the department heads also. The positions are not paid very lucratively.
no, I don't know how we retain staff.
No. I
And
think
if
have a
you
bunch of
look at
loyal
the
people.
payroll, a new planning director compared to other cities and towns.
Yep, I think we have to certainly chip away at it. Part of this budget we are, but I think you're exactly correct. I'm not saying, I have no complaints about my salary. You know it, but you also know compensation of any other small cities and towns, persons in my position. We have a deputy director at like approximately 72, 74, but you assume the responsibilities for this position to kind of be proportionate to the lousy pay scales that we have now.
Basically be working 7 days a week, probably going to events with the mayor also, and weekends and holidays and evenings?
That to be determined, because a lot of we do in the mayor's office might be all hands on deck, so maybe to share in some of that, but certainly not to be expected all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a side line, I'm gonna call on, Councilman Trafficani. So it's obviously a full-time position
Yes, sir.
and the benefits are included also? Okay,
Yes, sir.
that would be correct. Okay, Councilman Trafficani?
Mr. Moretti, I'm gonna go back 5 years, when you asked several of us to be on interview committees for various departments. And we told you back then that you understaffed the mayor's office, that you should have 2 administrative assistants, not 1. Right now, you have Mr. McCauley. He's administrative assistant, as far as I'm concerned. He's not a chief of staff or assistant chief of staff. And we told you back then that the volume of work in the mayor's office requires that kind of personnel. So I definitely support what you're saying, but I think Mr. Graciano is right when he says you should like to have a job description at a particular situation, which would be helpful for the council. Secondly, my second question, my first question is, the dues for the Rhode Island cities and towns is $40,000?
$41,000. That's one line item on in the
I
the
realize that.
executive budget.
Why so expensive? I don't understand. All of a sudden,
Frankly, Mayor, I really don't want to answer on behalf of that. I don't feel, I believe it's to be, they have a formula for, assessing, if you will, or distributing the costs down to the cities and towns. Much of it is based on population, I believe.
I
And Cranston's
understand
one
that.
of the higher paid, but so it's their costs that I'm sure putting pressures on that. That's why coming to us. I really can't speak on their behalf, and I mean that respectfully.
And you do not belong to the Conference of Mayors as well.
Correct.
Is there a reason for that?
Financially, the mayors attends a conference of mayors convention, but you pay a stipend to belong for non-members, to attend for non-members. But I don't have the exact numbers, but the fee for the membership is higher than that cost. So we're trying to run it on a pretty cost-effective basis, and we're maybe losing some opportunities as a result of it. Mayor, can I just respond to what you indicated it before? You recall that we intentionally did not fill, the reason why we hadn't filled that funded position earlier, because the city was going, we've identified, when we came in office, as you know, that there was some operating deficits and reserve deficits that we had to take care of. And that was part of our recovery. Remember, 3 years ago, unfortunately, we had to have a workforce reduction affecting laborers, teamsters, and administrative staff of 24 people. That was one of the positions that the mayor did not fund in his office, leadership by example in that case, while we were going through those difficult times. And that was part of why the position wasn't funded back then. And obviously, to be frank, we were a bit frustrated that the funding was removed last year. And that was the only position in the budget, but that's in the past. So we're just looking forward, going forward.
I just want to emphasize, I think a job description would be most helpful.
Absolutely.
For the council benefit.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Moretti. The mayor's office, I recall in my first term when Councilman Paplaskas was the council president, we added a position within the executive. I believe that was when it was Director McCauley coming on, the second chief of staff. That was subsequent. So at the initial start, you had less, and then we added a position subsequent to that time.
To clarify, the titles changed. There was a director of administration, and there was a deputy director of
It
administration.
was 4 people in total, and then it added, if it was 4, it then added to 5, or it was 5, it then added to 6. There was an additional position, I
There were-
believe, but
There were two part-time positions
Yep.
in the mayor's office, consolidated to one full-time.
Yep.
That was what the additional headcount was. It wasn't showing as a headcount, it was just in part-time.
And the other thing, because historical reference and accurate facts is important, the position that is currently vacant that was not funded in last year's budget by the council was due to the fact, as articulated at that time by multiple council members, because that position had been left vacant for over a year. And when that position was filled for a short duration before that, the assurances given to the council of what that person would do in that capacity did not come to fruition from some people. You can have different opinions, but that was what was communicated at that time. Communication to the council wasn't up to where it needed to be, et cetera. But it was based on that lack of use. If in fact this position is now intended to be filled, I agree with some of the concerns or comments echoed by the council people that that's a lot of tasks for one person to possibly undertake. And professionalism requires that there be a description with that position before it really be considered to be filled. And it's fair to the person who's going to take on that position to know what the expectations are in that role, and so does everyone else. So I would only consider it if there was an actual description associated with it. Other than that, it's not something that I would consider bringing back. You're right that your department does more with less and has to do that. So do many other departments. And you specifically had mentioned the clerk's office, and there were times where there were only 2 people in that office serving the general public, 2 people. And for an extended period of time, and that's a lot. The council, again, not complaining, we make do. Many other cities and towns have councils where there is support staff. We have none. We don't have one single support staff. So we all make do with less, and we'll do the best that we can. And I do appreciate your department utilizing the council grant writer. I know she facilitates a lot of that, but you need a point person, depending on what the grant is, in order to effectuate that. And the other thing is, I know in the past you had mentioned that you utilize persons from other departments. That was mentioned today about, this was something new about a contract employee. But I know at the senior center, there was reference of that director coming and facilitating in the mayor's office. Is that still the case?
No,
Okay.
no, it was, again, it was temporary to get by. And again, recalling that we're just trying to make do during those, I'll say more every year is a financially challenged time, but obviously we needed to make up for the deficits that we had. And it was for that reason it was all hands on deck.
And currently there are 5 people full-time that are employed within the mayor's department, within the executive office, reporting to the mayor. 5, correct?
Counting on my fingers.
Yeah.
Myself, Deputy Chief of Staff Macaulay, Constituent Affairs Director Gina Capuano, Zeta Macaulay, and a communications person.
So this position would be a 6. Okay. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Harai.
I just have a few more questions. I do a job now. Him, or does he do it with the chief of staff, or?
Typically, and here's where there's a gap, because of, I'll say, a little bit lack of focus. It's a combination of deputy director, deputy chief of staff, I'm sorry, Macaulay, but primarily Mr. DeLuca as in communications, yeah. So it would be adding more focus to that, frankly.
And who would do his administrative assistant, new voter letters, condolences letters? Who does that for the mayor now?
Mrs. Macaulay, Zeta.
And all his city emails, who has privilege to them and answers them on his behalf?
No, the mayor, I don't. The mayor, I'm not sure, Zach may be assisting him time to time, but it's fundamentally the mayor.
All right,
Okay. Before I call on any others, I just have one question. A lot of good questions here. I'm looking at, and I'm not familiar with this line. And I looked it up, the orders of the mayor. What type of things are in that line?
Yeah,
few until it comes back. It's gonna take about 4 minutes for the audio to reboot.
It's time for a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Mic check 1, 2.
All right, if we could all take our seats, everything's back to order. Just to refresh your memory of the members of the council, my question was regarding the orders of the mayor. I know, and maybe Order of the Mayor can help me out. What is it running at now? And just the question is, what is it, and do we have enough in the budget for that?
So you, the budgeted for orders of the mayor is 6,500. It's currently actual is 17,350. Annualized, that'd be $26,028.
If I may, relative to that line item, that includes a trip to the Conference of Mayors and the subsequent inauguration. There is a reimbursement that has been processed. I think it was processed in late March. It does not totally absorb that in any deficiency in that account. We're going to try to take it through reversions in the mayor's budget. So a combination of the reimbursement and any reversions, but that line is in fact running in the red right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all right. Thank you. I have no further questions for the executive, so I'm going to look around just does anybody have any more questions before we close out the executive? All right, Councilman Graziano, I see you're ready to go.
I just had one last question, quick. The position that you're speaking of, did it used to be part-time?
Not this position. It was the confidential assistant to the mayor. You may recall Paula Smith when Mayor Fung was here. It was a full-time job.
And Dennis DeJesus?
I think it goes way back. I don't know what Mayor Trafficante might be able to answer that question. But no, it was a full-time position previously, but again, I believe the compensation last year was it would have been funded, let me say that, about 48,000. This position is being called a different position, a different grade and step, with about $10,000 greater salary to take on those additional responsibilities.
Thank you. And this position would be posted as required by state law. It's not something that this consultant would take.
It wouldn't be a consulting position. I don't think there's any state law per se. It's an administrative position appointed by the mayor, so it wouldn't be in either of the unions either.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Any? Councilwoman Heroin?
I don't know if this is appropriate time, so Solicitor Angel, if it's not, please let me know. You mentioned grants, and we do have a grant writer that falls under council, but clearly she doesn't work for the council. She has to get applications from the mayor's office, works with the mayor's office, and that's where it goes. Should she be under executive mayor's office and not under the council? I think the world of her. She does great work, but she's not working on grants for the council.
So a couple of things. First of all, legislatively, it's set out differently, that it's appointed by the council and comes from the council. So you just can't rewire that in a budget or in an organizational chart without an amendment. So that's that. I hope that answers your question.
If I can add to that, practically speaking, we're fortunate to have someone like Lisa, who's a very good coordinator and communicator with the council and the executive. Yeah, frankly, I've been more inclined because the burden of the grants is great a job she does, and I'll say grant writing, but it requires so much of the input to what you're speaking about, of the departments and the administration. A lot of the burden behind the scenes does fall on the administration, but it is working effectively, fortunately. I think it is quirky, frankly, because on a day-to-day basis, but there's no barrier there. I can say that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the council regarding the executive? I do not see any hands, so I'm going to thank Director Moretti very much. And the next is going to be municipal courts.
Yeah, I'm going to excuse myself. I think it's in capable hands. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Mr. Goya, whenever you're ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam President. Light is on. Thank you. Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Council President, and fellow council members. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come before you. I do know many of you, but for the record, I'm Raymond Koya, and I serve as the Chief Judge at the Municipal Court. And with me is our Court Administrator, Miranda Botello. We've had an opportunity to review what is being put forth as our budget, and pretty much there's only one line item that we have an issue that we would seek a little bit of an increase in. Other than that, I think the numbers would work for us, so I don't need any change on those. The one item would be line item 51104. It's entitled differential, and that's the clerk of the court. In the past, it's been a $12,300 figure. Last year, for this current year, it was reduced to $7,500. And my ask would be that we increase that to $10,000. That's the differential that goes to Miranda in her role as clerk of the court. She has been appointed again and sworn in as clerk of the court. So besides the administrative position, she serves as clerk of the court. Other than that, the line items as put forth for fiscal year 26, we can make them work. I mean, they work for us. Yes?
Mr. Chairman, relative to the differential, this was not incorporated in it, but one of the things, the clerk of the courts is in fact a member of the union. With the Teamsters Union, we have an obligation to look at every differential. This one did not occur on the initial round. So one of the things that we are doing with departments of some of the differentials that did not get reviewed, to include this one, is we are doing differentials. Now, one of the things in the event, I think the ask was up to 10,000, 2,500. What we would try to do is, fund that through the department. If not, we would have to find an alternative source from another department. But I can tell you that there is one differential adjustment that has not been made to the budget as we speak. This would be number 2.
And if I'm hearing you correctly, Director, that's contractual anyway. We don't have a choice in this matter. It's going to change anyway. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if the union and the city administration agree, yes, it will come back in and we would have to make a interdepartmental transfer in the budget, whether it be now or in the future.
Judge Coy, is there, your statement, we kind of interrupted it, I know.
No, that's, I mean, rely on the representations made.
All right, so at this point, I'm gonna start with Councilman Trafficani. We're gonna discuss revenues first, Traffic.
A quick question though. You mentioned they're members of a union. Which union?
Through the chair to the mayor, the Teamsters Union.
And they're part-timers and they're members of a union?
No, the individual that would be subject to the differential is a full-time employee and a member of the Teamsters Union.
We're on revenues for for municipal courts. All right, going around, revenues.
Question about revenue related to building code fines. I mean, we used to generate money, now we don't. I don't know if you even have any insight to that, but I mean, it kind of seems silly to me that we even have $100 in there. Like, why do we even have 100 in there?
Traditionally, when the matters come before us on building code enforcements, our goal is compliance. Many times the matters come before the court, discussions will be held with the solicitor, the violator, trying to get compliance there, some continuances, and then ultimately, if a compliance is completed, the solicitor will make a recommendation to dismiss the matter. We have had some discussions at the court as it relates to costs, so that we can at least start getting some costs associated with those. I can share with you, about a week and a half ago, we called a meeting with the judges, the solicitors, representatives from the police department, and talked about files, cases coming before us, the work that the court staff does on all of the files. At some point, it may come up today, repeat notices being sent out. So when they touch a file, there may be a file that's touched many times, and with that, there's a cost associated with it. So we're glad that ultimately compliance is completed, but we need to at least recover some of the costs that the court and the city is expending on that particular matter. So we hope to come back at some point and show an increase in the revenue generated on building code fines. We are aware of it. It did come up last year at questions here, and it's something we're cognizant of, and we're trying to change that.
Thank you. I mention it because I issue fines for my position, and when I go before Rentham District Court, the clerk magistrate always asks me the same thing, like, can this person gain compliance and how much can we concede on the fines? And I generally say, listen, I need to recoup a year of my time enforcing this, and the towns and cities are spending a lot of money, and obviously including the courts. So I'm always an advocate when I'm in court to do the, like, we do like half the fines, so if I issue $1,200 in fines, we settle on $600 paid within 6 months. That's kind of what I do. So I'd like to see something like that because I agree, like there's a cost associated. Every time I send out an enforcement order, that's my time, my hourly rate. So I would like to see that. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Auditor DeMayo is going to add a little bit to that as well.
Councilwoman, for the amounts that you see from previous years, obviously, I think it's fiscal 21, there was $20,000. That was a lien put against the property for work that was done. And what happened was the bank came in and they just paid the fine. There was no negotiation and it just happened to come in that way. So in some instances, that's how the fines are coming in because the banks want to take the property back and they're putting the liens either for boarding it up or cleaning the property. So in that one instance, that was 99% of that was one fine.
I'm going around the horn here. Let's see. I don't see any hands.
Oh, I just, one question.
You do have a hand up. Okay, Mr. Bonanno.
No, I didn't have my hand up, but I still have a question. Have we collected any fines this year in that line item? Auditor DeMayo?
$78.
Woo-hoo. All right, thank you.
Councilman Anderson.
I'm curious of how many housing court judges we have.
We don't typically have someone designated as a housing court judge. One of our senior associate, Michael Fort, has been designated to hear the housing matters. Most of them, he sits on a Monday, and traditionally Miranda is putting most of the housing violations down on that day. And why we do that is many times the matter come before the court for a status and it's continued, and rather than keep switching it to whoever's sitting on the next date that it's continued to, we try to keep it on Senior Associate Judge Fort's calendar so he knows the players and he knows the notes that he may put in the file and that. So we don't have what's designated as a housing judge, but within our bench of judges, he's the one that handles most of ours.
So I would think that code enforcement would bring you the file and then from there, you guys prosecute it or your court would prosecute it and hear it. I'm just, it mind boggles me how in last year, you guys only collected $39. But I just also want to say on behalf of the municipal court staff, you guys are very professional. I visited court there, I want to say maybe 2 months ago with a cat issue. Some lady got a fine and I had to go with the constituent. And your staff was totally very respectable under the pressures of the people in line and waiting. But I just want to comment on that you guys are running a tight ship and very professional.
Thank you, we appreciate that. I'm sure Miranda does as the administrator.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I also want to say you come before us, before me 3 times, and it's always been, you're right on budget, you do a good job. So I echo Councilman Anderson's praises as well. But I also want to echo Councilwoman Graziano's concerns with the fines. I know I've got several calls from constituents, and it always seems to be a repeat offender. It's always, and I always get told it's in the court, and it's in the court, in the court. I don't know what can be done with fines or at least a court cost or something to take that burden off of you and the burden off the taxpayers. So, I mean, I know several properties that are still keep going on. So I don't know what can be done.
I think from speaking from the bench perspective, working a little more closely with the solicitors and encourage them to come before us and ask for some costs and or some fines, even though the compliance is done.
Thank you.
Council President.
Yep. Don't take my brevity as lack of sincerity. It's just, you've been sitting here this morning for a long time yourself. You see, we've got a lot more business ahead, so I'll be very brief. Just thank you and your department for doing a good job. Miranda, that includes you as well. And if in any way the council can facilitate improvement in operations, always reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I can speak for myself and our bench and the court. We do very much appreciate all of the support from yourself as council president and all of the councilors here.
All right, I think we've just about covered revenue, so I'm gonna go back this way. I'm gonna start with you, Councilman Campiano, and go around. This is for municipal court expenditures. So looking down the aisle, show your hand so I can see you. Councilman Andujar? Councilman Banano?
Just one question. I'm looking at 52510. It seems as though there's a pretty significant increase in that line item for advance payment, state of Rhode Island. So I don't know what that is and why would it jump so high? So my ignorance is telling me, about how things work is why I don't know what it is. So, what is it and why did it jump so much?
Through the chair to the counselor, the estimate for FY 25 was too low. Quite simple. And Judge Goya and Amanda brought that to our attention. We're working through this year's budget to cover the difference, but this is recognition of what that line item should have been last year.
What is it? What is it?
Miranda?
The advance payments to the state of Rhode Island is the distribution of the tickets that we pay to the state, Rhode Island Traffic Tribunal.
So the portion that goes to the state, that's what it is.
Yep.
And we have to pay that up front?
Every monthly.
I see. Okay. All right. Okay. That exhausts my questions. Thank you. Forgive my ignorance on that. I just didn't know what it was. Yeah.
Order de mail, before I go to Councilwoman Graziano.
Just on the back and forth with the state, is that because the tickets are being heard at at traffic tribunal and not at our municipal court?
What do you mean by back and forth?
There's an expense and a revenue portion of it, but is the expense portion because that ticket's being heard at the traffic tribunal?
No, when the matter is heard before the municipal court costs and a fine may be assessed and collected, we are mandated to then enter that into our system. And at the end of the month, it will generate basically almost a bill of what we owe the state of Rhode Island on that to the traffic tribunal. We share, if there's court costs, we're mandated to share part of that. I think Miranda has a chart, so just so I can tell you that, let's say on a $39 court cost, we keep $29 and $10 of it goes to the state. That's just an example.
The reason for the question, I didn't know if there was a way to minimize the fees where we could retain more. That's all.
No, that's, you want to address?
Yeah, even if it is a state ordinance, like Chief Judge Koya said, we do have to distribute portions of that ticket, any traffic ticket, to the Rhode Island Traffic Tribunal.
The more, basically, in a nutshell, the more cases we hear, because there is concurrent jurisdiction between ourselves and the tribunal, the more cases that will come before us, the more revenue that we will get.
Okay, moving on to Councilwoman Graziano. No, Councilwoman Hurley. Councilman Trafficant. Nope. And I'll go right around from the council president. I'm pretty much set, so That just about covers you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Miranda. And you're all set. The next grouping we're going to see is going to be planning.
Thank you. And just personally, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us to change from earlier this week. I did have a commitment, and I appreciate you guys accommodating us. And the planning, I think you let us go out of place, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I do my function officially on the microphone? Page 6, page 13, and with me is our new planning director, Beth Ashman.
All right,
you.
so this is planning, and as Director Zanellis rightly pointed out, our new planning director, Beth Ashman, right? Okay, who is going to present? Are you going to present, Ms. Ashman? You're going to present this evening? The department, or is it going to be Director Zanellis?
There really isn't very much to say. So there's just a continuing ask for department expenses and education expenses. As you know, we're completing the comp plan that was previously budgeted, and we're sticking to that original contract. And that's it.
All right, well, thank you. So I will open up the floor for planning revenues first. Maybe I could start with the council president. I never seem to start with her. Is that okay?
No, that's fine. But I'm going to welcome, Director Ashman, you're new, same thing. You've been here this morning and been very patient. I'm excited about your taking on this role and look forward to working together. We've already had one workshop, and any workshops necessary in the future, we'll be happy to do that. Thanks.
Next, I'll go right around to Councilman Trafficani. This is planning revenues, planning department revenues. Yep.
First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the time that you and your staff gave me a few weeks ago to talk about the city issues. My only question is this. In 2023, you generated 110,000 approximately. Then it dropped down to 55,000 in 2024. And the adopted budget for 225 was 125,000. Then it dropped down to 75,000. Why the drop of $50,000, you know?
You want to answer that? So what was budgeted in the last year exceeded what we did bring in. The revenue really fluctuates with the size of projects. There are two things that we can do going forward to try to increase revenues. One of them is moving forward with some of the recommendations in the comp plan that would adjust some of our zoning to be more in line with the comp plan and the market. And the other thing is we're a little overdue to revisit our fees. And so that will be coming in the next few months to update those based on our current capital expenditures.
You all set? Councilwoman Heroyan.
I'm good.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Okay, Councilwoman Graziano. Very good. Do I see a hand? No, I do not see a hand. Going down the aisle. All right. I asked for a hand. There we go.
I just want to welcome you and congratulate you on your new position, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. I really look forward to working with the city of Cranston too.
All right, well, I'm going to start with you for expenditures. You're good with, all right. Councilman Andujar.
Director, congratulations. I enjoy work. I look forward to working more with you. I don't see anything about the GIS. Is your department in charge of the GIS?
That is in a separate department in IT, and they support us tremendously, and we have excellent GIS services in the city.
It's never down like Providence, so I commend you on that. Thank you.
But not in my department budget.
I just want to say congratulations as well. I think I said it over here. I don't know if you got it, but glad that you're on board permanently.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Graziano.
I would like to say congratulations, even though I did say it. I'm very excited. You and your team are awesome. And I'm super supportive. I guess what I would like to say is a more general thing, that I'd like your team to be able to go to the American Planning Conference. I have gone in previous years. I was a speaker at that conference, and I think that it is very valuable, and I would support funding that line item for you or some of your staff to be able to attend, because I think it's important.
Thank you, Colin. Well,
Certainly appreciate that. Continuing education is really important for our planning staff, and it's been a little hard to budget that. I know there's been the staff of the planning department hasn't been fully filled looking back past years. So there's some variation. Last year, we did send 4 of our 5 members to the Southeastern New England Planning Conference, and we do intend to continue to fund memberships for the American Planning Association, because that provides us with access to a lot of resources and research. So those are both important.
Councilwoman Horan.
Looks like your part-time help goes from 5,000 to 2,000 in the budget.
Yeah, and in the last year's budget included more hours from our previous planning director, Peter LaPola. He's no longer working for the city. But yeah, so that's just a modest amount for a small project. 2,000 doesn't buy that many weeks of the year.
Okay, and also education program, it looks like it's being cut from 3,000 to 2,500.
If I may, through the chair, the director asked for that to, be maintained as part of the internal budget deliberations. Yes, it did get reduced $500. The request was $3,000, the departmental request.
Councilman Trafficani.
Just a quick question. You have 4 classified individuals in your department, correct?
Isn't it? 4 classified individuals plus myself, and right now, the assistant director position, which was mine, is vacant.
Is it funded?
Yes, it's funded, and we will be advertising that very soon, hopefully. Yeah.
That is a good question. So just going along with Councilman Trafficante, when do you anticipate filling that spot?
Just waiting back to hear from personnel to get that up on the website, but I would expect to fill it within the next 2 months.
Next 2 months, you anticipate that? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Council President?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Mayor Traff. On the staffing question, I was going to ask you if you were fully staffed and you have what you need. So because there are 2 vacancies listed, I believe, in the sheet that was provided. But my other question to you is just the comp plan. That is an expensive endeavor. Do you feel you have the funding that you need in order to effectuate the additional updating, I should say, to the comp plan in the next fiscal year?
Yeah, so we're intending to have the staff do a lot of the community outreach in-house and some of the writing. I think that's realistic if we get back up to our full staffing levels. And there are a lot of advantages to having the staff be deeply involved in creating the comp plan. It creates a lot of knowledge about the city. So I'm enthusiastic about doing it that way.
Right. And I will just say your department is one of those departments in the city that too is, when compared to other cities and towns of comparable size, have a much smaller staff. So we appreciate all the work that you and your staff do. We know that it's a lot with less. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to see, I saw Councilwoman Horan's hand up. Did I see it? I did not. I must be seeing things. Any other hands? Because I have one last question and then no other hands. Okay, I just have one last question. It would probably be kicking back to revenues. As I look at your revenues, they've, obviously we mentioned that they've gone down a bit. Is that a bit, and I'll ask the same question I asked the other department, is that, you think that could be perhaps a little bit understated
Possibly, but the one thing on this one, where we went too heavy the year before, we back it off. You get a big project coming in, and that number spikes. So,
Okay, all right, thank you. So it would appear we have no more questions for planning. If there's anything further you want to add, once again, I'll thank you and echo all my colleagues' statements. The next group is going to be community development.
The capital budget,
Oh, geez. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So we'll be looking at capital budget and you're going to be answering that. I did not think of that. My bad. It just can't, oh, we have this on its own page.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, what you have before you is the amended capital, budget that was voted by the Plan Commission. There were two line items that were taken or not recommended by the Plan Commission to be forwarded on to the council, but this is what was recommended coming out of the Plan Commission.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to take questions on the capital budget. I'll start with you, Ms. Graziano. I never start with you.
Wow. Okay. So I just want to confirm this is, I'm only looking at 2025 to 2026.
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess I'll just do a generalized question. So, when reviewing these capital improvement items, each department came forward with a number of items that they wanted, and this was a determination that was made, that this was an item that was needed in the 2025, 2026 year.
Through the counselor, or the chair to the counselor, yes, requests were made. From memory, there wasn't anything major, but internal vetting advanced most of the projects that went to the Plan Commission, and this is the output of the Plan Commission. So I hope I answered your question. Yes, departments were solicited. Not every capital project ended up in 25, 26. Some were pushed to an out year. But to answer your question, this is what's being recommended for 25, 26 for projects being funded.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll just say more of a generalized statement. You know, I'd like to see more funding go to playgrounds because they're so out of compliance. I know that we have a line item for $200,000. That doesn't touch a playground if it needs an upgrade. Like we talked earlier this evening, that just doing PIP is about $100,000 itself. I know there's not that many in the city that actually have PIP, but you know, I'd like to see that number at a higher rate. And that being said, that was more in line with my comment earlier about the 5 to 10 year projected proposal for reviewing playgrounds, making determinations, prioritizing certain ones. And there's, you know, there's some other line items I think that could be pushed to other years. I don't know how far you want me to get into that, but I think that right now, everything looks okay to me. I'm not mad about anything. I just would have liked to have seen some more effort on the playgrounds, but it could be too preliminary because we haven't done the reviews of the playgrounds. So that could be a reason, but I'd like to see that next year, potentially.
Through the chair to the counselor, the director expressed what he is doing. And as we were developing this, from someone who is very familiar with the city, the director sat there and what was done, I'm just gonna say for this budget on parks, he is triaging, but I can say with no uncertain terms, he is looking ahead. And from my conversations, he's at least 2 years out with what he's thinking of, but it wasn't in such a fashion we could get actual dollar estimates for what he wants to do. So I think what you're asking for him, he's in lockstep with you. It's just putting it down on paper with good estimates. So I think you're gonna get with next year's budget, next year's capital plan, exactly what you have been asking for.
Thank you. Yeah, like I just projecting out, like I'm not gonna be a proponent of building a new baseball field when we can't even get our playgrounds up. That's next year. But like, that's not gonna, we can't figure out our playgrounds. I'm not voting for a new field. And then just to be clear about that. So they're gonna need to do some work on that. And then I wanna say thank you to Public Works, because I think that you've allotted a decent, not amazing amount of money for stormwater. I'm a stormwater management person, so that's my life. So I support that.
Thank you, Council. I'm gonna go right around here. No, Councilman Trafficani?
As a follow-up to Councilwoman Graziano, if I recall, did the Recreation Director indicate that he's budgeted $420,000 of opera funds? It wasn't playgrounds included in that?
Oh, okay, if I may, no. He was allocated by the council $307,000 from the first tranche for specific playgrounds. The first tranche of ARPA funds to the Parks Department was 307, and he's weaning off that. He's finishing those projects. In addition, the settlement agreement, there were specific parks that were to be rehabbed. It was turf fields. So that park, there's a one-to-one correlation between Brayson, is it Brayson? I always get that. Brighton Field, I think it was $1.1 million. There was additional it's coming down to a net like 541,000 of a generalized parks improvements, which he's working on. It wasn't defined to a specific playground, but that's what he was, describing he's doing. So his focus right now is getting through 2 allocations of ARPA funds, getting the respective parks and playgrounds up to snuff while he's doing his assessment of what he needs prospectively, Mr. Mayor.
Just to add, the order is gonna actually phrase this
Just
all better than I.
to maybe simplify it, would you be able just to send a list of the opera funds and what parks are getting allocated, how much, and what is like a general fund for the rest of the parks, so the council has a better understanding?
I can work with, in terms of the allocation, I need the director, but yes, we can have that before the council votes the final.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Your floor, this floor is
So
still
so I
yours.
can assume that the playgrounds are gonna be addressed in the opera funds.
There are, yes, playgrounds are being addressed with ARPA funds. That's correct, through the chair.
I have a few other questions, okay? You mind? It has over here, citywide buildings improvement. $500,000. What buildings and what improvement?
Okay, various buildings. I mean, one that we're looking at right now is this one. But, and I wish, this one, the Pastori Center has a leaking roof. Is the, where the Parks Department is, not the big complex. We've got issues down at the DPW buildings. So we have various buildings, that are in dire need of repair. I'll just, for the record, I do not have a list of $500,000.
So I should suggest, could you give the council a list of those
Yep.
particular buildings and
Yep.
improvements? We greatly appreciate that. Next question. What is the Headworks Building Ventilation Project? What is that?
Yeah, I know, but you want to describe what the head works? He wants to know what the head project is. Okay, that's a sewer. Can we get, yeah, it's a sewer. If I could get you, yeah,
Appreciate that. And fire stations, 1,000,001. Are you addressing all the fire stations with the
yes.
1.1 million?
Of all of our buildings that are, need the most attention, it is our fire stations. So, I hope you see a rhythm in here that, we're looking at every one of our fire stations and then repairing them the next year. So, this is, I can't remember which
All right.
particular
Could you-
station
could
is,
you add
but
that to
yes.
your list? Give
Yep.
us a list of the
Yep.
fire stations
That's
that will
fine.
be addressed.
Yes.
This next one bothers me a little. Replacement for your computer system. If I recall, and maybe some of the council members that were here a few years back, there was a commission established to work with the Cranston School Department to try to get the computer situation under one roof, so to speak. And what happened to that particular, those suggestions? Where you were supposed to work together to have one computer under Munis, I believe it was.
Okay, if I may, through the chair to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, we have on the city side 3 systems. We have what I'll refer to as the municipal, and all the departments hang off our financial system. And it's called admins, AUC. You made reference to Munis. That's the core financial package. This council with ARPA funds allocated, I think it's 135,000 for us to transition potentially from AUC to a more state of the shelf. But relative to the city being a silo on computers, the police have their own computer system and the fire department have their own computer system. I'm gonna speak to the fire department. Their hardware and software are in fact a legacy system to the point where they don't have, a functional email system, never mind everything else. So they are in dire need of an upgrade of their computer system, that being the fire department. As you may recall from the other night, speaking to the police department in that one line item where they've gone out and outsourced the administration of their computer system. So to answer your question directly, I don't know what that report said, but I can tell you at this point in time, we have 3 computer systems.
Well, could you do me a favor? Add that to the list. You kind of define which computer systems will be addressed? Will be fire, will be police?
In
Would
this
be- would
case,
it
it
be
would just
municipal also?
exclusively fire, sir.
Would it be municipal at all?
I'm sorry, sir?
Will it be municipal as well?
No.
No,
This is
so
purely-
that's dedicated to police and fire mostly then.
This is dedicated mostly to the fire department, sir.
Fire
sir.
department. only. Could you get,
Yep.
articulate on that,
Yes,
please?
sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's see, I can't remember which way I went. I think I'm going around this way. Council President? Councilman Andujar. And then
I just want to recognize President Frias with us. I want to thank him for being here and his knowledge. If anybody attends these commissions, this is one of the few bodies that actually recognizes our voices, unlike other boards that we have here. But I want to get into the citywide infrastructure. Are sidewalks included in that area?
Yes.
Alder DeMayo, you had something you were going to add?
Again, just for the council members that are new, the majority, if not all, of these capital improvements are paid by bonding. And I know that we have a bonding schedule of what's left on all our bonds. Is that correct, Director?
That's correct.
Is that something we can get a copy of, just so we know what's standing and what we're pulling from?
Okay, what authorizations? Yes. I mean, if you look at the capital report, I will say that an additional loan, my vernacular, an additional loan order to fund this will be required in terms of the citywide infrastructure. We pretty much have coverage of everything else. There will be, depending on what this council votes, there will be an additional loan order required.
In the past, that we'd get a schedule for all the bonds that were issued, what's been drawn on them, and what may be remaining, whether it's still in reserve funds to be spent or it hasn't been drawn on yet.
Yep.
Because typically for Parks and Recreation, I know the best that every election year, they usually ask for a $2 million bond. And that's where these projects, just referring to the parks, are pulled from. So there's a variety of them. If we could get that schedule, I think they'd at least have an understanding of what's there.
Thank you. I'm looking right down, and the only person I can't see is you, Councilman Bernardo. So if I'm not mistaken, I see your hand, is your hand up? Okay, Councilwoman Graziano.
Question for Mr. DeMayo. These bonds, what is the typical time span for the bond?
There is a period, and I'm not 110% sure. I don't know if Solicitor Angel knows. It's, you have a period to draw down. It's somewhere between 5 and 10 years. I think they're issued and they have to be used by X and then they expire. I just don't know the specific timeline.
Yeah, so I guess the concern, I don't want to be bonding stuff out that's only good for 10 years, for 20 years.
If I may, was your question, if we were to fund X project, what's the amortization period of the bond? Okay, historically, what the city's done is issue 20 and 30-year bonds. One of the things that has been discussed, if we issue a bond for something with a 10-year useful life, we are going to issue a 10-year bond. So when the council if we go through the council to authorize a loan order, it says up to 30 years. When we're doing the project, we will issue a bond to match the useful life of the asset.
Okay, thank you, because I don't, something like a turf field only lasts for 10 years. I don't think the city can afford turf fields, period. But secondly, I think that once they're dead, and you also have to pay to dispose of them, which is a ridiculous amount of money.
But to your point, you've got an asset that lasts 10 years. You wish a 30-year bond, you're paying for that asset so yes.
Auditor DeMayo, and then I'm
Yeah.
gonna take, Councilman Andujar.
My apologies. I thought you were referring to how many years we have access to the money to pull it down before that bond expires, not the repayment. He is absolutely correct. The repayment is usually based on useful life of the asset purchased.
Councilman Andujar.
I just want to echo what Councilwoman Graziano said. I don't think we should be paying for something 20 years when it's only good for 10 years. So I just want to put that on the record.
All right, any, other questions on the capital budget? Councilman Trafficante.
You're incurring about $32 million in debt with this budget. How much, am I correct?
We are going to incur 26 million because the sewer fund is paid with cash.
It's
So,
private- it's
so
private.
gross, is 32, net is 25, which also includes, 10 million towards the school. So
So my question is, how much are you retiring? How much debt are you retiring?
I can get that to you in a report. I don't have it.
All right, last call for, the capital budget. I see none. So this time, I'm really gonna say thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next group is going to be, well, let me look. Development. Community development's next. I had to step. You. All right, by all means, begin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Council President Marino, Committee Chair Wall, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to start off first by thanking my staff. They have been doing a fantastic job, in my opinion, over the last 2.5 years. They have served the residents of Cranston extremely well. As a brief overview, community development is responsible for administering the city's entitlement grant from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Our grant for fiscal year 25 was in the amount of $1,086,719, a slight increase over the previous year, which was $1,061,374. As of this date, we have not been notified of our grant award for fiscal year 26. We are being told notification will come mid-May. I'd also like to explain the community development program is 100% federally funded and serves the residents of Cranston at zero expense to the city and the city taxpayers. All of our wages and benefits are paid through the community development block grant allocation and program income. We are a net zero effect on the city.
Thank you, Director. So I'm gonna go around, you wanna start off, Councilman Capriano? Any questions? I'll go, no questions? Councilman Andujar?
I have more of a comment than a question. I thank you for doing this, but other municipalities, and no disrespect to the citywides, but I feel that this is one of those programs where it should be divided up by wards, where we could basically invest that money into projects. And if you're doing anything in Ward 3, I would like to know. So please, if you could just forward me that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
All set, thank you.
All set. I'm looking around. Any, Councilwoman Graziano?
Just a question. It looks like you are saying your income will increase by $31,000. Is, you're comfortable with that? And that's true?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I would just like
Councilwoman
to
Harai.
echo what Councilman Andujar. I am Ward 2, and I would appreciate if there's anything going on in Ward 2 to be informed of
Sure.
it. We always don't get communication from administration, so it's nice to have it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Trafficant.
We doing income? Is that what you're doing?
They're both, yeah, we'll do them both at small.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the CDBG program income, 191,000. You kind of clarify what that is?
Well, the way the program is administered, the largest area that we invest in is housing. Part of that is loans or grants to residents of the city. And it's a revolving loan type of thing, yes. As a result, depending on where their income falls, HUD has given us guidelines. It's either a 0% loan and grant that's repayable when the name on the title changes, or if they're above the requirements by HUD, it's a 2% 15-year loan and grant. So there is program income. These people are paying back their loans over 15 years, and that's what makes up the income. That's correct. It's salaries, benefits. Mhm. Well, it's broken down into several areas. I can give you an example. Well, it's not in yours, but it's in mine. But here's what we would break down, assuming we got the same grant this year in fiscal year 26, the program administration costs, like you say, the 20%, would be $217,343. The housing program would be allocated $899,000. The housing program is basically rehabilitation of homes in the city to stop city blight. It's a combination. Okay, if, let's say they needed a new roof, it cost $20,000. $7,500 of that would be a grant, which would be wiped off the books after 5 years. The balance of that would be either the loan as a deferred loan or as a repayment loan. Public services, we do give a number of grants to public services around the city. 182,000 would be allocated to public services. Sure, we presently give money to the Hope Alzheimer's Center. We give 2 grants to senior services. We give 3 grants.
Let's stop right there. What senior service, what in particular?
The ADS.
All right.
Adult daycare services, and also the nursing program. Where
Okay.
they supply help to the people that go there during the day. If they need some kind of medical help, or if they have a medical question, we pay a portion of that nurse's salary. Public facilities, we would have allocated $174,000. Many years that goes to street paving in low to moderate income areas.
All right, talk about that. Who does the surveying for you? Identify the area.
That's done by Public Works.
Public Works.
They, well,
In what area is going to be
they tell us
done?
the streets they would like to do, and then we go back to HUD's census maps, which tells us if particular streets are in an area designated low to moderate income. Those are the ones where we can help them. We can't do, for example, Reservoir Avenue, if it's not in that area.
You don't do state highways, I'm sure you do
We don't
public
do state
streets.
highways, no,
I would assume most of that money is dedicated towards 1, 2, and 3, probably.
probably, yes.
Yes,
Predominantly, yeah. And
predominantly.
that area is getting smaller every year.
Mhm. You, please.
Okay, and then HUD allows us to keep 5% of the grant, $54,000, in what's called a contingency fund. If some kind of emergency comes up and we are allowed to help out, we have that money available. But that would amount to a total of $1,527,000.
Is any money dedicated to economic development?
Presently, no. We are allowed to do that. I've been looking into that. We're in the middle of doing our annual plan. We have to do an annual plan every year, submit it to HUD. Once they approve it, we can move forward with that plan. We're also in the middle of doing a 5-year consolidated plan, which is required by HUD also. In both of those plans, I have included, I will include some grant money for economic development.
I appreciate that, because I looked at the economic development budget, and there's absolutely no money whatsoever for economic development revolving loan fund to help basically start up costs for businesses.
Exactly. So we will be putting that program together. There's a couple of different ways to do that. 2 of the ways are pretty intense. There's a lot of paperwork that would be involved, a lot of underwriting and so forth. But there is one avenue that we can move down that is called micro enterprises, which is helping out a business with 5 employees or less. And that would be a revolving grant type of situation.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Moving right around.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasiello. And I'm glad to hear that you anticipate you're still going to receive your full federal funding, but I'm also surprised to hear that. We'll know. We'll know soon enough.
Yeah.
May is typically when you get notice of
Yes.
the allocation.
Yes, it is.
All right, so that's the expectation. Okay, all right. And I'm sure if that changes, we've had conversations along those lines and other finance sessions will be made aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Anderson.
You touched on the streets, so this is where the sidewalk money and tree planting money would come from?
Yes. Yeah, we could, not the plan that they have right now, but we could cover those types of expenses, yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Arnold. Okay. Councilwoman Hurley.
You mentioned the grant if a homeowner needs help with a new roof. How do our taxpayers know that? Because I know I've helped people and I've had them call CCAP to see if there was programs. How does the average taxpayer know that the city has this if they don't call the mayor's office?
Yeah, we do a mailing once a year to selected areas, little postcard that goes out advising everybody of our program. It's listed on the city website. It's listed on our community development page. Every now and then we will advertise in the Cranston Herald. And mostly it's really the biggest proponent of us, or how people find out about us, is through CCAP. We get easily 2 or 3 references or referrals a day from CCAP, especially in the area, for example, of heating oil. That's a very important program for us, and we administer that program ourselves through our office. And CCAP obviously has money also, but they get it a little later in the year. So early in the season, a lot of their referrals come to us. We help them out, and then they move to the CCAP fund.
Okay, so it's not just roofing then, it would be heat and oil. How about boilers replacement?
Yep, that's part of the rehab program. So if
Okay.
somebody needed a new boiler, they could come to us as long as they fit the guidelines for HUD. We can help them out. And it would be either one of those two loans that I explained earlier.
Excellent. If you have all that information, would you be willing to email it to me?
Yeah,
So I
sure.
have everything? Thank
Sure,
you.
absolutely.
Other questions for community development? Mr. Traffic.
One last question. Listen, part-time help, $36,000. Clarify that.
That is, we have, our department is basically 3 full-time people. Myself, our loan originator and underwriter, and our compliance finance gentleman. The part-time person is our housing inspector. When we do these rehabs, we need somebody to go out there, figure out what the job is, make sure all the specs are written correctly when we put them out to bid. And then he's responsible for following up as the work is being done, to make sure it's being done properly. Yes.
Other questions? I see none, so I'm going to thank you, Director Thomas. I'll appreciate your time, and I'm sorry I had to wait so long today.
It's all right.
Take
It
care.
was interesting. Thank you. You too.
The next group is going to be treasurer and tax collection. Mr. Kaplan. Tracy, it's 7:15. So we'll, after your presentation, we'll start with the revenues and then we'll go on to, sir. All right, so I guess while I was going looking for these little things. Okay, we'll start with revenues. Traf, do you want to start off? All right, so I'm gonna hook around this way. Revenues. All right, I see Councilman Inder's hand.
Thank you, Director. I've been to your office a few times and I understand, or I see that you're understaffed. Do you think if you had an extra staff member, we could raise more revenue because the overturn would be a lot higher? Or what do you feel about that?
I think right now we're pretty good on staffing. Obviously, what has changed the whole dynamics of our office obviously was COVID and people getting sick, and that does change things. We have 4 in full staff right now. We do have a part-timer too, which I'd like to keep if I could. That comes in and helps out if we get sick, if we're around the corner and we need time. That's probably the only time. But my girls do a tremendous job. They're very dedicated, and I give them all the credit in the world for what they've accomplished in a very busy office.
So I've been there and I've seen the line out the door and I've seen people just discouraged and they just leave. And then when they leave, they ended up getting a more interest because they missed their payment because they didn't want to stay in line. So I just want to, make sure that everybody gets in and out.
Yeah, I very rarely do I ever see that or get complaints of that, but when we are short-staffed, we do the best we can with making up on it. But as far as the you know, the girls go in the system. I mean, I think right now they do a tremendous job at what they do.
Councilwoman Harai.
Hi, I see a difference.
Yeah, so that would be the revenue that we collect due to the tax sale. So that the amount of properties that go into tax sale vary year to year, and that's where that change would come.
Yeah. But that's all cash coming in, so yes, that estimate is ours on what they're doing. You know, some years they've been in shortages, but if you net the two out, Counselor, it's a net $500. You have to take two lines, cash overages and cash shortage. So the year before, it was a net zero. Cash overage is 1,000, cash underage. We're predicting it will be $500 over when you net out the 5,000 and subtract out the next line down 4,500.
Are you set, Councilman? All set. Councilman Trafficani?
Quickly, what's the percentage of tax collection on Cranston?
We're over 99.
That's excellent. Great.
I'm good,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so under tax collections, that's all the revenues. Now we'll move to expenditures, all right? Which we said was on page 15. I'll go in the reverse order, starting on Councilman Campiano's side. You're good? Everybody a chance to digest it a little bit? I can't see you, so I'm gonna ask you, Councilman O'Donnell. You good? I see no hands across the other side. Is that yes, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Graziano.
Sorry, it just looks like, oh, that's a decrease. Sorry. I think I'm okay. Sorry, I thought that was an increase. My apologies. No question.
Question. So looking right across, I see no questions.
Just,
Council President?
yep, thank you, Mr. Capilano, and I assume then you're you are accepting this budget as proposed in terms of the expenses. You don't expect anything beyond this for the most part, right?
No, I don't. Nope.
Okay. I'm good, thank you.
And I'm in order to wants to ask a question.
Director, you said we're collecting over 99% currently. Director Zales, what's the allocation we're using in the current budget as the collection rate? Current budget's up 2 points. Thank you.
I see Councilwoman Horion.
One more question, sorry. I see in the salaries, it's 310, and then it goes to 337.
That's all contractual
All
raises.
contractual,
And
okay.
and thank you for that. If you do recall, in FY '25, the raises were in a contingency. We didn't factor them in. So what you see between fiscal '25 and fiscal '26 is FY '25 budget without raises compared to FY '26, which recognizes 2 years worth of raises. I'm sorry, I didn't highlight that earlier, Council.
All right. Any other questions for Treasury and tax collections? All right. Well, Mr. Capuano, thank you very much for your
Mr.
time.
Wall. And if anybody has any questions, please reach out at any time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Personnel is going to be next.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, just on the expense side, there's no revenues and it's page 11.
Page 11. Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I would just turn it over to Director Pavicchia if you have any questions on his expense.
Thank you very much,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Council President, council members. First like to say that when I first stepped into the office, in the personnel office, I thought I had stepped back into the DeLorean in 1985. We still have a lot of paper that we deal with. Hopefully, some of the proposed changes in the computer software will help. I don't know when we'll see that happen, but we struggle to keep up with the technology since it's pretty antiquated. We have 2.25 full-time people, which includes myself. Warwick has 8. Tuckett has 7. So obviously we have a real skeleton crew. And our budget is probably 60% of what some of the other cities of comparable size. So we have probably maybe the smallest staff city hall, but so it's a struggle, quite honestly. But we've been able to accomplish some things. There's a lot of turnover, a lot of retirements. People have reached 30 years, 35 years in the city. And there's a lot of transition. People have taken jobs in other cities. It's not the typical, 40 years you stay in the same job. So we anticipate changes. There's quite a bit of I remember the questions that Councilmember Royan asked about filling positions when someone's out sick. And the problem is we don't have the funds to do that. If someone's out on sick leave and they're protected in their job and they have plenty of vacation, sick, and whatever, they're out. We don't have the ability to fill positions that well. Come up with a solution for the court, but we're gonna have to hire a part-timer to potentially to cover, not only because of Miranda, but we have someone else who's out sick, which is gonna cripple the court. So, but that's a problem that we have. We don't have staff. We have a line item in here to try to, for some more part-time help. Gail, the former director, who works a day and a half a week, does a great job, handles all the police and fire promotional exams, helps develop the job postings on some, and handles a lot of retiree life insurance benefits, some onboarding of life insurance products for the members. We have about 600 employees, full-time employees in the city. Should we, ideally, you're supposed to have 1.5 employees per 1.5 personnel employees per 100 employees of the city. Substantially low, but try to do the best we can. Try to fill jobs as soon as possible. We're also negotiating 3 contracts. Hopefully, 2 will be done the end of this month. Help us a little bit, but it's it's typical of what the city has happened, and I'll take some of the blame since I was on a decade of that time, but we, the city side always gets, he gets the last of the crumbs, but there's nothing else, there's nothing we can do with it. The funding, if you can't raise taxes all the time. Anyway, so if there are any questions?
I'm gonna take questions. We're gonna go right around. I'm gonna start. Why don't I start? I never start with you, Councilman Ryan. Why don't I start with you?
All right, this is a personnel matter. So do you and the other full-timer switch off schedules so that there's always someone in the personnel office to help a new employee or an employee?
We try, but if one of us, I don't get sick all that often, but if the other person gets sick, has a problem with family member, sometimes very difficult.
Hey,
We rotate lunches. We're trying to get a 3-day-a-week part-timer to help us with schedule. Very difficult. Gail's only there 1.5 days, so she works a Tuesday and either a Wednesday morning or a Thursday morning. That's it. Jay works, the full-time employee, but there are things that have to be done. And if I have to attend anything outside of any meetings outside the office, then he's either alone or he's, has to try to get some help. So we're trying to increase some monies for part-time because we desperately need bodies. I mean, we're not keeping up with, I don't think, we're trying to file digitally, trying to keep a digital file. I set up a system, but I don't think we have enough manpower to continually put items in there. You know the stuff that we have to deal with.
I know that last summer you had an intern. Do you count me and the counter?
We have 2 interns actually, but they're there 5 weeks approximately. You have to train them. They can't have access to everything on the computer system. So we've set up kind of a way in which they can do some basic filing, reach some people. They don't really have time enough to learn employees. So Jay or Gail, I'll have to do that. But and there's lack of consistency within here today, going tomorrow, spring break, they have graduation, they have so many things going on. The productivity is not there. That's why a part-timer at least would provide someone who learns at least 3 days a week. Yeah, I think it does. It's what, 33.5, is that what you put? Yeah, 33,000. That includes Gail, so the other person, we don't have a lot.
Current coverage. All the days of the week would help.
That would, yeah, but we're looking for 3 days on the part-time.
So, that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we need to have coverage so that we can get some of these things.
So just to clarify before you ask another question, I think the councilman asked, this does represent what you want. This budget that we have before us.
Yeah,
Perhaps I phrased that. What you're talking about, you need people in the office, the part-time help that you needed, Director, this budget represents that? Is that what I'm hearing?
yes.
I'm sorry, Council, I want just so I could get
That's
clarification.
confusing to me because last year it said 30,000 under part-time. Today's 33,000.
We increased it, yes. So in terms of what he has for the existing part-time help, Yes, this covers with a little more, by him getting someone in the office on those. So this covers, this budget covers the former director and two other individuals as part-time help.
Moving right along, Councilman Trafficant.
So Gail and who else is the part-time help?
Well, Eileen, and I think
Mrs. Brothers? Why do I see Mrs. Brothers at the front desk as a
Mr. Chairman,
security?
if I can, we should not be discussing specific names of employees on the floor.
So nobody's specific name.
Like I said, your second part-time person is assigned to your office, but yet she's used as security. I mean, you got a police officer there and Mr. Mancuso there. I don't see the necessity of it. If you're shorthanded in personnel, then she belongs in personnel, but that's not my question. My question is that,
that's exactly what I'm doing, what I want to do. I want to take a person from that front desk into our office.
Yeah.
In our budget, we need,
Uh,
you're right, there's a policeman out front.
my question, Mike, is this. Beside you, who else negotiates contracts for police, fire, teamsters, and laborers?
Well, I'm the only one in personnel. Mr. Moretti, obviously, Mr. Fidelis, and sometimes like counsel. In certain departments, but usually Mr. Zadelis, Mr. Moretti, myself, and some outside counsel when we need it.
You said outside counsel?
Counsel, yes.
Outside our
Rather
city,
than the solicitor. The
in addition to our
solicitor-
city solicitor, somebody outside of that?
Well, if there's, labor negotiations are very specific. There are people that specialize in police and fire and others that specialize in other areas of labor law. So we do engage them, we try to save as much money as we can, but some of it gets pretty technical and there's just voluminous amounts of work. Obviously, we don't have clerical staff in our department, so putting together contracts would be rather difficult all by myself, but that's the challenge.
Councilman Trafficant, you mind if I just add something? So the outside counsel, sir, it wouldn't be represented in your budget. Actually, it was in the
No.
Department of Law, so it's not represented here. So
It's not there.
so I'm sorry to interrupt. Traff, did you have more? Going right around? Okay, Council President.
Thank you. Hello, Director Favicchio. Thanks for participating today. I had a couple of things that I want to talk about dealing with the expenses and the operations within your office. You and I have had a previous discussion with respect to forms that originate from your office that contain social security numbers, things of that nature, dealing with elected officials and the approval process. We had a discussion about, obviously, that shouldn't be circulated and the need for updating of the forms, removal of that kind of information, getting the proper authority, and then secure retention of it. So does this budget that you have proposed with expenses include those improvements that are going to be done?
I don't think it leaves much room to do that, to be honest. We may be able to do some of the form changes with the additional part-timer. And I think some of it we can change, I think, mechanically, because you're right, we've had that discussion, and some things don't really need to go through the system the way the other employees are put through. And that, in fact, some of the other areas really need to be changed. That we should be using DocuSign for some of the processing as well. So it's internal in our system. It goes to the directors and the finance director and the mayor without having to go be scattered around the city.
Yeah, and they should not be containing full social security numbers and that personal information of employees. So I can see from Director Zadelis, this looks a bit of a news flash to him about the need to have this done. And that's why that expense was not incorporated in this budget. Is that fair to say?
The key to us in terms of payroll, which flows into social security number as an example, we go by employee number, which to the social security number, so you just X out if we want to have a social security number on a form, just X out the first 5 digits. That we call this employee number.
Correct,
So we
yeah.
can- if I will discuss the matter with the. It's all next to each.
And I stress the second component, the secure retention of that sensitive information needs to be examined and done appropriately. The other thing I'm gonna say is something that I take no pleasure in is that I get a lot of complaints about your office being closed and inaccessible. I'd be lying if I said differently. And I don't know what the reason is for that, but I know that changes need to be made because that was happening too frequently. And I'm also going to say this part, and it pains me to say this, is that when I was on council and your position came before us, I asked you if you would be practicing law. You said you would not be doing that because you cannot do that and work as the head of personnel here, the director of personnel. And in addition to me hearing it's closed, I also hear that people are seeing you in courtrooms. You advertise as an attorney. Those two things just give me concern going forward. It pains me to have to say this, but it needs to be said. Thank you.
I don't know who's seen me in court. I cleaned up, I closed out things that I've had, and sometimes you have to do that, but I've withdrawn from just about every court. I can do things electronically, that on my own time, but I don't need to be in court. So I've gotten rid of, it takes time, as you know, but I have gotten rid of a lot of stuff. If I was selling real estate on the weekend, I could do that on my own time. I don't see why I can't do something that's non-litigation, in the office, at home, just simple stuff. As far as trying to keep be accessible all the time, I mean, I get calls constantly from all the directors. I have to deal with their issues. I get calls on my cell phone early in the morning from outside counsel. I'm always working. Part of the staffing thing, there's basically 2.25 people. No one can be sick or out on vacation. It's just very difficult to man an office when you have so few people. So, and I'm willing to, I meet people all the time. I hired someone this morning. I take a phone call and hire someone. So, I'm happy to do it, but that's one of the reasons why we wanted this third person. We needed the part-time staffer just to help us with some of these things. People don't necessarily tell us when they're coming in. They'll come in and, we need to accommodate them, but we need people to do it.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for the Director of Personnel? Seeing none, I thank you for your time, Director Vecchio.
Thank you.
And the next, we're going to take DPW next. I just have to touch base with Director Zepes.
least I'm not alone. No, without that, like that.
Yeah, he's gonna, I think that's, he knows the data, yeah, it will be some of the specifics developed, but I mean, it's specific about projects that they go through. I would like to. pinnacles are longer on it. How come the chair's higher than mine? I don't get.
So for the record, it's, thank you, Councilman Andujar. We are on 7 and 17 for DPW. Whenever you're ready, Director.
I'm sorry. Council I did my job in terms of the pages, so I turn it over to
Thank
You
Mr.
have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Council President, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It has been a long morning and early afternoon. As you know, I am here temporarily at this present time. I have not been appointed yet, so I do have to defer a lot of this to Mr. Zedelis. But if there are any questions relative to some of the specific projects that are ongoing, it's something that I will have the knowledge to be able to give you that information. So having said that, I'd like to just go through, and if you keep it by category through the engineering, the highway maintenance, the fleet maintenance, it would be easier to address any of those questions since it is the largest group of staff.
So just for clarification, there are what do we have, about 4 or 5 divisions here. So when you ask your questions, and we're going to start with revenue, please ask them in the specific division. And the divisions of revenue do start on 7. They go over to page 8. Okay? Any questions for what I guess would be acting director would be proper title for me to give.
I believe so, but I do also understand there was something in the charter about you couldn't be acting at a certain point in time during your employment here or eligible, so therefore they've kind of taken that title away as well.
I'm not going to use titles then. All right. So I'm going to start. I know Councilman Trafficani's got his stuff in front of him. That's correct. Traff, you ready to start on revenues? You're all set? I'm going to go right around. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, so Group 1303, Division of Engineering. It looks like your inspection fee for subdivisions is going from 6,500 to 12,000. Is that an appropriate reflection, and why is it doubling?
Through the chair to the counselor, at the halfway point of the year, we had already hit 6,500. So this is recognizing where we were trending this year.
Sure, this is an appropriate time, but can you tell me like what, I'm interested, because I sort of talked to planning about this. What are you inspecting for the subdivisions? Are you doing stormwater infrastructure inspections?
Yes, part of that is stormwater, any of the stormwater management systems that are installed, whether storage, we are required to do that review. That stormwater as well. In addition to that, we also need to get out there to approve those subdivisions for pavement, curbing, et cetera. But they do have to post a bond every time they have a project going on within a major subdivision. And as a result, we do need to go in there to inspect to make sure that we're getting compliant with what they said on their plan.
Okay, I appreciate that because that's what I do too for a living. So I am excited to hear that because I didn't really get that feedback from planning. So I'm happy to hear that. And do you also get inspections from the the developers PE just to confirm that they're also inspecting it and that you're both seeing the same thing, and then they sign off on it to put the liability on them at the end of the project?
At the present time, we are not doing that. We're not applying the contract to certify, or do I think it's a form 128 that they certify that they're implementing. It is something we do need to consider because we do not have staff.
Well, yeah, so that's my question. you know, I also talked to planning department about, potentially requiring peer review. So like, if you guys approve a subdivision, you guys could hire outside consultants through the developer. It's a long story. We can talk about it offline, but yeah, because I don't think you have the staff to do all that work. It's a lot of work.
It does take up a lot of time to be able to do that. I do understand there are some peer reviews that are performed basically through the environmental agencies when you're looking at drainage reports, et cetera. They're sort of reviewing most of that, so they address that part of it. We do receive the reports that come in from traffic. We do have some people within the department that do look at the traffic studies. I myself sort of review traffic studies to see what's in there, to see how appropriate it is and how close it is to reality.
Yeah, thank you. I feel better because you are a PE, so that makes me happy. But I would like to help as much as I can, give you what you need or enact regulations that we need to, so you can have what you need, because I think it's really important that we're reviewing these subdivisions, because if they are public, we will be inheriting them once they're accepted roads. So, and then you're gonna be in charge of cleaning those and all the infrastructure, and if it's done incorrectly, that's a huge problem. So I support more help on that end.
Councilwoman, I think the solicitor has something to offer on this matter.
Oh, yeah, just for the council, as you know, Frank isn't officially the Public Works Director, so he might not have all the details you want. Just give him a little slack on that. I know Tom kind of framed most of the budget, so if you want to just be aware that obviously Frank's not acting, and any representations or past practice, there might be, he might have a little of a learning curve. But I appreciate your questioning.
And if I could add to your, on the inspections line, and you rightfully noted that is a pretty big increase, but it's actually, if the auditor would help me out with this.
Through February 28th, it's running at 12,000, which is 85% over budget, annualized about 18,000.
So that could perform at maybe a little higher level on, right? Maybe get a little more. Thank you. Councilwoman Graziano, I'm sorry, I just had to get onto that one.
No, I appreciate it. I actually think I'm done. Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank you. I'm looking around. Which way did I start? I started with traffic. I got you, Kristen, all right? I did.
I just have a
Councilman Bernard.
question. No, never mind. That, we already talked about that. 1307, it says VIN verification, Division of Fleet Management.
No,
But that's
they
not,
used to
that's not
have a
here.
line item. That's where it was before. So that is now being performed. We
By the
discussed
police
it
department,
at the
right?
police department, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So I thought so. All right, thank you. That was all for revenues.
All right, moving down the line. Council, you're good? Councilman Campiano? Council President? All right, then we'll move on to expenditures. I'm going to go this way this time. Councilman Campiano, your side. You're going to defer to Councilman Andahar. Councilman Andahar.
Director, thank you. I have a couple questions. In group 1306, refusal, removal, and disposal, are the penalties we're incurring for recycling in somewhere in here?
Through the chair to the counselor, that comes in the penalties that they're going to work through. 54602 is where you'll see an increase of roughly 182,000. So that's the payment to Rhode Island Resources.
And then, Director, if you could explain the sidewalk program, which is in group 1300, line 54802. I see it going from 130 down to 31.
Okay, the previous year's budget included this council's action to appropriate an additional 100,000 of ARPA money. That is not included. The additional ARPA is not included in this year.
And then the final question, if you could elaborate on line 54,103. It just jumps up to 80,000.
Okay, I'm sorry, what division? I'm sorry, Counselor.
Traffic and safety, 1301, it's line number, I believe it's 54,103.
Similar to what I just stated with the sidewalk program, the $80,000 was an addition done by the city council in the current year's budget that is not incorporated in the FY 26.
And Director, thank you for joining. If you could just let us know when the street sweepers come out to clean the street, that would be great, so we can notify the residents.
Yeah, they've started early April, first week in April. They've been out there since, and they're sweeping off sidewalks and then getting into the roadway and then through the roads.
Yeah,
Chairman,
Solicitor,
before
go
you
right
go-
ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you go through expenditures, I did want to make a note. It's my understanding that the administration is going to put forward an amendment on the group 1303. If you notice, the chief engineer is vacant. 1303-01-001. Do you see that? The chief engineer is vacant. I don't know if, Tom, if you want to. Okay, since we're on expenditures.
Continue, Counselor.
So it's my understanding the administration is going to try to fill that through Frank. I think Frank can speak to that as well. To have the extra engineer under the charter, if you look at the charter, section 10.03, the chief engineer has to be a professional engineer. That's been really hard on recruiting. So the mayor is hoping to amend that line item for this next budget year to a senior engineer. Same zero sum, but a senior engineer versus chief, because the language of the charter is, it is mandated as a professional engineer. And I think Frank can speak to that and Tom can follow up. Just an FYI as you go through expenditures.
We're in it, yeah, we're in now, yes. All right, so did you want to elaborate before I move on?
I think that the esteemed council spoke at a higher level. And you make that change.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'm looking down the line. I already got Councilman Andahar. I see Councilman Bonanno.
Yes, I have two questions. Excuse me. The first one, we're in group 1300, Department of Public Works. And if we go out to, I believe it's 54002, the Rodent Control Program. While campaigning through various parts of the city, but mostly when I was campaigning in wards 5, 3, and 2, and a little bit of 6 near Garden City, we heard many, many concerns about the rodent population. So personally, and I know many councilors probably agree with me when I say we would like to see the rodent control program expand to be able to better combat rodents in the city. It's less of a question and more of a statement, I guess, but, you know, I would like to see, you know, some more of that. And I know I speak for probably Councilwoman Haroyan, Councilman Andahar, Councilman Trafficani, and maybe even Councilman Wall and Councilman Campiano, because we incurred the same, we campaigned together frequently and we heard some of the same complaints. So, you know, what can be done with $25,000?
If I may,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Counselor, once again, in terms of the ARPA proceeds that, yeah, the settlement that occurred, what came out of this body is, I believe it was $200,000 of additional ARPA money for rodent control. That coupled with this 25,000 is going to be enhanced.
Okay.
You know, we didn't need to, it's almost like double counting.
Right.
We, for consistency purposes, we kept, you know, carried forward the 25, which we've always had budgeted, but at the avail of DPW they have an additional 200,000.
So that's still available? Or
Through the
some of
chair,
it is still available?
It's available and must be spent before December of 26. So yes,
And-
it is.
And
Okay.
Auditor Mayo has actually the figures here.
February 28th balance, they've spent $203,662.64.
And what's remaining?
Well, if we go with 200, it'd be 225 for the year, and they spent 200, so there's roughly 23,000. I've got actual right now
Yeah,
through
but
February.
if I may, in terms of the accounting, the money was moved out into a special revenue. So what you're seeing there is the expense moving it to, yeah, so we have the one expenditure I know of was about 78,000 of the 200. That's an accounting entry of that 200,000. But I can get you an exact accounting of it.
All right, thank you. I mean, so I just wanted to, and I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but that was a big concern of the residents. And like I said, I know many council people, probably feel, the same way. I did have another question and I forgot what it was. So, can you come back to me at the end? Okay, thank you.
Just a sideline, listen, I'm sure the rat problem has been an issue that has been increasing. And I'll say rat, not rodent, has been increasing for a decade. It's just getting worse. So it's happening in six. I know I've been in other wards as well where they show them swimming in the swimming pool. So whatever we're doing for the rat rodent issue, it's not even nearly, close to being effective. So we gotta add something there. Councilman, I'm gonna go right around. Councilwoman, are you ready or? You're ready, then I'm gonna let you go.
Thank you. I also want to say, Frank, you've been amazing. You've been super helpful to me on some of my issues. So I just want to say I appreciate that. And I know you have a lot of work. And if your appointment goes through, you will have even more work. I guess I have some questions on a couple salary line items, and it could be because of the director position, but I just want to be clear. So 1,300 just for the Department of Public Works, there's a $150,000 increases at the director position?
That's a director's position.
Okay,
And the gyration, I was explaining how the FY 20 budget didn't include the COLAs where,
okay.
so the
Okay.
answer is predominantly the director's position.
So there's another one in 1302, which is another $118,000 for highway maintenance salary.
Through the chair, all those are union represented employees, so I don't recall any adjustment in the department, similar to the change in the director's position. I'm gonna credit that almost exclusively to cost of living adjustments for all the union representatives.
And that makes sense, $120,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there's,
Considering it's 2 years being represented in FY
wow,
26.
okay. Okay, thank you. 1305 care of trees. So this is like you're spraying for like what particular bacteria or insect? Like, is that what you're doing?
That I don't know what they're spraying, and we can get back to you, but this was a line analogous with what you had in the parks. What they're spraying for, I humbly apologize. I
Okay.
can't answer, but I can get that.
And I just would like to make a request for Ward 1. So I've mentioned this before. Maybe this is, but it sounds like this might be under you, not Parks and Rec. I mentioned it to Parks and Rec. So Ward 1 has the only coastal parcel in Cranston, which is on the Narragansett Bay. That's Stillhouse Cove. The Edgewood Preservation Committee raises $35,000 every year, manages that park solely on their own. Not only are there stormwater infrastructures there that need management, I think we briefly might have talked about the stormwater infrastructures that need management. They're managing them except for two they have a proprietary separator in the ground that they're not managing, that the city is managing. And then they're also spraying their own trees. Can we be included in that so this nonprofit doesn't have to pay for it anymore because it's city land?
Through the chair to the counselor, that's something we'll have to address through the engineering division, which, for no, my term, the tree warden is part of. So that's an internal discussion.
Okay, we can talk about that. And then, can you just clarify this position that you're talking about? Because I apologize, I'm not familiar with the, differences between like the levels of PE. Like, to me, you either have a stamp or you don't. So what is this level that you're talking? You're either a civil engineer or you're not. So like, I guess I'm confused about this other position.
No, you can be a degreed engineer and not have your professional engineer's license. So you have different levels within other organizations, not so much the city, but in my previous work at the state of Rhode Island, you had a civil engineer, senior civil engineer, principal civil engineer, and then you couldn't go above a certain level unless you had your PE license. So this would be a position where they're not the chief engineer, they're gonna be there will be an engineer by trade with a degree. They just will not have that professional registration at the end of their name.
Attorney Angela, you want to add something to that? Yeah, it's a little tricky. I mean, I talked about this with Assistant Solicitor Rawson, and I spoke earlier, well, mid-morning with Director Moretti about this. It was the first I've heard of it. My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Mr. Zadelis can correct me as well. What the administration is looking to do is to zero out, not abolish the job, but to zero out the line item for chief engineer. The words chief engineer, it's a term of art used in the charter that occupies certain decision-making capacities in the charter. And that position requires a PE. And Director Corral is correct. Now, he is a PE, okay? And this particular position that the administration seeks to create is an adjunct position of a senior engineer, not requiring a PE designation, but the person is an engineer who would work under Director Corral's supervision. That's my understanding. So we're, if you'll pardon the pun, they're trying to re-engineer the engineering, right, of what we see in the budget in order to get bodies in the door that are capable, that can work under the director's supervision to get some of this engineering done and approved. What I did discuss with the solicitor's office this morning, but I did not just now, but I did not discuss this morning with Director Moretti, is that we will have to rework in probably omnibus legislative fashion some of the wording in the ordinances so that, you know, it'll be an understanding for a while that the chief engineer's role, okay, will be filled differently in terms of its involvement in certain processes in the charter. I mean, your engineer, your town or your city engineer, and as you know, this is a larger city, you're gonna have more, presumably more than one engineer. You have innumerable ongoing demands for engineering in any city or town. I mean, the director can speak to that. I mean, it's a list as long as you're on that what an engineer is involved in. He needs help in that regard. I have no doubt if he's by himself. So this is a way to budget for that money, provide a positional help to him without designating that individual as the chief engineer, because my understanding is the administration doesn't feel that they'll be able to fill the chief engineer role with somebody who is credentialed in a way that would satisfy the charter. Does that seem about right?
Okay, so I just want to confirm though that you're comfortable with that level of that person being downgraded.
I'm just not sure, it's not really a downgrade, the position will still exist. the chief engineer position, it just won't be filled, and they're just trying to substitute what that would be for a senior engineer, which would be more in line with helping me do the work that's being done. We have several projects that are ongoing, and much to my surprise, I know at one time there were several engineers within the engineering department that fell under the chief engineer. Right now, there's none. There's not a single engineer, degreed engineer within Public Works. So right now, most of the project oversight, some of the project management is all being done through the director. And by having that other person come in as an engineer, but not so much a registered professional engineer, they would be able to take on some of those tasks and continue to get some of the other projects out and oversee other projects that need to be completed.
Okay, I just want to make sure you have the support the support that you need. Just to go back to Councilman Andujar's comment about the street sweeping, thank you. It's something that we've been talking about. It's also a federal requirement of the town's NIPD's permit for their MS4 system. So they are required annually to maintain that system. And there's specific requirements under their operation and maintenance plan that they have to do that. Okay, I just want to ask you this question about the stormwater capital improvement items. Those are green or gray infrastructure that's proposed in the capital improvement line item.
Through the chair to the council, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
There was, in the capital improvements line item, you have a request, sorry, I'm looking for it so I can say what it is. Stormwater drain rehabilitation, stormwater drain improvements, stormwater drainage studies. So I'm asking if those have designations for gray or green infrastructure.
I'm familiar with the terms they're using, it with gray and green. Part of the problem, clarify that.
Sure, so gray infrastructure is subsurface, it's man-made infrastructure. Green infrastructure is something like a rain garden, infiltration basins, bioretention basins.
Yeah, great. Yeah, most of this is the underground, not a lot above ground. What we're trying to do, and this term we sometimes use, paralysis by analysis, and it seems to be a lot of studies going on within the stormwater, and they're doing their best they can to try to keep up with it. But we really need to try to get some of these projects out on the streets. But we're studying some of the things, and what I'm finding just in the past week, there's some issues with groundwater that's coming up through the ground right now. I mean, granted, it is the wet season, but there are some areas where this water has been coming up for over a year. And people have been thinking about it, wondering what to do. And I said, we just really need to sit down, open up the ground, see what's going on. If it's groundwater, get the French drain systems and get it into another catch basin so it can take it off the surface of the road, get it underground and get it dispersed into the appropriate outfalls.
Okay, great. I'd love to talk to you about this offline because I think I have this problem too. And we're seeing changes in estimated seasonal high groundwater coming into different systems. And yeah, you gotta reevaluate.
And the other thing being, you've got to make sure that the capacity is there in the existing piping systems, which is part of the issue of the studies that they're doing, because it's very difficult to increase flow environmentally, because you can't increase pipe size without following through and bringing it all the way down. You do have downstream issues and watershed analyses that need to be done in order to do it, as you're aware. So, you know, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if you can solve an initial problem here at one point, you could be creating it downstream, and that's where the studies are trying to unfold.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it sounds like maybe we can apply for a 319 grant.
And I believe some of the monies that you see are grant monies that Ed Talley and our stormwater is addressing and has.
Okay, going right around.
I'm done.
Councilwoman Harayan.
Hi, I would just like to echo Councilman Campobiano with the rodent control. I know we, had put money aside from the ARPA
I'm
settlement.
Councilman Bonanno.
Bonanno, sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry, but.
He feels the same way, by the way, so it's okay.
I'm tired now.
One of you Italians on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like we need a second person. One person certified for rodent control is not enough. He's responsible to go out. He's also, his phone messages, if he needs to go on a leave for a death of a parent, which happened last summer, 3 weeks with no rodent control was not okay. It needs to be addressed seriously. We have a lot of businesses in Cranston that don't respect our community, that have overfilled dumpsters. We shouldn't be afraid to go in our yards in the summer because of rodents. And we need more attention to that. I understand we could be hiring an outside company with that ARPA money. We need more employees in that area certified. It's not a one-man job for a city of 80,000 people.
Would not agree with you more.
Okay, moving right along, Mr. Trafficante. You would need Attorney Angel? Attorney Angel, when you have a moment.
I just want to address the issue of
At the present time, no. There is a gentleman there that does do the traffic studies. He does work on some of the traffic signal work, but a lot of the repair work for the traffic signals are done through the fire department. I'm not sure what his exact title is within the department, but his label is traffic engineer. Correct. No, the technician would not be. That's why they're technically not supposed to use the title engineer unless you have the degree. Are presently looking for one? No, we're not. Can we get one? Can we get one?
Yep.
No, we're not.
My money man said no.
Sorry, Mr. Jim Smith. Oh. 45,000, and I'm not on that line. We lease space on Sauconasset, so let me get to where you are, Mr. Mayor. I was on the.
Oh, is that where?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. What group and what line item were you in, sir? 1,300, that's the 90,000 going down to the 45,000. That is the office space we lease over at Sauconasset, sir.
what department is there?
I thought inspections was on Sauconasset.
Yeah. And so is an engineering, and the lease is paid out of this account. The plan is to move them out of that building.
To one of the school buildings?
I think there's gonna be an interim step, long-term, one of the school buildings.
All right.
But if I can just get back to Mr. DeMayo's question. The block grant buildings, building inspections, and the engineering are all in that building. They cohabitate. The payment for the lease was.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
I know you're new to the position, so I appreciate you coming today, and Director Zadelis taking most of the legwork for the finances. The rodent control program, Councilman Buonanno, that's why we gave them the money for the rat program, to increase it substantially. So let's hope it comes to good use. The idea was for an outside company to go to problem areas that are in higher volume to hopefully get it more under control, because the one person going out with bait boxes is just a feel good to say we're doing something, but the reality is the burden is really primarily on the homeowner, to regulate it, and keep up on it. We do what we can, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Andahar, I think I saw you. Well, he did have his hand up, though. I'll be honest with you. You just popped up now. All right, go right ahead, Councilman Kipriano.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to you coming on board. You are going to have a full plate. I would say that Director of Public Works is the face of our city, whether it be trees, whether it be rodents, whether it be water, whatever it is. I look forward to a plan for, and I think the Council President can attest to this. We have a real high water table in Weston Cranston, and there's some serious issues there. I'm hoping they can be addressed. We get calls all the time of flooding in streets, flooding in basements. I know it's a huge monumental task, but I'm hoping we can at least chip away at that in the near future. And as for the rodent problem, same thing. We did fund that. I just don't want to see poison dumped on the ground and say that's going to work. I look forward to seeing strategies to address the rodent problem, whether it be through inspections and make sure people are keeping their garbage right, including with the restaurants, which is probably the biggest culprit. We need something to do that too. So again, thank you for coming on board and taking on all these challenges.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe the Council President did have one brief question.
Sorry, I'm doing this because constituents have raised the issue, and I'll be very brief. The bait in the boxes, there is a different type of bait that will not kill the eagle population. Believe it or not, this is a real legitimate issue. Warwick has it. So I am asking you to please look into the other bait that does not kill the wildlife, but kills the rats.
We are aware of that. There have been a couple of agencies that have come to us asking us to do a trial program. The City of Providence is doing one, and it's more, I thought, in line with birth control versus poison, not poison. I guess if you control the reproduction of the rats, that helps slow down the process, and if there aren't more coming in as they die off, they're not there. We'd have to look into seeing what Warwick does that has a poison that doesn't poison birds but poisons rats. I was not aware of that.
Yeah,
I was more aware with the reproduction.
There's been some articles on it too. Some eagles died and things like that. So
No,
there's
they definitely do,
yeah.
because they grab the rats that have the poison.
I
and then
leave
they-
it to your expertise, but I'm sure there'll already have been discussions and solutions on the issue. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's go. Do you have your hand? All right, because last time I see Councilman Bonanno after you. Councilman Andahar.
Well, I don't want to, it's a question for the director and our lovely Councilwoman Graziano. Why did the planning department zero fund the floodplain study? If we keep on talking about water and funding, this is group 1109 planning department, line 52712. Councilwoman, you may answer that question.
Why have we never funded what? Also, I wasn't here since, 2020. I'm assuming they had a study at some point. But since I've been here,
Through the chair, do you want me to answer this, Dan, Councilman Wall?
You're gonna answer the question? All right, go right ahead.
So my understanding with the FEMA funding was it was a grant initially, and I I mean, most of the grants coming from FEMA have been put on hold, so I wouldn't depend on any FEMA grants. FEMA also issues grants this is just floodplain, so this is bordering land subject to flooding. So it's not specifically estimated seasonal high groundwater that's happening in Councilman Capapiano's area, which I have an answer for that too. We can talk offline. But yeah, this is just strictly for floodplain funding. And that funding, I understand, has, no pun intended, dried up. But we need it more than ever because our precipitation rates are increasing and we should be following NOAA Atlas Plus, which I talked about at the planning board thing. But anyway, there's no grant this year. That's why there's no funding.
Councilman Bernardo.
Thank you. Councilman Hoyt, I've been called worse than Councilman Campapiano probably today. But anyhow, to get off the subject of rats, I remember my second question, which was about garbage collection. And by the way, garbage collection and rodents, and I mean, properly educating the people as to how to properly dispose of trash, which sounds dumb, but I think we need to do that. That all dovetails together, I think, and perhaps one of the ways to combat the rodents is to properly educate not only the restaurants and businesses, but the people themselves as to how to throw trash away properly. But over the past couple of years throughout the city, we have seen, or at least I have seen in my neighborhood, people's yard waste sit out for 2 or 3 weeks at a time before it comes to get collected. So, you know, I'm thinking of a line in The Sopranos: "You charge us twice for pickups you missed." Has there been any rebate, and this is more a question for Director Zadelis, has there been any rebate on these missed pickups over the past few years? And, well, let me ask that first. Has there been any rebate over the past couple of years for specifically yard waste pickups that have been missed?
Through the chair to the counselor, rebate, my vernacular would be back charges?
So did any money come back to the city because they missed those pickups for weeks at a time?
I am not aware of any back charges coming, funds or money coming in our direction from the trash hauler, but I can double check. I don't know as we sit here.
Fair enough. I mean, I didn't expect you to know, but I think that, you know, when we pay $7.8 million for trash removal, which is a significant chunk of our budget, you know, that's a huge department that of all the departments we've looked at today, it's up there. And some pickups are being missed. That's an issue. So, you know, and not only that, but, you know, we've talked about rats for a half hour here. When I'm lazy, I only take the trash out and bring it back once. If it's out there, I'm not bringing it back to bring the same crap out again next week. It's gonna sit there. So unless you come and tell me to move it, Frank, with a fine attached to it. So, you know, I think many people are like that. And we see the yard waste sit out there for weeks, sometimes at a time, and that's an issue. And it's at no fault of the city. And not only is it a problem, you know, for rodents but it just makes the city look less appealing. So when the garbage people, when Waste Management is contracted to collect the trash and they don't, there should be some financial rebate or back charge or whatever the technical term is to the city.
Councilman Bernardo,
And I
not-
would like to see
not to
that.
interrupt, I
in the-
believe
go
the order
forward.
actually has a little bit of an answer on this.
Sure, okay, great.
Councilman Bernardo, and Director Zadelis, I don't know if it was a 4-year time, there was a major issue with staffing for Waste Management for a period of time, and a lot of the routes weren't being completed. And I believe the administration went back and negotiated, and there was some alleviation to the bill for a period. I'm not quite sure how far back it was, but it had become a major problem at one point. And the response that the administration got from Waste Management was that they just didn't have the staffing to drive the trucks. So, and I did believe they went back and did some negotiation. I mean, I did 17 years in the industry, and that is the biggest problem you'll find. You cannot find people to drive a CDL trash vehicle.
And
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, for interrupting, Counselor, and through the chair to the counselor. I was just taking notes that I can hand off to once we get a permanent DPW director, but for the record, we're bidding out as we speak.
The trash,
pickup.
yeah.
So in terms of, yeah.
That should be in the
In
contract.
terms of that, yes.
Should be ironclad in the contract.
So it's going out to bid. Has the bid been changed for alternate bids?
Excuse me, if you
I'll
could.
I'll elaborate. There's always been an issue in the city because there isn't major providers. It's only, Waste Management, Republic.
Yes.
So they're the only two little bidders. So the current contract that we've had, which I know very well, it's a 2-year contract with 5 one-year renewals. There is no contractor in the state of Rhode Island that is gonna go out and buy 20 vehicles to do that here. So the suggestion I make, with the knowledge I have, is split the city in two and offer it out as, and I say this respectfully, an east side and a west side. Now you get smaller contractors as an alternate bid. Smaller contractors will come in and compete. And then you also have a safety net. If one contractor has an issue, in the arrangement, they can go and help somebody who backfalls. A lot of work, but there's that. And then in the new contract, I would suggest that you did a 95-gallon recycle bin and a smaller trash bin, which will force the homeowner to recycle more.
Recycle instead of, through the chair, to the council auditor. I don't know, but I can send you out the specs, to just, it's out on the street. So, I don't know the answer to your 2 specific questions.
That's fine, just a suggestion.
But to your point, incorporating.
Yeah, absolutely.
that, we can.
And the reason I say that is simply because I'm very glad, because I know the mayor, probably at the beginning of his term, with the administration, maybe members of the council recognized the problem and tried to get some relief from Waste Management. The reality is, it's still happening. It's still happening. So it needs to be rectified further. And the second thing is, if we didn't go to them as a city, whoever was responsible for going to them, and say, oh, what's going on here? They wouldn't have done anything. So, that to me, I just wanted to get that out there. So future Director Correo knows, that's a problem on many levels.
Yeah, and I just want to add one thing. A part of that is missed, but also some of the things that I've heard since the time I've been there is sometimes people don't get the trash out there in time. So what's happening is you pick it up on a Thursday morning, they put it out later in the morning, they get picked up at 8 o'clock. And then, like you said, you're not gonna go back out, take your yard waste or your landscaping and bring it back to the house. So it stays there and it's gonna be there for another week. And that's
Yeah.
part of the problem. But you're right, if they've missed it, there should be a consequence of that. And many times, and I know that the gentleman that takes care of that within Public Works, he does an extremely well with getting them back out there to pick that stuff up. He'll call them, if the people call him, he gets them out there, he has them address it, and I'm not aware of any time that they have not gone out to pick up something if they did miss it.
Yeah, at my own house, I get it out there on time, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying, I'm sure that there are some people that don't, but, there was some trash sitting out there for a couple of weeks, and like I said, that's just, when we're paying $7.8 million, that's, I expect better than that, And it's not a reflection on Public Works, it's just a reflection on the vendor. It's a reflection on the vendor. So, all right, I'm stopping lunch from being eaten, so I'm done.
Sure you want to?
I'm hungry.
I believe I'm going to go right around and we're going to be just about done. If there's no further comments, but there are, go right, Councilwoman Graziano.
This is quick. Is the, so like for the sidewalk program, you took out the $100,000. Is that going to be a problem next year when we're looking at the budget now? Now we need an extra $100,000 because we're using the ARPA funding. No, I know, but like next year. So we're using ARPA funding, sorry, ready? 1,354,802 sidewalk program, sorry, because we dumbed it down to 31,000 because of the ARPA funds. Next year, are we going to be scrambling to find another $100,000?
Through the chair to the counselor, as of right now, the 30,000 is what we've done historically. So the 100 augmented, so we're back into, you're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see, I don't know if that's a hand or what. I'm gonna say that's not, and you don't have any questions. Perfect. Any other questions? All right, I see none. No hands? All right, well, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna break for lunch, 30 minutes, so we'll be back here in 30 minutes, and sorry it took so long. Right, I believe we're ready to commence. Are we back on? Okay. Mr. Lima's here representing the canvassing department. Are you gonna speak at all, Mr. Stellis, or is Mr. Lima gonna speak entirely? I'm sure he's gonna be brief and to the point and give us a lot of edification in this matter. The floor is yours, Mr. Lima.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council as well. So the Canvassing Authority operating budget this year is obviously reflective of the fact that we have no election scheduled. It's the first time that has happened since 2019. So we've had elections every year, 3 special elections just in the last 3.5 years alone, which we had gone 20 years without a special election prior to that. The staff in our office do a phenomenal job. They are, without question, the best in the state. Terry, Murray, and Emerson. Every other city and town looks up to them, asks them for guidance and advice all the time. And our successes in coordinating elections and having a very effective voter roll list maintenance programs are entirely due to their efforts. I'm very appreciative of them because last year, with 4 elections in 1 calendar year, which had never been done in the history of the city, from pretty much from January to December, they were working weekends, nights, and did so with incredible effectiveness and never said no to anything I asked of them. As you know, and I have informed the council via email too, there's a lot of potential impact from the federal government on elections and voter registration. That impact would be significant, probably the most significant impact since women's suffrage over a century ago. It's also highly unknown and highly volatile. There are 3 major areas of impact. One is on election security. The federal government has withdrawn all funding and support for virtually all funding and support for election security. The other is the SAVE Act, which passed the House of Representatives 2 days ago. It is now going to be considered by the Senate. That would have incredible impacts on this city. And the third is the president's executive order, which now has 5 federal lawsuits challenging it. Well, 3 of them have merged into 1. It's so hard to unpack. I'm going to be making a presentation to this council during the meeting and under reports to city officers on April 28th. That presentation will be extensive. I'll cover all 3 of those issues in detail and answer any questions the council has. The week prior to that meeting on the 28th is the Federal Election Systems Commission's annual meetings in North Carolina. I'm a member of that board. I'll be attending. I hope to learn a lot of information there because the executive order directs the EAC, in my opinion, illegally, to do a lot of things. So hopefully I learn a lot there. And then on April 28th, I will have a clearer picture of those impacts. But I will say it's impossible to predict in terms of this, our FY26 operating budget. It could be $50. It could be $150,000. We really do not know. And just like a special election, which again, we've had several, if an impact comes down the road because of a court decision or something that ultimately goes to the Supreme Court this summer or fall, it impacts our operations. We'll work with Mrs. Zadelis and the administration and this council to adjust accordingly and follow any federal mandates that do come down. But right now, we don't even know what those are or what the effects would be. So that's obviously not going to be reflected in this budget. There is obviously a potential the council should be aware of for significant impacts in FY27, which would be our next election year. So like I said, this budget is as tight as possible. Operationally, it's our smallest budget, I think, in 10 years. Just we're looking at not the salary side, but the operations side. This is the 10th budget I've managed as registrar, my 8.5 years here in the city. Of those 10 budgets, 8 of them to date have come under budget. The current budget we are on right now is FY25, which is on track to be right about our budget. I asked for $225,000 to conduct the presidential election in September primary last year. It cost us about $225,000 to do so. So we're in good shape there. The one budget that did go over was FY24, as you recall, because we had the Ward 6 special election and the June school bond election, and obviously was out of our control. So we're definitely a department that lives within our means. In this FY26 budget, we've actually already made some cuts to it, and I've talked to Director Zadelis about them, and we can live with those cuts. I had requested some funds for overtime because the 2026 election process does begin in this budget year. In June, candidates will declare. That's a busy week for our office. If there's a few $100s in overtime, our staff have the option, comp time or overtime. It could be zero. We'll make that work. You know, we have, you know, I think enough flexibility in our budget to cover $500 or if that were to occur. So I can live with that. I also had initially requested about $10,000 in our election operations budget. And that's for a couple of programs that, you know, are, in my opinion, nice to haves. You know, I would like to make some ADA improvements at some of the polling locations, striping, signage, things of that nature. However, I can make those changes are not mandatory. There are improvements to existing ADA signage that you know is in place and is at least compliant. And I can make those changes, improvements in July of an election year, working with our highway department. With signage is a few $100s. So, and there are some things I've actually applied for grants as well, a $3,000 grant from the Sherlock Center on Disabilities. That would also help us make some of those improvements in this budget. And the other option, the other thing I want to let the council know about is we have started a new civics program with the high schools. That involves, for one, we're required by law to have a voter registration drive annually at all the high schools. We just had our first one at Cranston West this past week. We had, I think, 92 students registered to vote, which is near a record. We'll be doing drives in the next couple of weeks at East and the academy as well. But the new part of this program is a I voted sticker contest. No city or town in the state of Rhode Island has ever had their own I voted stickers. This would be something that represents Cranston. We can give out the polls. It's actually done in nearly every other election jurisdiction around the country. So Rhode Island's kind of behind the 8 ball on this. It'll cost us a few $100s to purchase the I voted stickers. We're going to have the high school students in their art class curricula design them this fall. I've met with the high school principals on this. The Board of Canvassers has adopted the program. The art teachers are very excited about it. I think the students will have a fun time designing that. But again, we don't need to buy those stickers in this budget. When we get into next year's budget and we have $250,000 to work with, $500 for some I voted stickers is a drop in the bucket. So again, you know, if you look at our line item, it's $4,300. That is as tight as it can possibly get. That $4,300 covers our board canvassers stipends, which are mandated by ordinance. That covers our purchase of envelopes and covers our postage. And maybe we'll have $50 left over at the end of the day. I'm not sure, but that's almost to the penny what we'll be expending for our general operations over the course of this year. Now, what are we doing this year? There's no elections. Obviously, we have 60,000 registered voters. We have a lot of federal and state list maintenance requirements. We will be doing a significant number of mailings. The Secretary of State's office has requested funding for what would be the first true statewide mailing since 2005 for voter list maintenance. That's a mailing that will go individually to every voter in the entire state of Rhode Island, over 700,000 people. That will produce a lot of mailing with our office. That's what some of this funding is intended for. There's a lot of back and forth correspondence that's involved in list maintenance, NCOA, and those types of activities. We'll be doing a lot of this, in some cases, for the first time in earnest since 2019, because under federal law, we can't do list maintenance in the 90-day lead up to any election. So last year, for example, the 4 elections, we could barely do list maintenance. So that's what, you know, are the activities that we're looking ahead at. Real quickly, we obviously have other you know, activities we're doing right now in terms of legislation. I'm the lobbyist for the Board of Canvassers and for the Rhode Island Town City Clerks Association. I'm the chair of the Elections Committee. We're the legislative arm for the local election officials. There are 15 bills in the House and Senate, duplicates in the Senate, that we are supporting this year. All of them would have a positive impact for our operations, for our overtime, for our expenditures, not only for Cranston, but statewide, and over the course of time would save hundreds of thousands of dollars if passed. I'm pleased to report that of these 15 bills, 10 of them were passed by the House State Government Elections Committee in the last week. Actually, I wrote myself 5 of them, and they'll be going to the House floor within the next couple of weeks, either before or after the break. And in those bills, if they are also passed by the Senate, and I think they're you know, the fact that they're moving at this point in the session is a good sign. those bills will help us a lot. You know, it's about things about write-in tabulation, how we place newspaper ads, back-end election administration processes that are really going to help us. Obviously, no impact on this budget, but when I come back before you a year from now for the FY27 budget, you know, that will have a measurable impact. And finally, the last thing I want to mention, we did receive last year a $50,000 grant award under the Help America Vote Act, federal funding for from the Secretary of State's office, particularly for election security updates and upgrades to our office. We have about $44,000 and change left in that grant. We are still working with the administration on what will be upgrades to our office in terms of things like panic buttons, our doors, physical security. We've upgraded fully on the cybersecurity side. So that is something that we'll be doing. It's not, again, reflected in this budget. Those aren't funds in hand. It's a reimbursement program. So as we do those projects, the Secretary of State's office will cut us a check when we provide them the invoices. But that is something that we especially now that we're not running an election, we have some time, we have some ability to have the disruption in our office of construction workers in there while we're working. But there's the only other discretionary line items in this budget. You see dues for in the education line item. It's $600. That's pretty much exactly what it costs. We're part of 3 organizations that have annual dues. The Rhode Island Town City Clerks Association, it's about $200 a year for attendance at 3 meetings in the annual dues. There's $200 there for the Election Center. That's the National Association of Election Officials. They provide us a lot of surveys, resources, data that we tap into. And there's also Pledge, which is the Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions. That's a relatively new organization. The dues are $199 a year. However, through Pledge, at no cost to the city and also no cost to me, I'm able to attend an annual conference and meet election officials around the country. They have monthly seminars, weekly programs via Zoom on election communications and how to best design an election website and best practices. So it's a great program for $200. We're probably getting thousands of dollars in benefits from it. So that's where that $600 is there. That's why it's a $200 increase over the prior year's budget. Maintenance line item, $175. That's just our office timestamp. It requires a little maintenance. It's actually running a little over this year because every 10 years we have to replace the ticker roll that has the year date on it. And this was the 10-year period where it had to be done. So there was an extra $100, but that'll be back down under $175 going forward. And then office supplies at $1,000. That's just our general office supplies for our 4 staff in the office that we use throughout the year. If there's any questions, Chairman and members of the committee, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Thank you for, you're very detailed. You're always very clear on all your budget lines and what you're doing. So if we look at revenue, there's really only one line, and it's an increase of what? Was it other revenues? You explained that it's an increase of $50.
So
I
I requested $50 actually as our revenue in that line because I do not anticipate us making $300 this year. I think it might have been that 300, and Director Zadalis can correct me if I'm wrong, that might have been an averaging that was done, but in an election year, $200 to $300, that's usually what we get. It's sale of maps, $5 each. We can't charge for electronic files like voter lists, but we can charge for printed voter lists at 15 cents a page. We don't really get those requests. So we'll be lucky if we make $50, I think, this year, because most of the candidates will come in starting around May. They might ask for a map of a district if they're thinking about running. There's $5 here, $5 there. That adds up. I don't think it's going to get to $300. In the following year, probably, because we get a lot more in the summer while elections going on and candidates are knocking on doors.
Fair enough. If anybody, I don't anticipate any revenue questions, but if there are some, I see none. Then we can move on to expenditures, okay? Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Lima on expenditures? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Andujar. Councilman Andujar.
Mr. Lima, thanks for coming out. My main concern, as I voiced a few months ago, the real ID most likely will not be a valid ID for the upcoming elections in 26. Let's just forecast that happens. How much will it cost the city of Cranston to re-register 60,000 people?
Correct. And that's one of the things I'm most concerned about is, for actually voting in person at the polls, the real ID is fine. Under state law, that's a state law voter ID requirement, unless Congress decides to do that too, or the president issues another executive order next week without really letting us know about it. That could also happen. But as far as I'm aware, the SAVE Act, which again has passed the House, it's going to be considered by the Senate, but has an uphill battle there because of the filibuster. It could be attached, I'm told, to an appropriations bill, which would ease its passage a little bit, but still be subject to the filibuster. If that were to be implemented, the Real ID could not be used in Rhode Island to register to vote because it does not prove citizenship, does not list citizenship on the document. In fact, non-resident aliens, green card holders can get a Real ID in Rhode Island. That's actually already in place. So there would have to be some significant changes on the state's end and how they operate and manage the voter registration system to account for us to have to receive DPOC, documentary proof of citizenship. That would be a U.S. passport or a certified copy of United States vital record birth certificate. If it's not retroactive, and we do not know at this time if it's retroactive or not, but if, for example, all 60,000 registered voters would be required prior to voting in a federal election to show us documented proof of citizenship, the city clerk's office will need additional staff to process those vital records. Our office will need additional staff to receive those records and process them in the system. Because in part, the SAVE Act also adds provision, and again, I'll go into detail this in a couple weeks when I speak to the council on that presentation, but it adds a criminal penalty requirement for any election official that makes a mistake. So in other words, if an election official, myself, my staff, a board member, a poll worker, receives a voter registration and does not get that documentary proof of citizenship with it, they will be committing a felony under federal law and subject to imprisonment. So, there's going to be very strict, obviously, procedures around that if it is implemented. And again, this will be challenged. This will be challenged and litigated for months. However, the Supreme Court is unpredictable on what it chooses to overrule or not, or uphold, especially right at this time in our history. So we do not know, obviously, what we don't know, but I can tell you that in my reading, in order to vote in a federal election, you have to show that document proof of citizenship, and that would mean all 60,000 people would need to re-register to vote, essentially. Not all election officials have read the SAVE Act and agree with that. Some say, well, it might just be for new registrations and change registrations going forward. Well, and then our office processes 25 to 30,000 registrations a year for address changes, party changes, name changes, middle initials, full middle names, your apartment number get added on your form. Those all would require it. So if it's not 60,000, it's going to be 30,000. So either way, it's monumental. Either way, it would require additional staff, and the city would have to make some significant adjustments budgetary wise.
So should we forecast $1 million, $500,000?
I would forecast anywhere between 50 cents and $250,000 because it really depends on what's upheld in the inevitable legal challenges. It could be sections are stricken from the law. It could be that only certain portions are enacted. It could be nothing happens at all. I mean, it's very, very realistic that nothing happens at all, and this is a lot of hot air over what could be and end up being nothing monumental. That's what I would hope, but I've been an elections official long enough to know that while hope is our state's motto, it's not a good path for running elections. We have to be prepared for any eventuality in this field, and that is an eventuality that is certainly possible. Again, whether it's the EO being upheld, the SAVE Act, or some sort of, before Democrats voted with all the Republicans in Congress on the SAVE Act on the House side. So, I mean, you could argue it had bipartisan support. So there is an appetite in Congress to add a documented proof of citizenship and attach that to voting. It's a bit scary because the SAVE Act as written would take immediate effect upon the president's signature. There is no implementation period. It's the unfunded mandate. There is no associated funding with it. Is what it is. Us and the entirety of the rest of the country, all 11,000 election jurisdictions at the county and local level and 50 state governments and territories will all have to figure this out together. There'll be a lot of interpretation. There will be a lot of litigation. What we end up coming down with, that's why I give you that such a variable figure, because all of that impacts what we have to do in our office every day.
Any other questions for Mr. Lima? I see Councilwoman Haroy.
This is just a general question. You touched base on the security, and I remember receiving a letter last year from one of your staff members about an incident, and then an email from you about the grant. When do you think this will all be completed? I'm a little surprised that it hasn't. I don't know what the holdup is, but I feel like it should be completed.
Part of it, and I'll let the administration answer too, but part of it, I think, is because of the turnover in Public Works. I mean, as you know, there's been a lot of staffing shortages in the city. I've requested, I have projects that I think are just about ready to go. I have quotes. But, you know, ultimately, it's not our building, you know, we're the Board of Canvassers, you know, it's a quasi-independent agency in City Hall, but we're still part of city government, and if we're gonna make alterations for City Hall, I need a green light to move ahead on them, and I don't have the green light on all of those projects yet. But I will say that I did get a green light on several projects, which we already implemented. We added 2 new security cameras, and we also extended the time retention for those cameras for a longer period of time. So for example, the camera that's on our mail ballot drop box, they required a couple of $1,000s in IT to have additional server space. The other projects I would like to do, like installing panic buttons or a swipe card access. I mean, for those, I think the bigger question is, well, if we're going to do it for our office, should the city use other funding in combination with our grant funding to do that for every office? And I think that's been part of the holdup, because that's a bigger project and requires more people in the room. But like I said, as soon as I have a green light, I'm going to BOCAP the next week.
Okay, because I just found. Does that have to go through the mayor's office or Public Works, were you saying?
It would have to go through the administration, whether, you know, it's done, I don't know if it reaches the desk of the mayor, or if it's done at just the chief of staff level or the Public Works level. Either way, I need approval in order to start, you know, making modifications to windows and doors and things of that nature, or wiring.
All right, thank you.
Questions for Mr. Lima? John? No.
Yeah, just want to say thank you, as I have to other directors that have come before us. You and your team do an outstanding job. Thanks, Nick.
Any other? Okay. Mr. Lima, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee.
Nick, just think of the overtime you're gonna make if it passes.
Calm time, but yes, it'll be a lot, and I don't need any more comp time. I've got plenty from the elections.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Nelson, it's up to you.
Madam President, Mr. Chairman, fellow council members. I just want to thank you for the opportunity. My budget is pretty cut and dry. It's mostly level funding. There are some adjustments that we could go over if you'd like. What I handed out to you is just a salary survey that I wanted to just share with you to demonstrate where my salary lies in the grand scheme of things of city clerks around the state and my experience in comparison to their experience. You know, I know Cranston's not exactly the most competitive when it comes to salaries. And I am being given the same percentage as other directors. However, I do feel that as the city clerk for the second largest city in the state, that my compensation is relatively low. If you look at some of these other communities, you know, and if you have any specific questions about them, I'm surely happy to answer them. But I would be looking for a slightly more incremental increase in this coming year. I've been here 2 years now. You know, one thing that another department had touched on was the lack of technology we have. I have taken great strides in bringing some technology into the clerk's office, and I've done that with absolute minimal funding and minimal staff. As alluded to, you know, I have frequent short staff in my office, and I keep that running sometimes with just part-time employees. So I feel that I've, you know, really dedicated my time and my energy to bringing value to the city. So that's where I'm at. Anything else in the budget is just merely changes in operational expenses. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. We will start with revenues on page 5. Any questions on revenues for the city clerk? Councilwoman Haran.
As far as bingo, we do not issue bingo licenses anymore. Those were repealed by the state law, and that jurisdiction was given to the state lottery, the state police and the gaming unit. So that should be zeroed out. As far as the calculations and reductions and increases for those existing licenses, the finance director handled that, so I will let him answer. Victualling and Sunday sales. Sunday sales is no longer a license either. That is now holiday sales. So I would say the number of businesses that went from needing a license just to sell on Sundays to the number of needing it to sell on just holidays probably decreased. Victory.
All set? Okay, going around, anyone else have questions regarding the revenues for the city clerk? I'm seeing none unless someone raised their hand very low. All right, okay, yep. Council President.
Yep, my question for revenues, well, I don't want to take for granted just because Tracy's been here all day that I don't give the same greeting to Tracy who's been serving as clerk for today. We appreciate that. You do a phenomenal job with your department, despite, especially considering the unforeseen hardships, particularly over the last 6 months or so. So we really do appreciate that. My question deals with Council Vice President Wall and I had sponsored and that ordinance had passed for solicitation fees. And I was wondering where in the revenue stream the solicitation fees are, because I didn't see them listed. And so whether or not it would be a new category that would need to be added to the budget because we are receiving revenues for that.
I believe those fees are incorporated in with another line item for the hawkers and peddlers. They're kind of all in the same category. So when we enter those fees into our accounting system, those all go into the same
When
line
that
item.
line? Perfect, thank you.
I was gonna ask, just for clarification, I heard you say it, but for some reason I can't find it. Which number is that?
42118 is peddler's license. I see it. That is, or is there a different one that
42118?
you're?
Peddlers, I see peddlers, but there's nothing, no, all right, there's nothing there. I see. But I don't see hawkers or.
Yep, but it says 0.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yep. Because it's got to be accounted for somewhere, that revenue stream. So I just want to know where it's being accounted for and how it's even tracking for the year. Would be curious to know too.
And just to
Since it's
side
new.
on, this is a time of year right now. This is when you're gonna see this quarter. That's when the revenues are gonna come in a greater amount.
Thank you.
All right, I see Councilwoman Ryan's hand.
This is the right time. I know that you asked for an increase in salary. How many employees do you have?
Besides myself, I have 1, 2, 3. So I have 2 full-time in the land evidence room, but they don't help in the other aspects of the office. So in the outer, what I call the outer office, besides myself, I have the assistant city clerk and 2 other full-time employees, and then there are 2 part-time.
The 2 part-timers don't receive benefits or the,
No, they
did you
receive
ask for
no.
anything in their salary to make up for that?
So in the, what is the line item called? Clerical assistance. If you look in the clerical assistance line item, you will see there's an increase there. But that's more for, to increase the compensation for the part-time people that are not part of the union contract, so that they get an increase corresponding to, the unionized employees.
Yeah.
So that would be more of a revenue question? That wasn't a revenue, that was more of an expenditure. So let me, yeah, no, that's okay, that's okay. Wait, listen, we're a little tired. Is there any other revenue questions? And then we'll move to expenses. So this, all right, so Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I just have one question and one suggestion. So I'm new. Could you please explain the zoning change revenue line item 42143 fluctuation? Sometimes it's 18, sometimes it's 16, sometimes it's 7. So I'm sorry of an explanation. Seems to rotate every other year.
So that is for when you get before you the ordinances for zone change amendments. So the petitioner pays an application fee. They also pay the advertising, and we've kind of, that's why you'll see a drop in that in the last couple of years, because we've adjusted the way and Tom could probably explain this better than I could, how those are accounted for, like what buckets they go into, because it's supposed to be an in and out. So in other words, it's, even though there's an expense and a revenue, we put the money out and then the customer reimburses us. I'm sure you understand that. So that's why that has dropped down. So.
But you're fine with the $7,500 for this year?
Yes.
Suggestion, sorry. It sounds like we need to amend Sunday sales to holiday sales for line item, you're saying? The name, because it's confusing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the city clerk on the revenue? Revenue?
George, I'm looking at this here. I see, beside you and the assistant clerk, I see 4 clerks that are classified. Am I correct?
That's correct. There's 4 full-timers, but 2 of them works solely in the land evidence room.
Oh, I see.
And then
Oh,
there's 2 that work out front that do a variety of
Yeah.
tasks.
My
Yes, but it doesn't include any benefits. But that, right now, we have two part-time people. That full-time position hasn't been funded since one of the full-time people went part-time after returning from maternity leave. And, you know, to avoid getting into very specific things, one of those part-time employees works 25 hours a week, but she probably works. She puts in, so I don't think there would be a benefit to eliminating that part-time person and getting a different full-time person. She's very efficient.
So right now, we're looking at city clerk expenditures, okay? So I'll look around, make sure anybody has any expenditure questions. Absolutely. Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I would just like to thank you for everything that you guys do. You manage an unreal amount of committees and boards. I manage one, and I know how much work that is. I do understand. I don't know how you do it, to be honest with you. So I want to thank you for that. I have a question. So salary schedule, did you incorporate this, because you're asking for a $2,300 increase in salary? Is that correct?
No, in this salary schedule, I'm showing you what is just a demonstration of what is current.
Oh, so you're not asking for an increase?
I didn't ask for anything specifically in here. What I'm saying is what has been allocated by the mayor is the 97, whatever that's in the budget, 97 and change. And I feel that I would like to see that number increased by the council. I didn't
Okay.
give a specific number. I didn't request a
Got it.
specific number.
Thank you.
This is just an illustration to basically back up my request for an incremental amount more than has been allocated by the mayor's office.
Okay, and just for clarity, and don't forget, I'm new here. You have 94,000, but then you have 97,000 in the book.
That's the increase from fiscal year 25 to 26.
Thank you. Okay. That is my only question is about the salary. I obviously think you do a lot of work, so, and you're the lowest paid. You should be like in the top third with the other cities that have the same amount of people that we do.
Going right around, expenditures, city clerk. Expenditures, all the way to the top, Council President. Around expenditures for the city clerk.
I'm good. I addressed my concern. I'm good.
Anybody else? Yeah, listen, I think we covered it pretty well. I don't have any questions on my own, so I appreciate everything you do and thank you.
If I may elaborate, Councilwoman Graziano, just as an example, what I had calculated would be an additional 3% would be another $2,910 added to my annual salary. And added to that 97, yes, would bring me just about 100,000, which I feel is more in line with other cities and towns, particularly of this size with my experience. But I had a conversation with the council president. I just said, you know, I understand you guys are, you know, you need to balance a budget. And if you're going to give me money, you need to take it from somewhere else. So I would be willing to compromise with a mid-year increase, you know, effective January 1st. I am working towards getting my master municipal certification. So, you know, I'd be comfortable in making that increase subject to me gaining that, you know, just as some goalposts to be set in order to earn that.
Okay, thank you.
Before I let you go, Tracy, also, is there another line for probate? It says you're as well.
Yes, yep. I also handle the probate budget, which is only a couple of items.
Okay, well, do we know what page it's on, just so we.
I think the revenues are actually part of the clerks. Yeah. Yeah, the only real
But-
change in the probate expenses is the $4,000, and that's for the software that the council allocated money for me to secure probate software, because up until July, we were doing everything on pen and paper. We have over 33,000 estates, and everything was done on a legal pad with pen. We had no way of we had no way of managing the software, maintaining dockets and things like that. So we purchased that software, and $4,000 is putting that into the operating budget now instead of ARPA money.
Any questions regarding probate before I let city clerk go? Mr. Trafficant.
I noticed, how much time you,
Me personally or the
no,
department?
well,
I have one full-time clerk, and we have a lot of probate. It is very, very busy. So that is the majority of her day. She also helps out at the counter, but I have one clerk that is assigned predominantly to doing probate, and it takes up the majority of her day.
all right, thank you.
Any other questions? I see none. So this time, legitimately, I'm going to say thank you very much. Council President, whenever you are ready, we're ready. It's going to stay up there.
All right. 1102, right? Yeah. All right. So Mr. Zadelis and I met. Everything's pretty much similar to what it was before. Our salaries, yes, but our whopping salaries that we make as council people carries forward, obviously, per ordinance. The audit of the city books last year, the previous budget for fiscal year 25, we were going out to bids. We were uncertain what the cost was going to be for that audit, which when that bid comes in, the contract's a 3-year contract. So that contract has since been obtained, and that's why there's a reduction this year for the audit of city books. And I did have a question. Well, let me go on. The video streaming, that Tom does a fantastic job, and that is sufficient because he usually always comes in within budget or under. Grant writer salary is consistent with what has done in the past. She's able to obtain through her company millions for the city, and we're pleased there. With respect to legal counsel, Director Zadelis, I did not pick up on this until just last night. As a matter of fact, I went and looked at it again. I went, oh, wait a minute, because it was so many years back. The 2024 actual says 35,000, but it should have been 42,000 because that salary change occurred back in like 2022. I think it's a typo.
Through the chair, I think that may be a scrivener's error. If I can check that, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, it doesn't change what the current proposed budget is, but just for reflection of accuracy in the document for the prior pay, that makes sense. I'm all set. Council
Okay.
Vice President?
Okay, any questions? I see Mr. Ryan's hands up, so I'm going to take you first, and then I'll take Mr. Trafficant.
I have a question. 174. Don't get pensions on council.
There
Please-
was, and I don't have last year's work papers. There was, I don't know if it was a contribution to a 401. There was a $600 contribution last year, and I can tell you, we were assessed it, so.
Is that a mistake on personnel? Because I know
I-
they did it for me, but it took about 6 weeks for me to get personnel to correct it. But it only equaled not even $60.
I know there was one. I can't, for the life of me, remember who it is, but yes, there was one in last year's budget, an assessment of charge for whatever reason. and I can go back and research who it was.
I'd like that, because if it equaled $604, that's a big concern.
Well, wait a minute, but I mean, if you look, it's in that line all the way across
All the
from
way
two
around.
thousand
There
twenty.
was somebody-
And it was 1332 and
That's not right.
did anybody ever get a pension?
Not me.
So you're gonna check on that? Yeah.
Yes. No, there has been somebody, and I don't know who it was, but I can get it back to you Monday, but yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Haroy, for mentioning that, because I believe it was 2 budgets ago, I saw that in the salary listing and asked the question, and I never got an answer. It was a small, it was a small amount, yep, when no one else's payroll had it.
You've got the floor still. You still have
Did
that same question.
council pay for the books to be printed for the budget?
No,
No, who did?
we
You
did it. Matter of fact, the finance staff, predominantly the accounting office, did the whole.
Next budget term, can we ask for a little, I mean, the second pages of the big book, I had to use a magnifying glass and I still couldn't read it.
I humbly apologize.
I concur, yes. I actually had the magnifying glass out.
Yep, I use the magnifying feature on my phone. You shouldn't have to.
If I just may, as a separate, instead of doing it with each individual, may I make it? I can say whatever. If you want the, big book, which we don't seem to use, do you? Okay, and one of the things, your small page that's printed on letter, I mean, I've got the same thing on big paper, so we can also augment what we give you. We'll work through that next year.
And Director Zadelis, I know you're new to it, but in the previous sessions, we could read it, they printed it, it was manageable.
On small
It-
paper?
On small
Okay.
paper, we had the actuals with the percentages all on one sheet. I'll be honest, like this,
Okay.
you know, so I don't know if it was Mr. Igo, who was able to do it, but somebody did it.
Yep.
Councilwoman, any other questions before I move on?
I just-
Councilwoman Horoyan, you're all set, right? That would be yes. Okay. Councilman Trafficant.
Yes, I noticed we have a full-time what's my place? Grant writer? Is that correct? May I ask who that is?
That's, no, well, no, if I can, through the director, she's a vendor, she's contracted, not an employee of the city. It's Rosewood Consulting is the group that we contract as the grant writer. There's nothing wrong with stating that. That's it. Yep.
That person working on any particular grants at the present time?
She's the council grant writer, and that's by our ordinance or our charter that she's appointed by the council. However, as I say, the legs can't move if, the feet can't move if the legs aren't moving. And the legs in that scenario are the administration. If we as a council member, if one of us has an idea or we would like to seek some grant funding, if the administration does not give her the information and access to the directors, then that idea goes nowhere. And I can tell you that's what we have had happen in the past. And sometimes there's agreement where the administration is in agreement with something that a council person has in mind, and she's able to execute on that. And the administration is not shy about, reaching out to her if there's something that they think she can be of assistance with. So she will be appearing before finance to give an update as to what her firm has provided over the years. Yep, and yeah, no problem.
Other questions regarding city council? Let's see, I see Councilman Andujar, and then I'm gonna take Councilman Benado.
Madam President, members of the council, director, I just want to reiterate the fact that we do need somebody for support staff for the city council to deal with constituent affairs, to deal with events. I believe we're probably the only council that doesn't have a support staff, but I just want to reiterate that, Council President, that we do need somebody.
I agree with you.
And thank you for your
help-
service.
Help us find the money.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Banano.
I just had a question, and it's probably a very simple answer, and I'm embarrassed I don't know. But what are orders of the council? And why are there two of them? One that says purse serve, which I don't even know what that means.
That's the first time I saw it with the personal serve. I assume, let me go to orders of the council. Order of the councils are, for example, when we have resolutions or different things that are drafted, they, I believe, fall in that bucket. Orders of the council, I don't know what do you know what that is? Director Zadelis, is that a change?
It's a zero
Oh.
account. I don't know what you used it for previously.
Order de mail has a little bit of-
Previous allocation, they wanted to make sure it was used for one individual item. I don't know if we did it for the video streaming when a former council was here. So they agreed to set up a separate orders of the council to be able to fund that.
Got it. Yep.
Any more questions, for Councilman Banano? No? You didn't think I'd see her, did you? Councilwoman Horan, I see.
Right, maybe this is for the solicitor, because he started to explain this earlier. If we wanted a position transferred out of council budget and maybe into the mayor's budget where the person is working for, how would we go about that? And would that free up money in our budget, maybe to get support staff and things that the council uses?
Well, I'm gonna come out of my lane, which is not something I'm fond of, and into Mr. Zadelis's lane, but if you move the money out of your budget with the position and it goes somewhere else, the money follows the position. You still have to find the money to fund the position, whatever your position you create. No, you don't get to keep the money and make them, give them the job and make them find the money. You don't get to do that. But the bigger problem is that it's written into the law of Cranston that the grant writer is the council's position. So, and it's the council's appointment. So there would have to be some legislation to go along with that, and you'd have to find the money to fund whatever position it is that the council wished to create within its own budget, so.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Council President. All right, let's see, what's gonna be next?
Just want to go, what's it? Just go
You wanna
down.
do finance first?
As long as you don't forget boards and commissions, second line down.
All right, go ahead, do boards and commissions.
I mean, boards and commissions, it's just page 22 on the expense side. 22, excuse me, through the chair. Page 22 on the expense side. And quite simply, we're just level funding the contribution to the respective boards and commission, whether it be the Patuxent River, the Arts, the Review Board assess their stipends, the Conservation Commission, the Historic District Commission, and the Diversity Commission are all just level funded from FY 25 to FY 26.
All right, so on 22, all those are just level funded, it's the exact same budget as last year, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Any?
$1901.
Would you like to go right ahead? The auditor would like to make a statement.
So for all the boards and commissions, they're all running under budget except for Tax Assessors Board of Review, and the Patuxent River Authority. The Patuxent River Authority, their budgeted number is 5,000, they've spent 7. And the Tax Assessors Board of Review budgeted 9, and they've spent 7,300 currently. The majority of the other ones are
But
not used.
If I just may, and to Mr. the the council auditors, if you look at 24, I'm gonna assume that the Arts Commission in the fourth quarter will come in looking for their money. I can say the Diversity Commission, I don't see any expenses in the Historic Commission. So,
Council President?
Thank you. Yeah, the Diversity Commission is supposed to be led by the administration, the Director of Personnel. I believe by ordinance is the chair of that commission, and I don't believe it's convened at all, at least not in the last year. Yeah, yep, or longer. So there's that. But the Patuxent River Authority, Director Zadelis, if you recall, the last 2 years, I received outreach from that organization in the form of a letter, and then some subsequent other follow-up, that their mandated dues from the city of Cranston that's issued, it's mandated by the state, were past due, and they needed to be paid. And in this budget, it says it's 5,000. I don't think that's correct. I think the $7,000 figure may be correct. And I'm going to ask you to double check what was paid most recently and ensure that that number hasn't increased. I highly doubt it decreased, because we're required to pay that under state law. It's a proportionate basis, I believe, from the different varying cities and towns that are part of the Patuxent River Authority.
Yep.
Thanks. But I think the 5 is under.
Okay, going right around counterclockwise, so Mr. Trafficante, okay, Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. Another board that I'd like to bring to attention is the Cranston Conservation Commission, because I used to be on it. To me, that board has also become, or commission, excuse me, has become sort of defunct. I was there when they used to get $10,000. That was pre-COVID. So, Mr. DeMayo, are they even spending? There's no way they're spending money. They don't even meet. Nothing. So either we need to get these boards together, if they exist, and they should be giving us a appropriate budget. Because it's just like we're giving, I want the Diversity Commission to meet, but do they need $5,000? Well, the Conservation Commission barely exists and they're getting $1,000. So I guess I'm just a little bit concerned that we have these boards and commissions on the docket getting money and they don't even exist. What?
Continue, because that's where the, yeah, you're not done yet, I know.
No, well, I'm just saying, like, how are we funding? I want the boards to exist. I want them to have a budget, but I want them to have a realistic budget and be an actual commission.
And just to Councilman Manninghausen's point, what happens to the money? Like, say, there's been several of them on that aren't used. Where's that money now?
it goes back, it goes back to the general fund.
Okay, and is there something else you want to add?
Nope.
Nope, that's exactly what you wanted to
So
say.
to your point, we budgeted it, if, with the exception of the item that the council president has me going back to. If the Diversity Commission doesn't meet and ask for the money, we don't give it to them. We don't cut a check, as is the same case for the Historic District Commission. So it will revert back. We won't just automatically cut a check. That money will revert back to the general fund if not spent or if not adjusted by a budget reduction.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, that's my concern. So first of all, I think we should be, there's two things. We need to be addressing the fact that we have commissions that are not staffed. We need to be actively advertising, actively getting them to meet. That's number one, that's separate from the budget. Number two is, I'm not gonna, as a council person, fund $5,000 for a board that doesn't meet. Right, I would wanna take it and put it somewhere else. So like, yeah, I'm not gonna let it go back into the general fund.
Senator DeMayo, you want that?
Yeah, so just for clarification, across any department or any committee, at the end in the fourth quarter, any short money not used will have a fourth quarter adjustment to help fund overages in other departments. So that's basically where it moves around to.
But this year, we need money more than ever, so yeah, my point is, let's take a look at that.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
Could we ask for, on all the boards and commissions, when last time they met and how many people are on them and how many vacancies?
That's something that can be done?
D-
That's something.
Vice
that-
President Wall, if I could.
Yes, absolutely.
And Tracy, the clerk, can take this. It was recently updated online, all the commissions and boards. The information is mostly accurate. There have been some discrepancies because through no fault of current clerks, some of the record keeping wasn't good over the years, and most of that's been rectified. But many of these commissions are not within council control. Like I said, Diversity Commission, we made appointments, we did everything for years. The chair of the commission doesn't convene a meeting. We can't do anything about that.
I understand
And
that.
then Conservation Commission, mayoral appointments that then come before the council. I will say that I've had discussions with a member of the Cranston Conservation Commission of late, and I expect that there is going to be a reconvening of that commission, and I hope so, because I am as frustrated as anybody that this isn't happening. Yeah.
I would still like,
Now, Conservation Commission hasn't met in 2 years. Diversity Commission, I do not believe has. Tracy, if you know some of this.
Whoop.
You just need to name
Thanks,
them?
Tom, sorry. It's been a long day. So under those Patuxent River Authority, that's not solely a Cranston Commission, that's a multiple body commission, but they do meet. The Cranston Arts Commission is active. The Tax Assessment Board of Reviews, yes, very active. Cranston Conservation Commission is not. They do not have enough people for a quorum to meet. Historic District Commission does meet, and that is overseen by the Planning Department. The Diversity Commission has never met once since I've been here.
Okay, other questions regarding boards and commissions? I got you going now. I see Councilman Bernard.
Having served on a few of these things in the past, not ones that are in front of us here, but Tax Assessors Board of Review gets a salary. And most, if not every single other commission, especially just city boards, for instance, zoning, which I was on forever, there's nothing. So why is that one special?
Through the chair to the counselor, I can't give you an answer, but I can research it. I don't know why that one's. So.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Graziano.
Sorry, it's not a question. I just wanted to say, if somebody could look into it, like we pay our assessors, so I think it's a state law that they have to get some stipend, but I don't know. That would be a question for legal counsel.
We pay the tax assessor.
Yes.
We do pay the
This is
tax
the
assessor,
review.
not the board of review, yeah.
No, the Board of Review gets.
It's something,
Yes.
okay, all right.
So I can't speak to the stipend that they're paid, but your tax assessor is one of the few positions in government where you have to be certified as an assessor. It doesn't come without qualification for the position beyond simply formal academic education. It comes with the achievement of a particular certification to do the job, much like a building official. So that I know, but to the extent that that's recognized in the budget and for what reasons, I don't know.
Just to be clear, thank you, but that's not what I was asking. Yeah. I wasn't talking about the tax assessor. I was talking about the Board of Review.
That's a stipend.
So,
That is a stipend, but I don't know.
yeah.
the-
I just want to know why, like, we have all these boards and commissions, zoning, planning, VOCAP, And just to name a few,
Yeah,
and
I
and
don't know
these
that
people
there's
get
a
paid, and nobody
particular
else does.
state statute on it. We'd have to look at that. But across the many municipalities that I've been exposed to, sometimes it's helter skelter as to who gets paid and who doesn't. I mean, for example, in the past, your zoning boards of review had a pretty large volume of work to do, and they were compensated accordingly. And now, given the changes in the state law with respect to affordable housing and some other things, zoning boards of review have been stripped of a lot of their previous authority, and it's been transferred to planning or to the planning board or commission. And those compensation changes haven't been made. So it's hard to know.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was they get paid for this reason, and it's not arbitrary. To me, just looking at it here as a new guy, it seems sort of arbitrary that this one gets a significant stipend and none of the rest of them do. So that's just a question I wanted to see if we could get to the bottom of at some point. That's all I have.
Thank you. Actually, I believe the floor was yours, Councilwoman Graziano.
Well,
That kind of tangent went around and you seem to get the floor back, but you actually have it.
Well, Councilman Bonanno, do you want that answer?
Yeah.
Great. So we want that answer.
Yes.
Any other questions? There are none. So that item is done. And you can move on to,
Finance.
you ready for finance?
Mr. Chairman, that's 6 and 7 on the revenue side, 13 and 14 on the 6 and 7 on the revenue side, 13 and 14 on the expense side. And Mr. Chairman, if I
I could just interrupt.
Absolutely.
I did take a look at the stipend for the tax assessment board of review members, and the charter says, or the code of ordinance says $3,000 stipend.
Thank you.
Why? And that's, yeah. Why are they the only one that's, council?
All right. Director, is there else? It's your floor again. You want to start with finance?
And as I said, if we could take them as a group, if any questions. Similar to what we did with DPW, if we ran through any questions on all the revenues? Yes, sir.
All right, so much like we did with DPW, the director would just like you to identify what group you're speaking of. We'll start with the revenues like generally, then we'll go to the expenditures. And pretty much you're all set. If anybody has questions regarding revenues, please raise your hand. I see the council president up there.
Director Zadell's actually, it's in the miscellaneous. It is 41507. I'm looking at my notes. Intangible property reimbursement in group 00 miscellaneous.
You're up on the general, okay, yes.
Yeah, because it doesn't, I don't know which category it
Okay,
falls
I'm
in, so
sorry,
I saved it for
6 and 7.
finance.
I was just going
Yep.
through the ones that were, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Because it
Tangi-
doesn't, yeah.
I believe what you're talking about is $1,000,007 for
The tangible property
yes, ma'am.
reimbursement, yeah.
That's what was enacted, finally enacted June of 2023, where our tax levy, the state is exempting, I think it was anything below 50 grand in value, we are not taxing it. And the state is reimbursing us. Because there were two possibilities for the fiscal 25 budget, and there was competing legislation. There was one provision where the state allowed us, same 50 grand, but the state allowed us to change the tax rate, and the city would have yielded $4 million as a reimbursement. The second one was, again, they still, I believe the exemption was 50 grand, but locked in the personal property tax rate to yield $1.7 million in revenue. So just, that was the basic premise behind the exemption. Because we didn't know which way to budget it for FY 25, the actual revenue recognition is up in the current year's tax levy. So in the amount of $1.7 million, because it was calculated at the tax rate. Now that they enacted after the fiscal year, the $1.7 million, the taxes on personal property, which are up in the current year's tax line, are gonna come in $1.7 million lower than the tangible personal property reimbursement. I hope I explained it.
I'm lost, I'll be honest with
Okay.
you.
The gross tax levy for fiscal 2025.
Yep.
The 186 million up, and I'm sorry, Madam Council President. You're on page 5, ma'am?
I use the big book, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
apologize, so it doesn't have a page number.
Okay, the 186 million of taxes,
It's.
tax revenue. I understand you're at the $1.7 million.
Yep, it's, 41507, tangible property reimbursement, which has had a zero
Yes, ma'am.
revenue draw until 2026, then
Okay.
we're all of a sudden supposed to get $1.738 million.
Yes, ma'am, if I may.
Yep.
Back to 25. You're still in the 000 category. Revenue count 41179.
Yep. Yep. Our
The
base
1,000,086.
Yep.
When we built the budget for FY 25.
Yep.
That line item called taxes included the total personal property
Okay,
assessment.
it combined it. Now it's got a separate line.
So now, yes, ma'am, now we're breaking it out because the state is budgeting to reimburse us for personal property. This is for fiscal year 26. This is the first year that the state has told us what that reimbursement is, and it's in the information that's been published by the governor's office.
So basically, in layman's terms, if I
It's a
understand,
wash.
it's just broken down differently
Yes, ma'am.
this year because, okay,
Yes,
that's it.
ma'am.
Yep,
So- and-
last year it was all in that other
Yes, ma'am.
category, now it's broken out. All
Yes,
set.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding finance revenues? The auditor, I'm going to take you, Mr. Trafficant.
Director, just really quick, the current levy right now is 1361, correct? That we're in, not the budget, the new budget, the old levy for property taxes.
Okay, I'm
13
sorry, sir.
1361 per thousand.
You're talking the residential rate? Yes, I believe that's the case.
What did the increase go to on the levy?
I'm sorry?
What did that go up to with the new budget?
Well, technically, the new budget's not totally complete, but I think it's the estimate, I want to say, went up to 1394, but please don't quote me on it, because if I just may, we're not totally done with the personal property assessment as of right now, so.
I guess
So
the-
I believe I believe the estimate was 1394, but I can get back to you on that, Council.
The reason for my question, just trying to get a delineation on the rate increase. Because in the mayor's presentation, it was, I think it said, even in the Herald, 2.57. And then it was mentioned that it was 3% later.
Okay.
We're
if I could-
trying to get a clarification because I'm assuming I'll be questioned on,
if I can just answer your direct question, the 3% or the 2.9% is gross levy. I'm back to the 186 million. Gross levy to gross levy. The 2.55 or the 2.57, you have to recognize the value changes between year to year. So, as an example, the value of the city between the current year's budget and next year's budget's gonna go up $60 million. So when we talk about the increased value times the increased rate, which would be the 2.57 between the 1361 and the 1396, that's a tax rate of 2.57% on a higher base of value. So that's, I hope I explained.
so I guess I have this to the solicitor. The charter states that we only can have a tax increase at 3% without having a council vote to increase it further. With that being said, is it based on levy to levy, meaning 1361 per 1,000 to the new levy rate? Or is it the increase from total levy to the new levy amount? So 186 to 192, because it's gonna come up for a question, so we might as well try to get an answer on. So it's the total levy cannot be more than 3% without a council vote?
Right.
All right, so it's total value, so 186 to 192. Thank you.
Councilman Trafficante.
49140, interest income. Increased by over $500,000.
That's correct, sir. Okay. Just big picture. I, in this projection, predict a 25 basis decrease in interest rates. But conversely, when we transferred, as an example, the ARPA money out of the special revenue account into the general fund, in the capital fund, that money, which prior to this year generated interest income for the special revenue fund, that is now interest income being earned by the general fund. Additionally, so I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did I explain that well enough? That's one of the.
You could actually collect interest on federal dollars?
Yes, sir. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, we actually, when we collectively appropriated that out for many purposes, we did it with interest. So yes, it did. And the second part of it, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to the mayor, when we go out and borrow money for capital projects, and that earns money. So we go out and do a ban or a bond, that earns money. that is also recognized in the general fund as increased earnings, sir.
So if I'm clear, so if I use opera money, let's say in Gladstone Street School, if I use opera money for capital improvements, I could get 74% return on that dollar?
No, sir. You're talking expense. I'm talking to revenue. So to your point, if you do recall when the schools pledged a revenue source, that being ESSER money, our friends at the state RIDE said, no, you can't get 74% of it. This is on the, right? So, no, sir. I can, yeah, it's in the, as we're waiting to spend it, Mr. Mayor, it's earning interest. Yep.
You're all set?
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Councilwoman,
What is the Johnson and Wales aid? It's going from 110,000 to 0.
This year, we do not have a subsequent payment in lieu of taxes yet with Johnson and Wales. The biggest issue we have with this issue, which was just a flat amount that we're still in discussions, is quite honestly, Johnson and Wales sold off all their more valuable property. And B, currently through the state's pilot, we get reimbursed for what would equate to the Johnson and Wales land. In the calculation of the pilot from the state, Johnson and Wales is actually included in what the state pays us.
So we get reimbursed for our fire and our police services
No,
that go?
no, ma'am. No, the state for certain types of state land and exempt educational services reimburses the city. Johnson and Wales, for the few parcels that they still have in Cranston, we're getting reimbursed 27% of the value at the commercial tax rate.
Is the hotel tax?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do we have hotels?
It's a room, and I don't know how the state does. There's one down, huh? Yeah, but it's, if it's an occupancy, they charge, yes. Yes. So I can get you, I think that's the only one, but I can go to the state. Yeah, we do not have a hotel that I'm aware of.
the questions on revenue.
I have just one.
Councilwoman Bernard.
Excuse me, I left for a minute, so if this was asked, just hit me with a wet noodle. I probably should have asked when the fire department was here, but we have third-party rescue, Medicaid, and then third-party rescue. So obviously I know what that is. When, people call a rescue squad, there's an insurance payment that we receive. And if they don't have insurance, then I guess it goes to Medicaid. Who, for instance, is there a reimbursement to the city of Cranston when a rescue responds to the ACI? And who is responsible for it? Ask a lot of tough questions, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, I can't answer that. I'm gonna have to come back with, in one of your timing, I'm meeting with the EMS fire chief on Monday, so that's up.
All right, thank you.
Could we include the homeless shelter in that question also, please? Because they take several runs there a day.
Yeah, I now work at, right, at Harrington. I now work at the ACI, and I hear the codes call, I can hear the codes called at least in one facility. And,
Yep.
it's a few times a day. So that's a significant amount of money, I would say.
Any other questions regarding revenue? I'm going to go to the council president.
Thank you. And forgive me, you may have answered this when you were speaking to Mayor Trapp. The ARPA interest specifically, is that already included in this budget when you have interest income in
It's in
your
my
department?
projected-
It's already in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Last call for revenue questions. Now we're going to move on to the expenses, okay? You want to start with expenses? Go ahead, stick your hand up. Listen, if your hand's not up, I'm going to Councilman Andal.
Director, group 1112, Finance Department,
Yes, sir.
line 51407. Are we not self-insured?
No.
And then the next question, which is, you might not have the answer for it, but is there any way you could give us a list of all the monies that were reverted from last year's budget?
I can do 24s.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman,
Andy, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
ask it again.
Councilman, Mayor, I'm asking the director if he could give us more of a list of the monies that were reverted, like for instance, the diversity commission, if they didn't use that money, it's going back to the general fund. So I want to know what went back to the general fund so that way we can find money.
Okay. Other questions on expenditures? Questions on expenditures? Draft, you have any questions on expenditures for the finance? I'm seeing no hands, so I'm assuming there are no questions.
Just one. Very
Do you do
quick.
that on purpose?
Yeah, I want to be
You know
last.
it, and you can. Go ahead, Councilman Banano.
In the past, Cranston's got, I mean, way in the past, Cranston's gotten, not in trouble, but we had issues because of the collection rate. What is our, I should have asked this under revenues. What is our collection rate on, what is the projected? What do you use to make the budget?
For FY 26, as I said earlier, it was 99.5. We're currently at 99.3. And our collection rate is so high because of our tax lien sales.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Other questions on expenditures? There being none, what would you like to move on to next? You want a second?
Well, I assume we just did all the divisions. Would be IT, would be next. Okay, there's no revenues. IT is on page 14, Mr. Chairman.
IT, page 14, there's no revenues.
Now, it just, if I just may, in the biggest change in IT, if I can call to your attention, the salary schedule, again, all these employees are Teamster employees, they're union. So you'll see an increase in the salary schedule. The budget for FY 15 was 215, let's call it 216,000. It is with 2 years worth of increases, it's going up to 276. But I'd also like to call to your attention the differential. What happened is on the differential line, certain employees were getting differentials for doing duties above and beyond their job description. So in addition to the salary line going up, you'll see a corresponding differential line going down. So it's as we have this conversation between those two lines, this fully funds our IT department, a staff of 3 full-time positions for the second largest city in this state.
Okay, you ready for some questions?
Yes,
huh?
sir.
All right, questions on information technology? Put your hand up. All right, you ready, Councilwoman Graziano?
I'm ready.
You're ready.
Um, where's we talked about this before. Where's the GIS funded under here?
Okay.
Position is under
The
IT.
position is, matter of fact, we have, of the three people that we have in IT, four of them have extensive GIS experience. One, the GIS director is in IT. In that particular position also has, we just recently hired a second person with GIS capabilities.
Great. I want apps. Thanks.
Okay, and we can, I mean, if you walk down the stairs, the IT department's right to your, yeah, at some point in time, that's who you would contact.
Great, because I GIS, so I love me a map.
Maps are us. The chair of the council, maps are us.
Other questions? IT, you can finish. Mr. Trafficant.
When we discussed the capital budget,
Yes, sir.
refresh my memory, did we not talk about a line item of replacing computers for $500,000?
Yes, sir.
Why are we spending close to $700,000 in that department on computers?
Okay. Through the chair to the mayor, if I may, I assume you're zooming in on computer maintenance and fees.
Well, I'm
But the
looking at,
577, which is
and
the
I'm
big
just looking at
number.
just look at the whole computer situation. Professional services, third party, $50,000 annual replacement.
Yep.
577,000 for financial support, annual replacement, 80,000, sorry, 50,000, 75,000 for annual replacement.
Okay,
If we're gonna replace it, why are we spending that kind of money in that department?
Okay, if I, Mr. Mayor, the $500,000, if I didn't articulate it well enough, that is for the fire department that we spoke to in the capital budget. They are on their own system. And I'm sorry. Okay, and I'm just gonna zoom in on the big. In terms of the professional services, if I can just recount what we discussed over at the Cranston East Gym with the police department, where they had to outsource, right, to assist them because the captain who oversaw their computer system left. I don't know if you remember the colonel saying that. We're in the same situation here. Besides our two GIS people in the one director of the department, we outsource management, the 104,000 to a third-party company called Apex. But the real killer with computers is the 577,000, which is all our maintenance. So as an example, all of Microsoft licenses throughout the city family, not the police and the fire, are paid through our IT department. Esri, the GIS, that's not, so, we can cut money out of there and the esteemed Councilor Graziano is not getting her maps. Did I say that out loud? I apologize. Vision, who does all our valuation. So I'm not gonna go litany. Our software that this body was kind enough to appropriate money, but potentially replace, is paid out of this department, our software for our financial system. So, yeah, I hate to say this, technology is expensive, but it's the only way we're gonna get efficient, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, no, we're doing that, just to let you know, we've already started that. Yes, sir.
Council President?
think just it's gonna piggyback on that. I just was wondering if this budget is sufficient to encompass the intentions of the funding from last budget with the ARPA spend for technology enhancements, particularly to the finance department to get it
Right.
more up to speed so departments can talk to each other, et cetera.
Okay, through the chair to the council president, we just got our second quote in term, the first quote, that we were, going down a path, we just, even with the gracious amount of money that this council appropriated, there was no way we're gonna get to replacing the financial system. The second quote and timing it over the course of 2 years or 18 months, there's a possibility, yes, we can transition to a new system with the amount of money we have appropriated. So,
Along those lines, and please don't be bashful about reaching out so that we can get the council grant writer to look into potential funding for that. So please tell me,
Yes.
and the sooner you get me the info, the better it is, so I can give that to her, because she'll need lead time to see if there's anything out there. It's
through
worth
the
it.
chair, for all intents and purposes, we have a three-person internal group working on
Looking at
this.
it, yep,
And the minute we get,
yeah.
we're gonna reconvene once we get through this budget process, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Information technology.
I have a question, but whoever's chair is squeaking, it's.
I don't know if that's a question at this
That's a
time.
wrap.
Yeah, he's on his wheels, getting his exercise. He had a big lunch. All right, any other questions?
No, I did have a legitimate question.
All right, go
But
ahead.
I was, this is where I'm getting punchy. Okay, so somebody, they told me this in confidence, and it's not a huge deal, but somebody told me that the city pays $10 per month per email address that ends in, I think it's cranstonri.gov. And if you multiply $10 a month, it's $120 a year, times the number of city employees, which I don't know that answer off the top of my head. That seems as though it's a significant amount of money for not a lot of anything.
Okay. I am gonna have to go back. In terms of hours, hours being the city, not the police and the fire, our email is Outlook, and I don't know what they charge us for a prescription. So whatever, Outlook being the industry norm, I don't know if anyone went and did the math and said that line item of our subscription equals this. There was a point in time, I know that another department, one of the public's, safety ones were outsourcing their email. And that could be what someone's talking about. I don't know, but,
All right, I mean,
yeah.
just one of the things that I would love to know the answer to,
Yep.
because I think
How much was it? $10?
$10 a month per city email.
Yeah.
And what
I
was,
mean-
what was the criteria? Just now you've,
So
Awakening.
so in other words, employees of the city, for instance, Tracy, I think Tracy's probably the only one here, and Tom have @cranstonri.gov email addresses.
Yeah.
And so each one of them costs $120 to have that email address per year. So,
I don't think that.
all right, yeah, I would like to know how much extra it is. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, because I think that's a lot. And there's probably places out there that would do it for less. And the other question is, I know that the school committee gets emails through the school department. How come the council doesn't get them? That's more of a question for IT. We have our own, personal ones. I would think
We didn't have, on the school committee, we didn't have special.
Yeah, no,
ed.
we,
I did.
yeah.
No, I didn't. I promise you, I was on for 10 years. I didn't have. I never used once, never, ever, never go. I don't know. Or maybe they didn't tell me. I see. You're right. I know what you're gonna tell me. This is not on the agenda.
No.
Oh, go ahead then.
No, I'm not.
All right, go right ahead.
No, no scolding. So, for a variety of reasons, I've been a proponent of all council members having a city email address. Okay? First of all, for record retention purposes and succession purposes, when you have somebody else who sits in the seat, they inherit that email account, they can see what was done before, okay? That's number one. Number two, for open records requests and things of that nature, it gets murky when you're going to somebody's personal accounts. That's another reason. But the reason why, and Tom, this may predate you, that I was told, I think probably about 4 years ago, was the cost. And because you pay for that email account. I think when you balance it out, honestly, it's something that ought to be done. I mean, they have it for the school committee members, right? I mean, you should, whatever the extension is, it should be, Ward blank at Cranston, whatever. And it should be, you have 2 citywides. So, I mean, it's a cost factor. I mean, so IT would have to give you that cost factor.
When I'm, yeah. Like. Oh, all right.
You just about covered that question, right? All right. So is there any other questions for IT? There being none, we'll move on to, what do I have next? Inspections, building inspections.
Chairman, once again, revenue is on page 6. The expenses are on page 13.
So 6 and 13. So let's start with revenues.
Chair.
Page 6, building.
Does anyone have any questions regarding building inspections revenues? I see Councilwoman Graziano's hand up first. I'm going to go to you.
Thank you. Sorry, line item. Hold on. Administrative penalties. It's all over the place, but last year it was $40,000. The year before it was 33. Now we're back to 10. Okay.
Counselor. Last year's budget, I believe council in the amendment changed it to 40 grand, but I have to go back and confirm that. And I'm back to where I thought it should be, 10 grand.
Do we have actuals, Mr. DeMayo?
He's going to tell you.
Yeah, current, as of February 28th, it's $6,217. It's running at 16% of budget. It's really low.
Which puts my estimate, through the chair to the counselor, it's 6 through a little more than 2/3 of the year, which puts my 10,000 back in line.
Give me an example of an administrative penalty.
That's when they went up. I think it was in taking someone to court or chasing a fine down.
an ordinance violation.
Yeah, I believe that would be the case.
I mean, there's violations all over the city. It sounds like this should be $100,000,
And
being a little fresh.
Counselor, I can't say I disagree with you, and just gonna throw it out there, we are, the biggest project one of our people is doing down right now in finance is reviewing the means and the methods for which permits are issued, building permits. While we're doing it, I might as well just add administrative fees, so.
Okay, so thank you for bringing up the part about the building permit. So your do you know what the cost on a building permit, like, is it 10, like, so if I put up $1 million house,
Well,
that it costs $1 million, is it 10%? Because I do,
no, it's 1.9%. I am doing this from just sitting down just the other day. There's a table in our ordinance that has the fee calculated up to 50,000. Above 50,000, there's a different calculation. So that's why we're reviewing it, through the chair to the council. Yeah, I don't know the last time it was looked at, but we're looking at it now.
okay, yeah, I would highly recommend you simplify your building permit fees to something that's more manageable instead of a cost dependent on what the project is. Also, I don't know how it's done, but I would stress that I hope it's not done per what the applicant of the building permit says, oh, okay, it's $200,000, but really, because they undercut it all the time, but really it's a $550,000 project, so they don't have to pay the fees. I just want to make sure that that's not happening too. That's something that happens on our end and we readjust it.
Through the chair, that's part of our review. And it's a collaborative, if I just may, go off, it's a collaborative between finance, and the assessor's office. On this point, one thing I found out that what would be beneficial to this exercise is something as simple as Marshall and Swift, the index for housing, which we don't have. So it's, yeah, we're doing a thorough review of these through the chair to the council.
Okay, I'm okay for now.
Now? I'm gonna go around this way this time. You're up.
Yeah, and this is a comment overarching about the Department of Inspections. Director Sedelis, not directed at you at all, but this department's a mess. And I really wish that, the department head was here because, I know again that I'm not alone in that. And I wish I just wish, I want to say on the record, I wish we could address with the department head some of our concerns, not only having to do with the budget. I'll leave it at that because it's not your fault and it's got nothing to do with you in finance. But I would let Director Rodeo know that, he's gonna have to come before the council at some point.
If I just may, I personally knew, had a conversation with Director Rodeo and I knew he was not going to be here today and I just said, I'll take.
Like I said, it's not a reflection on you at all. As far as I'm concerned, you do a fantastic job. And when we ask questions of you, we get an answer. And when we ask for follow-up, we get that follow-up from you. So for me to even say this, because with you in front of me, I feel is unfair to you. But that's not the case in many instances. And I've only been on the council a short time, and in my first 2 weeks on the council, I had like 4 complaints about this particular office. So that's a lot. And I know I'm not alone. You know what I mean? I know I'm not alone. So I'll stop talking about that now, but, you know, I would just, it doesn't reflect on you at all. I want to be clear that I think, I don't, but there's some stuff that, for instance, we have a lot of issues going on the city that the Department of Inspection should be on top of that could create more revenue, especially repeat offenders. And I understand that, you want to work with the residents. If they get one violation, you give them a break, when there's a single violation. But when you have these repeat offenders, like the guy next to Spain Restaurant, for instance, or something like that, there should be some more penalty involved. And there should be some more revenue coming in from the city. So again, not directed at you, it's not your baby. I have respect for you, and it's not, Director Sedelis's issue, but I wish Director Rodia were here so he could answer those questions as well. So.
Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. We're gonna go to Councilman Andujar.
No, I mean, I've spoken to Director Rodeo a bunch of times. I've known him from Providence. He does have his hands tied. They are understaffed. We could generate more revenue there. But just, just to let everybody know he is understaffed.
Council President. Auditor.
So just as a recap of the top revenue centers, building permits as of February, the budgeted amount is 1.6 million. It's running about 891,000, which is 56% of the budget. Plumbing permits 360. It's running currently at 267, which is 74% of the budget. And inspections, electrical 215. It's 181,000, which is running 84% of the budget. Currently, at this point, 67% of the budget would be used for the 8-month period.
With all due respect, a lot of people aren't coming in. Okay, first thing, there's two parts. Do I think we will hit our FY 25 estimates? Absolutely. We're going into the construction season. I mean, anthetically, yeah. I don't know.
All that was, they wanted to just see where it was running, stating fact.
Yep.
That's just basically it. This is actually what you sent me. So I'm just, so they're aware of it.
Yeah, it's not linear, if I just may, but.
Very good. Council President.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Auditor DeMayo, on that, and particularly because plumbing permits, it's increased significantly for next year, and I just want to make sure that that projection is.
If I may, Mr. What, we're at 180?
181 annualized to 272.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go. There you go. Council President. Okay. I guess, I don't know if you want to say anything at all, but I see Councilman Trafficant.
I just wanted a little more clarification. Are you saying that the 1,650,000 is pretty much on target for building permits for next year?
Currently, it's running about 11% under budget. But in the past, Mayor, as the director has said, it's a seasonal, secular thing. People will start coming in now that the weather's changing. There'll be an influx. I can't say that they'll meet or not hit it, but I've seen it's one of those things that when you annualize it, sometimes it's a little underestimated because it's seasonal.
Yep, you get the floor, Councilman.
I just want to make one comment. I think Councilman Bonanno's on target. We should have the council president call that individual in before us, because we all have certain complaints out there, especially minimum housing.
Absolutely.
I'll have you know, just this week, I reached out to the mayor's office and asked for a meeting with the mayor next week to discuss inspections. And I have that meeting scheduled for Good Friday. And I'll report back to the council. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions regarding revenues and inspections? There are none, so I guess we'll move on to expenditures, which is on page 13. Hands up, Councilman. You get you get it.
I'm ready. Departmental expenses. I'm not sure you can answer this question. I hope you can because building inspections not here. There's a decrease in departmental expenses. I'm
Yes.
not against that, but just, it's $10,000, so I just want to hear about it.
If I may, on the departmental expenses, the biggest cost in there is on this one, they pay for their, they call it open gov, I call it the viewpoint, view permit. So then that, a part of that gets reimbursed, and we're recognizing, last year I didn't realize they got a reimbursement, so that's their view permit software through OpenGov, for which the state reimburses that.
Oh, that's cool. I don't get reimbursed for mine. Okay, great. The ADA, what is that used for? You're getting 45 extra $1,000. I'm good.
Probably speak on these. I'll go back to you later. Council President.
Director Zadelis, the positions in that department, it's hard to read the print. Are we anticipating fully funding even the vacant positions for that department or not? Okay. Thanks, I'm good.
Hey, going around. I see,
I
Councilman.
just want everybody to keep in mind that the director has his hands tied, and I know we have an issue with certain employees that are there that which he really can't do much to. So I'm pretty sure everybody knows where I'm going with this. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, Councilman, now I'll go all right way around. This is the last loop, my friends. Councilman Trafficani, do you have a question? Yeah, I went around all the way. All right, there being none, we're gonna move on. All right, the next one would be CCAP, page 22. It's $180,000, correct? Same as last year? Any questions? Questions? I'm not seeing any, and in the sake of time, if there's no questions, we'll move on. All right, moving right on. Let's see, if I've got CCAP out of the way, we're looking at insurance claims and risk management.
You're doing economic development? Don't we want that gentleman to come before us? Because I have a litany of questions I'd like to ask him.
Well, he was invited.
You like that word litany?
He was invited, but we have Director Zealous in his stay. Council President?
You're not alone. We think we all do. We don't want to hold up, today. We'll make do. We can talk about it after. I guess a potential thing is the night of the budget amendments to have him appear at that time and maybe amend the agenda, and that's up to the chair, and we could talk about that. I do have some questions that I think Zadelis, Director Zadelis could maybe address in the interim, but I'll defer to the chair as to when you want me to mention it. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree. We can talk about whether we want to pull him in another date, but as of right now, this hearing, you're gonna have to sit in for him. All right, so what page was it again? I'm sorry. Yeah, there's none. Yeah. So we're gonna look at page 13 because there are no revenues. All right, there are revenues in the big book. They're not in this little tiny book. I'm gonna defer the council president because she has.
Thank you. In the large book, there is itemization for revenues. It does list under the group for economic development 1110 and 49400 federal state grants. And in 21 and 22, there is a listing, small sums of money. It's like $1,900. And then the subsequent year, 22, is 3,228. The years after that is zero. My question is, we in different council meetings have heard numerous times since COVID that economic development has given out varying sums of money that they received from different grant funding from a federal and a state level. And yet I don't see it accounted for here in their department. And that is concerning to me. So where is that revenue report? It should be within that department if that department is giving it out. And I'm going to add to that. I've heard over the years as council person from different businesses throughout the city who applied for grants and dealt specifically with and through that office to get grant funding. Some of them were, I believe, a maximum of $10,000. And I say some of them, stress the them. You get that amount of money, I mean, you're talking literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. So where is it?
And I'm sorry if I just make, through the chair to the council president, to the best of my knowledge, and I will follow back with the director. In terms of the COVID money, it came in from two sources. One was CDBG, if I remember correctly. And I think that's what the mayor referred to. The second one was through the state. And so what happened is you're not going to see it coming in as a revenue, and I will confirm what I'm saying. The actual expense on one side was paid, CDBG COVID. So that would be through, the block grant program. And the second one, we were the conduit to the state, but we will get answers that you're asking. And I'm just doing that from memory.
Because the state funding, I remember when there was some rollout, that was over $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a minimum 100 grand.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Trafficante.
And I want you to also check out if some of that money was revolving loan money. You had to come back to the department to basically give it
Yeah.
out again to other businesses.
And that one is in a separate, if I may, to the, through the chair to the the mayor, yeah, that's accounted for in a separate fund, a separate account, and I will get you, it was, take it out, I don't remember, yes, but there is a, yes.
Any other questions regarding revenues for this department? I see Councilwoman Haroyan.
I see a salary increase of 81,201.
So do you want to, let me just check, take you first, but I want to make sure we get the revenues first. This is only one line. I don't think we're going to have another comment. All right, there's none. Now go right into expenditures. You start.
Expenditures, sorry, 81,201 to 83,637. I can't imagine a director would be in a union. So that's an increase in money.
That's, yes, the same amount that the unions got the non-reps received.
So
The handful, yes, ma'am.
he's scheduled to get a raise, this director?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on
I
that.
would not be supporting that.
I echo that.
Just to follow up on that, I assume whatever the union got, the directors got as well,
Not to the same amount, but
approximately the same.
in the range, yes.
Okay. Right around from Councilwoman Haroyan. I'm going around the horn. I see, only hand I see is Councilman Andujar.
I mean, I feel that, and this is more of a comment than anything, but I feel that we should have a real economic development director and we should move this person over to the mayor's budget because more likely he's not here to defend himself, but I'll wait for that opportunity, but I just feel he's more of a glorified assistant. So I'll reserve my comments and my questions for him, but director, just please note that there is some.
And I got a better place for him. Wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
We'll take that, we're gonna take that comment at another time. I assume you're all done. All right. That being said, any other comments regarding this department expenditures or revenues? This is your time if you want to go back. Yes.
What,
No, Jay, he's good. Go ahead.
through the chair, the council president, I know you have a meeting this week. Could you please address this situation also?
Yeah, absolutely, I will.
Thank you.
And
In the performance of the
Yeah.
employee?
Yes, it wouldn't be the first time that I have expressed that concern, but I will be sure to echo what was conveyed today. Thank you.
Going to conclude economic development. We're going to move on to insurance claims and risk management. And did you say that was on page?
24. Yeah, now, the funding for this department, the $1 million comes from the finance budget. So it's an expense out of the general fund into the claims fund 750. This covers payments from the claims committee, both internal to the city and external to people who get into accidents, which we get found at fault. It covers our workman's comp and it covers our building insurance premiums. And there's a small amount allocated to if we need outside counsel.
And just,
$1,000.
and both lines are level funded. It's
That's correct, sir.
because they have to balance out, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna take questions on both lines, all right? So if there are questions regarding claims, please, I see Councilman Bernardo's hand up, and I never take you first, Councilman Bernardo.
Thank you. And I have a very short question that I'm going to ask Mr. DeMayo when he comes back to his chair again. No, I just want to see how we're doing for this year. So I can wait for Mr. DeMayo to come back, but where we're at, where our projections and.
External claims are coming in a little lower, and I'm doing this, remember when we did this? City claims are a little higher, and we believe those two are gonna wash. Yes.
All right, going right around, are there questions regarding claims?
Yeah.
I see Councilman Trafficant.
Mr. Director, did I hear you say a little while ago that we're not self-insured?
For claims, we don't have a general liability insurance, sir. we do, we're self-insured for health insurance, not a general liability policy, sir.
Council President?
Director Zadelis, do you know offhand the legal fees for outside services, how that's tracking, is level funded?
I think it's lower, but can I get back to you on that one?
Yeah, yep, I can't.
Yeah, that
read the
one.
Chart, so, all right, thanks.
All right. Other questions on claims? No more questions and comments. We're gonna move on. So, the next one would be, is it the Sewer Enterprise Fund?
That's correct. That would be on. Give me a second, counsel. It would be both on page 23, revenues and expenses. And it's an enterprise fund, so it doesn't affect the general fund budget.
If I can through the chair, maybe Director Zadelis can just briefly, for the
Yeah.
new council members, explain the enterprise fund, that it keeps its own revenue.
Okay, some brilliant accountant once said, I think it was Mr. DeMayo, there are certain business type activities for which are outside the scope, and an enterprise fund is a fund where you bill out your charge for service on the revenue side, and on the expense side, you capture and budget for those activities directly related to that particular business activity. So whether it be, in this case, it's the operation of the sewer facility, which we generally outsource, and some administrative staff here. So, and the capital improvements. So it keeps it off of the city's tax rate. Yeah.
To make it simple, the revenue that comes in for the sewer assessment cannot be put into the general fund. It can only be used for the sewer expenses.
It's an enterprise fund.
Yes, sir.
So they're basically their own board.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There is out of that fund administrative fees that get paid for the city for the administration of paperwork and
their bills.
processing and the bills and stuff. So we are compensated out of the fund a portion of the services, so it defers salaries for the billing portion of it.
Okay. Questions regarding the Sewer Enterprise Fund? None. We're gonna move right along then to municipal indebtedness.
Mr. Chairman, that is page 21, group 1700.
That would be page 21.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, on this one, as you may recall, when we discussed the Teamsters contract, we're transitioning to a new pension plan, which is less costly. The first line item is a placeholder for this until we get that contract settled. The second line item is a provision for an upcoming labor negotiations for the union that expires 6/30, and then it's just our net payment of our interest and bond liability. Yep. That's the bonds.
Very good explanation. Any questions regarding municipal indebtedness?
Mr. Chair,
I see Mr. Trafficant.
what negotiating, I'm sorry, what negotiating body are we still in?
Through the chair to the fire, to the mayor, the fire department's contract expires the end of this year.
Director, you were going to provide the council with the debt service that's
Yes, sir.
falling off.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Just
Other questions? Looking around, I'm looking quicker now that I see none. We're gonna move right on. Long-term obligations.
In a second, okay, Counselor Andah's not doing his job, so. Mr. Chairman, that's Group 205, page 16. And in summary, this is our contribution to the Legacy Pension Fund for Police and Fire and our contribution to the OPEB account. All three of these are actuarially calculated required contributions, which we're making our payment to both funds.
Questions on, was it long-term obligations? Seeing
Chairman.
none, we're gonna move
Chair,
right on.
Chair, just a quick question.
You gotta raise your
How
hand
many-
higher, my eyes are not so good
I'm
anymore.
sorry.
Thank you.
How many police and fire do we still have in the city pension system?
There are a few, through the chair to the mayor, I can get you an exact count. I don't want to do this, but you gotta remember, it's them being the police person, or back then it wasn't and their spouse. Because the actual, so I will get you, I'll call them pensioners, I'll get you a count of pensioners.
Any other questions? I may have a question. This might be, didn't we do revenues already?
Yeah, we did.
Because it's on the agenda twice.
Yeah,
That's right.
no. At one point in time, the council president, did the revenue, so I believe we've already done the OO revenues. We did every other one with the departments, council.
So if I'm not mistaken, that covers all the items on the agenda? Okay, so if there's, I'm sorry, Councilman, go ahead.
No, I just, when Solicitor Videcchia said you weren't the brightest bulb in the room,
I'm not a.
you were. But I really want to thank you for your service. You are an asset to the city. And apart from Director DeMayo, I believe you're the second smartest person in this room. So I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Director.
Except for Attorney Videcchia says I'm a dim light bulb, sir. I'm sorry. Someone.
If there's no further comments, the goal is right before 5. We want to get up. Anybody? All right, if there's nothing further, to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a mo-
Director, Chairman Wall, hold on.
I guess I won't get that motion to adjourn. Is there anyone in the chambers this evening who would like to make public comment on anything on the agenda this evening? There being none, Tom, do you see anyone online who would like to make public comment on any of the agenda items?
There's no public comment.
At this time, I'm going to close public comment. You don't get to make public comment. But would you like to make, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn, though. I forgot what? I forgot what? I'm going by the agenda. You gotta tell me after what you meant, all right? All right, so is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a Second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, very good.